Chapter 500. The great rock spread its wings, drawing in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. A wild aura surrounded the great rock, making it seem like the overlord of the sky. However, when Feng Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into the great rock's body, the aura around the great rock dissipated. Roar! The great rock let out a furious roar, its entire body trembling. The power contained in the hidden star sword was too overbearing, causing the great rock to feel endless pain. Great rock, Elder Jiang Fengxing, who was originally incomparably powerful, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock, because at this moment he discovered that the liquefied spiritual chi in his chi sea was tumbling, and the great rock was collapsing. No! Jiang Fengxing roared furiously as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Every condensing reality realm martial artist knew what it meant when the Dharma idol collapsed. The Dharma idol was the most important attack method of a condensing reality realm martial artist. Once the Dharma idol collapsed, their strength would be extremely weak. At that time, they would be at the mercy of others. The great rock, who was originally incomparably powerful, as if it wanted to swallow heaven and earth, now seemed incomparably weak. In just a few seconds, the wild aura around the great rock disappeared without a trace. Bang! Feng Chen's hidden star sword was suddenly pulled out of the great rock's body. The spiritual chi on the great rock's body was like a flood, instantly flowing away without a trace. At this moment, the great rock's body was continuously collapsing and retreating. When the great rock's body retreated to Elder Jiang Fengxing's side, it instantly disappeared with a bang. When the Dharma idol collapsed, a painful expression appeared on Elder Jiang Fengxing's face, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He had never imagined that Feng Chen's strength would be so strong. I can't accept this. Elder Jiang Fengxing discovered that his strength was weakening. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Once his strength was completely weakened, he would die at the hands of Feng Chen. Suddenly, Jiang Fengxing realized that he was about to die. He took out his communication jade pendant from his interspatial ring, intending to spread the news to everyone in the general family. However, the moment he took out the jade pendant, Feng Chen's hidden star sword flashed, and the jade pendant fell to the ground with a thud. Feng Xing's hand was instantly cut off by Feng Chen. Feng Xing let out a miserable shriek. His broken palm was bleeding profusely, and his aura was extremely weak. Die! Feng Chen's mind moved, and the huge golden sword above his head suddenly emitted a wild aura, which was integrated into the hidden star sword. Then, the sword pierced towards Jiang Fengxing. Jiang Fengxing tried his best to dodge, but he simply couldn't avoid Feng Chen's hidden star sword. His eyes were ashen as he glared at the communication jade pendant at his feet. His heart was filled with rage. Ah! Jiang Fengxing let out a furious roar as his body fell limply to the ground. Then he lost all signs of life. Feng Chen withdrew the star-concealing sword, and then executed the concept of fire to destroy the corpse and erase all traces. The entire general family was in the Sky Beast mountain range. Since they wanted to take revenge, they couldn't be allowed to get the news ahead of time. After killing Jiang Fengxing, Feng Chen continued to search for the rest of the general family's martialists. During the next few days, the disciples of the general family kept disappearing. At first, the general family hadn't noticed. However, after a few days, the elders of the general family started to disappear one by one. This made the general family more vigilant. Family head, recently, the elders and disciples that we sent to search for Feng Chen have mysteriously disappeared. An elder's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Have you found their corpses? Asked the family head coldly. The family head was currently in front of a strange vein of ore. Many days had passed, but many martialists were still unable to do anything about this strange vein of ore. As long as a martialist entered, they wouldn't be able to leave. In the end, no martialist dared to rashly enter it. The general family's people were also in front of the strange vein of ore, trying to think of a solution. However, when the family head heard the elder's report, his expression changed slightly. He immediately asked, "Just who is hunting down our general family's people?" "Family head, could it be Fong Chun?" asked the elder softly. The patriarch shook his head slightly and denied this. He said, "Even if Fong Chun is still alive, his strength is not enough to kill an elder of our general family. To be able to kill an elder of our general family without anyone noticing, it must have been done by cultivators from other sections. We don't seem to have any enmity with any other sect," said the elder. After thinking for a moment, the family head listed a few suspects. He said, "Back on the Divine Blade Mountain, when our general family tried to deal with Fong Chun, Qin Yao of the Qin family stepped forward. Even Zhou Yin stepped forward. With the strength of the two of them, it is very easy for them to kill the elders of our general clan." The general clan's clan head continued. "Family head, are you suspecting the two of them?" asked the elder. The family head nodded. He then said, "Pass down the order. Tell the elders to stay together at the very least. Don't act alone. The disciples must follow the elders." If it was any other time, the family head would definitely personally go to find the culprit after such a huge matter. However, the most important thing right now was the strange vein of, or he didn't have the time to be distracted. "Understood." The elder nodded and went to pass down the order. 6 or 7 days had already passed. Fong Chun had killed close to 100 disciples of the general family. Even 5 elders had been slain by Fong Chun. This was definitely an extremely great loss to the general family. Today, Fong Chun was still secretly searching for cultivators from the general family in preparation to assassinate them. However, after searching for a very long time, Fong Chun discovered 3 groups of targets. However, he did not make a move on any of them. This was because there were at least 2 or more elders in each of the 3 groups. Fong Chun did not have much confidence, so he did not make a move. Just like that, Fong Chun searched for an entire day without finding anything. At this moment, Fong Chun discovered that the general family seemed to be aware of his actions. They had already begun to take precautions. As a result, Fong Chun's assassination attempt was unable to continue. It's a waste of time here. Let's go to the strange vein of, or first. Fong Chun pondered for a moment before speaking. The elders of the general family gathered together. Even the disciples followed the elders closely. Fong Chun did not have a chance to make a move, so he decisively withdrew from this place. After about 6 hours, Fong Chun arrived in front of the strange vein of ore. However, he was hiding in the dark. In the depths of the Sky Beast mountain range, there was a strange vein of ore. This vein of ore was covered in weeds. In front of everyone was a cave. From this cave, one could vaguely see the situation of the vein of ore. What kind of ore is this? Fong Chun hid in the dark and saw the situation of the vein of ore at a glance. The entire cave was pitch black, but he could vaguely see a large number of strange or veins not far from the cave. These or veins were golden in color. Fong Chun had never seen such an or vein before. He had not even read about it in books. Just as Fong Chun was thinking, Ancestor Bronze spoke. How can there be such an or vein in such a remote place? Ancestor Bronze was puzzled as the python's sword trembled in the interspatial ring. "Ancestor, do you know about this or vein?" Fong Chun's face was full of joy when he heard Ancestor Bronze's words. "Of course I do. This is a purple crystal or vein," Ancestor Bronze said. This was the first time Fong Chun had heard of a purple crystal or vein. He was a little puzzled. "Back when I was at my peak, I didn't even care about this kind of or vein," Ancestor Bronze said proudly. "Ancestor, what's the use of this or vein?" Fong Chun asked hurriedly. "This purple crystal or vein is considered relatively rare in the ancient Sword Continent. It considered a good or vein for you," Ancestor Bronze said. After listening to old Ancestor Bronze's explanation, Fong Chun finally understood. Purple crystal was a type of, or that was of a higher grade than spirit stones. This type of, or contained a vast amount of spiritual qi, and its value was much higher than spirit stones. Spirit stones were the currency of the ancient Sword Continent, while purple crystal ores were the common currency of the outer realms. Furthermore, martial artists could use purple crystal ores to cultivate. Purple crystal ores not only contain boundless spiritual qi, but also purple crystal qi. The purple crystal qi was extremely important to martial artists. Of course, condensing reality realm martial artists were unable to absorb purple crystal qi. But once they reached the spirit vortex realm, they could open up a spirit vortex in their qi sea and absorb purple crystal qi. If they could absorb enough purple crystal qi, their spirit vortex would be much larger than an ordinary martial artist's. Purple crystal ores are actually the common currency of the outer realms. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had never imagined that he would find the currency of the outer realms here. Right now, Fang Chen was only in the Nanling land. Compared to the outer realms, this was a tiny place. He was still a long way from the outer realms. However, he had come into contact with the common currency of the outer realms. These martial artists are really stupid. There are purple crystal beasts in every purple crystal or vein. Their bodies are made of purple crystal ores, and they are very powerful. If a martial artist recklessly enters a purple crystal or vein, they will definitely be eaten by the purple crystal beasts. Ancestor Bronze sneered when he saw the numerous martial artists standing in front of the purple crystal or vein. Are the purple crystal beasts very powerful? Fang Chen asked. They are covered in purple crystal ores. Their hardness alone is not something an ordinary condensing reality realm martial artist can break. Even if they stand there motionless and let them attack, they will not be able to harm the purple crystal beasts. Ancestor Bronze said. Then how do we enter? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Chapter 501. Back then, Ancestor Bronze had stood at the peak of the entire ancient sword continent. Although he had never been to the outer realms, he had heard of some legends about them. He even had some understanding of the outer realms. Back then, Ancestor Bronze could cause the entire ancient sword continent to tremble with a single stomp of his foot. Furthermore, he had said that he didn't even care about violet crystals back then. Although violet crystals were items from the outer realms, Ancestor Bronze had naturally seen a lot since he could stand at the peak of the ancient sword continent. A mere violet crystal mine won't be a problem for me, said Ancestor Bronze confidently. He then told Fang Chen to directly enter the violet crystal mine. As for the specifics, they would have to wait until they entered. Right now, he definitely couldn't openly enter the violet crystal mine. This was because there were a large number of cultivators in front of the mine, as well as members of the general family. If he appeared, he would definitely attract the attention of the general family. I'll take advantage of the fact that they aren't paying attention to enter, thought Fang Chen. Following that, Fang Chen formed a plan in his head. At this moment, there were many cultivators in front of the violet crystal mine, led by the head of the general family. Head of the general family, you're the strongest here. Do you have any ideas? Asked a cultivator. That's right. Head of the general family, there seems to be a very powerful existence in this strange mine. Cultivators will definitely die if they enter. There's nothing we can do. Head of the general family, do you recognize this mine? The head of the general family shook his head slightly. Although he had seen a lot, he really didn't recognize this mine. If there's really no other way, we can only force our way in, said the head of the general family after a moment of thought. When they heard the general clan head's words, a helpless expression appeared on the faces of many cultivators. About an hour later, the head of the general family finally made his decision. They would force their way in. Everyone, there's nothing we can do here. Since that's the case, why don't we try to force our way in and see what's in this mine? The head of the general family looked around and said loudly. Hearing this, many cultivators supported the general family head's words. Not long after, everyone reached a consensus and prepared to enter. The general family took the lead and entered the mine. The other cultivators followed closely behind. Soon, there was no one left outside the purple crystal mine. At this time, Fang Chen calmly walked out from his hiding place. These fools, Fang Chen sneered as he glanced at the entrance of the cave. Then, he walked into the purple crystal mine. After entering the cave, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to move forward. Instead, He looked for a crevice and slipped into it to hide. After about a quarter of an hour, Fong Chun vaguely heard miserable cries and the fluctuations of a battle. Immediately after, countless warriors escaped from a mine in a sorry state. Too powerful. Those things are too powerful. A warrior shouted loudly. Soon, the people from the general family also escaped in a completely battered and exhausted manner. At this moment, the general family's family head was completely battered and exhausted. Anger filled his face. This time, when they had forced their way in, not only had they failed to enter the depths of the mine, but they had also been attacked by some mysterious life forms. Those mysterious life forms' defenses were too strong. They were unable to break through their defenses, causing many disciples to die. Many of the general family's disciples had also died in the mine. The life forms in the mine are too dangerous, said a warrior. Family head, what should we do? Asked the general family elder softly. The head of the general clan pondered for a moment before he said, This mine is extremely dangerous. Our general clan alone will not be able to enter it. Let's leave this place first and find other factions to join forces with us to explore this mine. After the family head made his decision, the general family's people all left. A few minutes later, there was no one left in front of the purple crystal mine. All the warriors had left. At this time, Fong Chun came out of the crevice and silently entered the mine. Old ancestor, what should I do if I encounter an amethyst beast? Asked Fong Chun. He was also a bit flustered. The amethyst beast was too strong. Even the general family's family head had fled miserably. If he faced it head-on, there was no way he could survive. Just follow the path I gave you, said Ancestor Bronze. At this time, there was a mental map in Fong Chen's mind. There were some complicated images on this map, and within those images was a red line. Fong Chun followed the red line and moved forward quickly. After entering the mine, Fong Chun discovered that there were many forks in the path. If an ordinary warrior entered, even if they didn't encounter an amethyst beast, they would still get lost. Fortunately, with Ancestor Bronze's guidance, he surprisingly didn't encounter any amethyst beasts along the way. Furthermore, he smoothly reached the depths of the purple crystal mine. This path is very safe. Fong Chen's face was filled with joy. He had already reached the depths of the purple crystal mine. Of course, how could I possibly be wrong when I gave you directions? Old Ancestor Bronze said proudly. Old Ancestor, how do you know this path? Asked Fong Chen doubtfully. The places where amethyst beasts appear usually have a large amount of amethyst stones. I just checked, and there are almost no amethyst stones on this path. It's all large stones, so it's relatively safe, said Ancestor Bronze. At this time, Fong Chun was in the depths of the purple crystal mine. There was a relatively flat ground here, and the space was slightly larger. In front of Fong Chun was a flat wall. Surrounding it were some uneven walls. As Fong Chun was thinking, he suddenly saw two stones emitting a purple light on the uneven walls. So these are violet crystals? Asked Fong Chun when he saw the two stones. Yes, these are amethyst stones, said Ancestor Bronze. Fong Chun could clearly sense that these amethyst stones contained a huge amount of energy. As expected of amethyst stones, Fong Chun couldn't help sighing. Following that, Fong Chun went over to the two amethyst stones. He took out the hidden star sword and slashed at the wall. It didn't take long for him to dig out the two amethyst stones. When he placed the amethyst stones in his hand, Fong Chun felt an invisible aura enter his body. How comfortable, whispered Fong Chun. Suddenly, the golden heart began to tremble. Following that, a large amount of amethyst stones in Fong Chen's hand began to emit a large amount of amethyst stones. That amethyst chi rapidly entered Fong Chen's body before being devoured by the golden heart. Fong Chen was a bit puzzled. In the blink of an eye, the amethyst stones in his hand dimmed. They now looked like ordinary stones. What's going on? Asked Fong Chun. Your heart is very special. It can actually absorb amethyst chi, said Ancestor Bronze gravely. Although Ancestor Bronze had lived for a very long time and had seen many things, he didn't know anything about Fong Chen's golden heart. That amethyst chi is amethyst chi, exclaimed Fong Chun. These two amethyst stones can already be considered trash. They're no different from ordinary stones, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chun nodded, indicating that he understood. The reason amethyst stones were amethyst stones was because they contained amethyst chi. Once that amethyst chi was completely absorbed, the amethyst stone would become an ordinary stone. Fang Chun glanced at the two amethyst stones and tossed them to the ground. Ancestor, what should I do next? Asked Fang Chun. Although he didn't know why the golden heart was absorbing amethyst chi, Fang Chun knew that after absorbing amethyst chi, the golden heart had become much more active. Dig out more amethyst stones. The more, the better, said Ancestor Bronze. But didn't you say that any place with amethyst stones would have amethyst beasts? Asked Fang Chun helplessly. Let's go to a place with fewer amethyst stones, said Fang Chun. Following that, Fang Chun began a search for amethyst stones. It didn't take long for Fang Chun to find another place with amethyst stones. There were over 30 amethyst stones here. Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword and began to rapidly dig. Roughly 3 minutes later, Fang Chun had already dug out half of the amethyst stones. Just at this moment, a furious roar rang out. Following that, a wild aura approached. Fang Chun's expression changed slightly. This roar had come from the amethyst beast. The amethyst beast is approaching. Run, urged Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and prepared to flee. The amethyst beast was too strong. He couldn't block it, so he could only flee. However, just as Fang Chun was about to flee, the amethyst beast suddenly appeared. This was an amethyst beast that was about the same size as Fang Chun. It had 2 horns on its head, and its entire body was covered in amethyst stones. Even the amethyst beast's eyes contained amethyst stones. So this is the amethyst beast. Before the amethyst beast approached, Fang Chun sensed the powerful aura of the amethyst beast. He cursed silently. Roar! The amethyst beast roared furiously when it saw Fang Chun. Violet light erupted from its body, and it directly charged at Fang Chun. Run! Fang Chun shouted and directly fled. However, this amethyst stone mine was the amethyst beast territory. With the help of amethyst stones, their speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, the amethyst beast appeared behind Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun's face was full of despair. Phantom sword technique. Since he couldn't escape, it was better to fight. Maybe there was a glimmer of life. Bang! Fang Chun displayed the phantom sword technique and suddenly turned around. The hidden star sword slashed at the amethyst beast's body. Sparks flew, but the amethyst beast was unscathed. This defense is too strong. Fang Chun froze for a moment. The hidden star sword was fully activated and slashed at the amethyst beast, but it didn't leave a single scar. This kind of defense was beyond Fang Chun's understanding. Roar! The amethyst beast saw this human martial artist take the initiative to attack. It roared and its hooves directly stretched out, attacking Fang Chun. Chapter 502. As soon as the little mouse appeared, it directly blocked in front of Fang Chun and roared at the amethyst beast that was shooting at him. Musicals and novels, the amethyst beast saw a palm-sized little mouse roaring at itself. It was immediately furious. It stretched out its hoof and directly stepped on the little mouse. Don't! Fang Chun saw the little mouse blocking the amethyst beast for him. His heart was full of worry, and he roared. However, it was too late. The little mouse's thin body was directly stepped on the ground by the amethyst beast's big hoof. A crisp sound rang out. Fang Chun saw this scene, and his heart was full of anger. The little mouse had followed him for so long. There was a deep relationship between the two. When he encountered a crisis, the little mouse stood up and watched the little mouse being trampled to death by the amethyst beast's hoof. There was nothing he could do. At this moment, Fang Chun's eyes were scarlet. His whole body exuded a wild aura, and his killing intent was strong. Roar! Just when Fang Chun was going to fight desperately, suddenly the amethyst beast let out a scream. Its body kept retreating, and it was difficult to stabilize its body. Then it raised its hoof to take a look. On its hoof, there was actually a wound. From that wound, pain could be felt. At this time, the little mouse's petite body stood on the ground. Its claws were constantly gesturing. There were no wounds on its body. It seemed to be talking to the amethyst beast. This is unscathed. Fang Chun saw the unscathed little mouse and was completely stunned. The amethyst beast's body was covered with amethyst stones. It was extremely hard. Even Fang Chen's star-hidden sword could not leave any wounds on the amethyst beast's body. However, the little mouse actually injured the amethyst beast's hoof. The amethyst beast's hoof stomped down. With that kind of power, even a condensing reality realm warrior would be trampled to death in an instant. But the little mouse was not hurt at all. Not only is it okay, but also let the purple crystal beast injured. What is going on? This little mouse's body is too hard. Fang Chun cried out after recovering from his shock. After spending so much time with the little mouse, Fang Chun knew that the little mouse's teeth were very hard and could crush anything. But I did not expect that the defense of the little mouse is so strong, even surpassing the amethyst beast. Too perverted. Fang Chen's face was full of shock when he saw the little mouse's claws gesturing as if he was intimidating the amethyst beast. Even though the little mouse was small, its defense shocked Fang Chun. Chirp, 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 the amethyst beast looked at the little mouse angrily. But the moment, the little mouse was also constantly intimidating the amethyst beast. Finally, after a roar, the amethyst beast was angry. Its whole body of amethyst stones emitted a bright light, and its whole body's aura soared. It savagely attacked the little mouse. When the little mouse saw this scene, it tiptoed and jumped directly on top of the amethyst beast's head. Crack in front of Fang Chen's stunned eyes, the little mouse opened its small mouth and directly bit on the horns on the amethyst beast's forehead. The horns of the amethyst beast were also completely condensed from amethyst stones. The little mouse's small mouth crunched on the amethyst beast's horns, and suddenly the amethyst beast screamed miserably. These teeth! Fang Chen looked at this scene with a stunned expression. The amethyst beast that even the patriarch of the Zhang family could not deal with was easily subdued by the little mouse. In the blink of an eye, the little mouse bit off the amethyst beast's horns. At this time, the amethyst beast made a miserable cry. The essence of the amethyst beast's whole body was all gathered in the horns. At this time, the horns were bitten off by the little mouse. The amethyst beast's body shook wildly. The amethyst stones on the body were falling rapidly. At the same time, the aura of the amethyst beast was dissipating quickly. After struggling for a while, the huge amethyst beast's body slammed to the ground and lost its vitality. The amethyst stones on the body had completely fallen. The little mouse stepped on the amethyst beast's body, raised its small head, looked at Fang Chun, and its eyes were shining. This is also okay. Fang Chen's heart was set off stormy waves. He thought that he could not resist the attack of the amethyst beast, but he did not expect that at the critical moment, the little mouse would take the lead and not only block the attack of the amethyst beast, but also kill it. The ancients said that people can't be judged by their appearance. At this moment, Fang Chen's thought was that even beasts can't be judged by their appearance. The amethyst beast's body was hundreds of times bigger than the little mouse, but it was still no match for the little mouse's teeth and was bitten to death. After a long time, Fang Chun woke up from the shock. He looked at the little mouse, and the latter grinned at him. At this time, even old Ancestor Bronze could not help but sigh, and said, "This little mouse's defense is stronger than the amethyst beast. There seems to be no such mouse in the mouse race." Old Ancestor Bronze was knowledgeable, but he could not recognize the race of the little mouse. Fang Chun would not know. Amazing. Fang Chun gave the little mouse a thumbs up. The latter's petite body flashed and landed on Fang Chen's shoulder proudly. Fang Chun nodded at the little mouse, and then came in front of the amethyst beast and quickly collected the amethyst stones that fell from the amethyst beast's body. After a while, Fang Chun collected all the amethyst stones. At this time, he could not help but sigh. There are hundreds of amethyst stones in the body of an amethyst beast. It would be good if I could kill more amethyst beasts. Fang Chun grinned. Through the situation just now, Feng also found that the little mouse could restrain the amethyst beasts. In the future, if he encountered any amethyst beasts, he would not need to run away. Boy, the real good thing is in the amethyst beast body. Seeing that Feng Chun was ready to leave, old ancestor Bronze reminded him. Well, what is the good thing? Feng Chun was puzzled and asked. You will know when you cut it open. Old ancestor Bronze said. Feng Chun came in front of the amethyst beast, took out the hidden star sword, and quickly dissected the amethyst beast body. Because there was no amethyst stone to protect the body, the amethyst beast body was very fragile. After a while, Feng Chun saw the amethyst beast's heart. The amethyst beast's heart was a purple stone. At first, Feng Chun thought that the purple stone was an amethyst stone, but after careful observation, he found that there was a little difference between it and an amethyst stone. The color is darker than an amethyst stone, and the amethyst chi in it seems to be much richer than amethyst stone. Feng Chun thought to himself. At this time, old ancestor Bronze spoke. Don't guess. This is an amethyst spirit stone. Amethyst spirit stone? Feng Chun was puzzled and asked. Amethyst spirit stone is a higher grade or than amethyst stone. Old ancestor Bronze explained. Feng Chun pondered for a moment before he finally understood. The relationship between amethyst spirit stone and amethyst stone was the same as the relationship between mid-grade spirit stones and high-grade spirit stones. Both were amethyst stones, but amethyst spirit stones were of a higher grade than amethyst stone. Since it was of a higher grade than amethyst stone, it naturally had more uses than amethyst stone. The reason amethyst beasts can survive is because their hearts nurture amethyst spirit stones. Old ancestor Bronze said, amethyst spirit stones were countless times more precious than amethyst stone. Looking at the entire amethyst stone mine, there were only a few amethyst spirit stones. It really is a good thing. Feng Chun grinned. Just as Feng Chun grinned, a large amount of amethyst chi came out of the amethyst spirit stone in his hand. The purity of the amethyst chi was countless times higher than amethyst stone. Hiss! The golden heart happily absorbed the amethyst chi in the amethyst spirit stone. After a while, the precious amethyst spirit stone became an ordinary stone. This, Feng Chun was speechless when he saw the useless amethyst spirit stone in his hand. However, after absorbing the amethyst chi in the amethyst spirit stone, the golden heart became even more active. Feng Chun felt that his mind was exceptionally good, and his body was extremely comfortable. Such a precious amethyst spirit stone is gone just like that, muttered Feng Chun. After collecting all the amethyst spirit stones, Feng Chun's spatial ring had reached 130 amethyst spirit stones. After that, Feng Chun continued to mine amethyst spirit stones. Because he had the little mouse, Feng Chun was more daring. He casually searched for amethyst spirit stones. Furthermore, he went to places with large amounts of amethyst spirit stones. After roughly 2 hours, Feng Chun had already collected 500 amethyst spirit stones. During this time, Feng Chun also encountered 2 amethyst beasts. Under the powerful attacks of the little mouse, the 2 amethyst beasts died very sullenly. The first amethyst beast died after having its horns crushed by the little mouse. Feng Chun easily obtained an amethyst spirit stone. As for the second amethyst beast, it seemed to have realized that it could not withstand the attack of the little mouse, so it directly detonated the amethyst spirit stone in its heart. The amethyst spirit stone exploded, and the powerful force sent the little mouse flying. It crashed into the wall. Fortunately, the little mouse's physical body was strong, so there was not much of a problem. However, because of this, Feng Chun did not obtain the amethyst spirit stone. These amethyst beasts seemed to have some spirituality, thought Feng Chun secretly. It became difficult to obtain the amethyst spirit stones in the bodies of the amethyst beasts. The little mouse also realized this point. It waved its claws and tried its best to tell Feng Chun that it could kill the amethyst beasts before they self-destructed. When Feng Chun saw this scene, he gently stroked the little mouse's body. Continue to collect. Feng Chun grinned. This amethyst spirit stone vein should have been used by the warriors of the Yangtian Gate branch to cultivate. Although the Yangtian Gate branch was destroyed, the amethyst spirit stone vein was preserved. After old ancestor Bronze's exploration, he discovered that although the amethyst spirit stone vein was very wide, it had been mined by the Yangtian Gate branch in the past. Therefore, the current amethyst spirit stone vein was actually an empty shell. The number of amethyst spirit stones inside was limited. If the entire amethyst spirit stone vein is mined, we can obtain about 10,000 amethyst spirit stones, said old ancestor Bronze. 10,000 amethyst spirit stones is not a small amount. Feng Chun thought to himself. Feng Chun worked together with the little mouse to collect the amethyst spirit stones very quickly. It was completely possible to mine the entire amethyst spirit stone vein. Chapter 503. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, Feng Chun followed the guidance of old ancestor Bronze and was able to find the place where the purple crystal ores were gathered easily as he collected them quickly. In these 5 days, Feng Chun had collected a total of 6,000 purple crystal ores and 3 purple crystal spirit stones. In these few days, Feng Chun did not go out to kill the purple crystal beasts intentionally. He thought a problem. If he did not collect all the purple crystal ores before the arrival of the general family, they would definitely barge in. If he killed all the purple crystal beasts, there would be no purple crystal beasts to stop them. By then, he would be discovered by them. Therefore, Feng Chun's goal for now was the purple crystal ores. Following Feng Chun's mining, the first half of the purple crystal mine was empty without a single purple crystal ore again. Right now, Feng Chun had arrived at the second half of the mine and continued mining. With the help of Little Mouse and the guidance of old ancestor Bronze, it was extremely easy for Feng Chun to collect the purple crystal ores. When Feng Chun had collected about 9,000 purple crystal ores, the general family and the other forces finally arrived before the purple crystal mine. Elder Hua, this mine is extremely unique. I feel that the ores within are definitely extraordinary. Before the purple crystal mine, the family head of the general family chuckled. Elder Hua sensed for a moment before revealing a smile on his face. Judging from the aura that is being emitted from the mineral vein, this mineral vein is extremely valuable. Elder Hua was a powerful elder of Fireball Peak. At the very least, he was much stronger than the family head of the general family. The family head of the general family had some dealings with Elder Hua in the past. Therefore, he called for Elder Hua. But there are mysterious creatures within. The defense is way too strong. We can't barge in at all. The family head of the general family frowned and said, "Send a few disciples in to take a look first." Elder Hua had just arrived and did not understand the situation. After that, a few disciples of the general family were sent into the purple crystal mine. Even though the family head of the general family was extremely displeased, he did not say anything. A minute later, the life scrolls of the disciples of the general family shattered. They had already fallen. Indeed, Elder Hua said in a low voice. Just as Elder Hua and the general family head were trying to come up with a plan, Feng Chun was luring the amethyst beast. Because of the little mouse, Feng Chun was not afraid of the amethyst beast. He quickly looked for the amethyst beast and then lured the amethyst beast. In less than half an hour, Feng Chun attracted more than 10 amethyst beasts. Because of the little mouse, Feng Chun was safe and sound, and the amethyst beasts were led by Feng Chun step by step to the front of the hole. Roar more than a dozen amethyst beasts gathered together. They were angry. They were played by a human martial artist. Their bodies emitted a bright light and wandered around the entrance of the cave. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Feng Chun disappeared silently. At that moment, in front of the purple crystal mine, Elder Hua had finally made up his mind to enter the mine personally to check it out. General Family Head, if the both of us were to join forces, even if we were to meet with those mysterious living beings that you spoke of, we would have nothing to fear. Elder Hua said. The General Family Head pondered for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. The strength of Elder Hua was stronger than him. If they were to meet with a mysterious living being, even if the both of them could not defeat it, they would not have to run away in a pathetic state. This was an opportunity. All right, let's go in together," the general family head said. After that, a group of martial artists entered the mine in a mighty manner. The general family head and Elder Hu were at the front. The moment they entered the mine, they could feel the wild aura. What a dense aura! Elder Hu's eyes lit up as he chuckled out. Within the mine, it was pitch black. Elder Hu and the others advanced carefully. After they had advanced for a few hundred meters, they suddenly saw a bright light up ahead. "Hurry and look, there's a light up ahead. It must be the light from the mine." When Elder Hu saw that, his eyes widened. In a flash, he bolted towards the light. When the general family head saw that, he followed closely behind and flew over. When Elder Hu and the general family head got close to the light, they could feel a deafening roar. "Not good. There's a mysterious living being," the general family head shouted out. However, it was all too late. There are dozens of amethyst beasts that had been lured here by Feng Chun. They were extremely furious and were searching for Feng Chun. To think that there would be so many human martial artists barging in. All the rage in their hearts was vented out in a single moment. The dozens of amethyst beasts let out a roar into the skies as they dashed into the crowd and started a massacre. "Damn it!" Elder Hu roared out as a fireball appeared in his palms. It possessed a boundless amount of power. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball bolted out at one of the amethyst beasts. Ugh! The fireball struck the body of the amethyst beast, but it did not leave a single scratch. Instead, the fireball was extinguished by the amethyst beast. At that moment, Elder Hu finally realized that something was wrong. He channeled all the power in his body and struck out at one of the amethyst beasts. Bam! The defense of the amethyst beasts was way too strong. Their entire bodies were covered with amethyst stones. To the amethyst beasts, Elder Hu's attack was no different from scratching an itch. Roar! Ignoring Elder Hu's attack, the amethyst beast roared out as its hooves struck out at Elder Hu. Bam! Elder Hu tried his best to block it. However, it was to no avail. The hooves of the amethyst beast stomped down on Elder Hu's arm, and instantly, Elder Hu's arm was smashed into smithereens. Arg! Elder Hu let out a tragic cry. He had thoughts of retreating. By the time he turned around to look, the general family head had already given up on the many disciples of the general family and had fled the place swiftly. Damn it! Elder Hu cursed out as he casually grabbed an ordinary disciple and tossed him towards the amethyst beast that was chasing after him. He then made use of this opening to leave the amethyst stone mine in a flash. After Elder Hu and the general family head had fled, these ordinary disciples became food for the amethyst beasts. Countless tragic cries reverberated throughout the entire amethyst stone mine. A quarter of an hour later, all the disciples were dead. Over 10 amethyst beasts had left the place reluctantly. Outside the amethyst stone mine, the general family head was in a wretched state. There was even a trace of blood on his arm. His face was filled with horror. How is this possible? The general family head cried out involuntarily. His head was shaking nonstop. The disciples of the general family had been completely annihilated within the amethyst stone mine. This time, the general family had suffered a huge blow. On the other side, Elder Hu was even more furious. Not only was he injured, but one of his arms had also been crippled by the amethyst beast. His cultivation base had dropped greatly. Right now, even if he were to meet an ordinary martial artist, he would not be able to defeat them. Damn it, just what are these mysterious creatures? Elder Hu roared out. Within the amethyst stone mine, Feng Chun heard that the commotion had disappeared. He knew that the amethyst beasts had already killed them all. After that, he started mining with peace of mind. A day later, all the ores within the amethyst stone mine had been completely mined by Feng Chun. He counted the amethyst stones. There was a total of 10,000 pieces. Next, Feng Chun's target was the amethyst beasts. In any case, all the amethyst beasts had been mined. These amethyst beasts were useless, so if he directly killed them, he would be able to obtain amethyst soulstones. After that, Feng Chun began to search for amethyst beasts. Finding amethyst beasts was very simple. Feng Chun took out 10,000 amethyst stones from his spatial ring. Immediately, a wild amethyst chi spread out. In just a moment, the amethyst chi spread throughout the amethyst stone mine. Many amethyst beasts sensed the dense amethyst chi and quickly rushed over. 3 minutes later, the first amethyst beast appeared. The little mouse didn't say anything. It directly jumped onto the amethyst beast's head. With a cracking sound, it bit off the amethyst beast's horns. The amethyst beast died. After the amethyst beast died, Feng Chun put away the amethyst stones. Then he dissected the amethyst beast's corpse and obtained an amethyst soul stone. After that, Feng Chun moved to another location. Because the amethyst stones attracted a large number of amethyst beasts, if all of them came at once, Feng Chun couldn't handle it alone, so he could only use this method. After a while, Feng Chun used this method to kill another amethyst beast. Of course, the amethyst beast was killed by the little mouse. He only collected the amethyst stones and amethyst soul stones dropped by the amethyst beast after its death. In this way, after an hour, Feng Chun killed 10 amethyst beasts and obtained 10 amethyst soul stones. Feng Chun collected the amethyst stones and amethyst soul stones happily. The number of amethyst beasts in the amethyst stone mine was also constantly decreasing. Originally, this amethyst stone mine was almost completely mined by the heaven-raising gate branch, so the number of amethyst beasts would not be too many. When Feng Chun's number of amethyst soul stones reached 50, the amethyst beasts were finally all killed by the little mouse. Now, the entire amethyst stone mine was empty. There was not a single amethyst stone. Feng Chun counted the space ring and found 15,000 amethyst stones and 50 amethyst soul stones lying quietly inside. The harvest is great. Feng Chun grinned. Although he couldn't absorb the amethyst stones at this stage, he could after reaching the spirit vortex realm. Moreover, amethyst stones were a foreign currency after all. Its preciousness was countless times higher than supreme-grade spirit stones. In the ancient sword continent, it was definitely priceless. After collecting all the amethyst stones and amethyst soul stones, Feng Chun left the amethyst stone mine in high spirits. Not long after Feng Chun left the amethyst stone mine, Hunyao Mongols arrived. He was skilled and bold. Without hesitation, he entered the amethyst stone mine. After an hour, Hunyao Mongols came out safe and sound. "Peak Master, how was it?" an elder asked. He had received information from Elder Hua that there was a strange amethyst stone mine and there were mysterious creatures inside. After Hunyao Mongols heard the news, he rushed over personally. Hearing that, Peak Master Hunyao shook his head gently and said, "The ores inside have already been completely mined. Not a single piece is left. As for those mysterious creatures that Elder Hua mentioned, they're all dead. This place has become a piece of waste, or..." Chapter 504. Following the arrival of Hunyao Mongols, the violet crystal vein had become public knowledge. But the ore inside had all been extracted. Even the mysterious life forms had all died. Everyone was guessing just who had done it. No matter how much they guessed, Hunyao Mongols led the Flaming Bull Peak's disciples out of the Heavenly Beast mountain range. As for the head of the general family, he was gathering the disciples scattered throughout the Heavenly Beast mountain range. This time, the general family had suffered disastrous losses. Just the number of disciples that had died in the mine numbered in the dozens. Adding on the number of disciples that had been killed by Feng Chun, the general family only had 50 people left. Right now, the total number of disciples in the general family was less than 50. The general family's family head was incomparably furious. At this time, Feng Chun was leisurely strolling through the Heavenly Beast mountain range. He knew that the general family was still in the outer regions of the Heavenly Beast mountain range, so he was walking in the opposite direction. He was preparing to go around the depths of the Heavenly Beast mountain range and leave from the other side. After going around the violet crystal vein, the more Feng Chun advanced, the more fearful he felt. The surrounding air was filled with an extremely wild aura. That aura made Feng Chun feel a bit stifled. Just what is in the Heavenly Beast mountain range? Feng Chun wondered. The violet crystal vein had been extremely important to the original branch of the Heaven-Raising Gate. To be able to place a violet crystal vein in the Heavenly Beast Mountain Range meant that the Heavenly Beast Mountain Range wasn't as simple as Feng Chun had imagined. Let's leave this place quickly, Feng Chun thought to himself as he increased his speed and moved forward quickly. However, roughly 15 minutes after Feng Chun had walked, a demonic beast suddenly appeared in front of him. That demonic beast appearance was exactly the same as the amethyst beast. What kind of demonic beast is this? Feng Chun cried out. This kind of demonic beast is exactly the same as the amethyst beast. The only difference is that its defense isn't as strong as the amethyst beast's. Be careful, its weakness is in its abdomen, whispered the bronze ancestor. Feng Chun took out the hidden star sword and vigilantly looked at the demonic beast. The demonic beast was also furiously glaring at Feng Chun. Roar! The demonic beast roared at the sky and attacked Feng Chun. The 5th level of the Phantom God Sword Art. Feng Chun brandished the hidden star sword and launched his strongest attack. Countless illusory swords rapidly shot towards the demon beast in the void. At the same time, the little mouse also appeared on Feng Chun's shoulder and chirped incessantly. Bang! Countless illusory swords attacked the demonic beast's body, but they only left a slight sword mark. This shocked Feng Chun. The defense of this monster is not as strong as the amethyst beast, but it is not weak. Haha, here I come. At this moment, the Banxianshu laughed wildly and appeared from the special space ring. After the Banxianshu absorbed the little mouse's blood, it had been sleeping and transforming. Now it was finally done. Try the power of my branches and leaves. The Banxianshu appeared and grinned at the little mouse. Then, the trunk shook and the branches and leaves instantly grew long, directly surrounding the demonic beast. With a pull, the branches and leaves wrapped around the demonic beast. Feng Chun found that the Banxianshu's branches and leaves had changed from the previous yellow to the current dark yellow. When the Banxianshu's branches and leaves wrapped around the demonic beast, the branches and leaves changed color again. Red? The red branches and leaves were like blood, tightly wrapped around the demonic beast. The Banxianshu laughed loudly. Sure enough, it's a lot stronger. The Banxianshu was very happy. After this transformation, it was one step closer to the immortal tree, and its strength was stronger. The branches and leaves were extremely tough and wrapped around the demonic beast. The latter kept struggling, but it could not break free. The little mouse and the Banxianshu had a tacit understanding. Seeing the Banxianshu's strength, the little mouse jumped onto the demonic beast that was wrapped by the Banxianshu's branches and leaves. Then, it came to the demonic beast's abdomen, opened its small mouth, and directly bit the demonic beast's abdomen. Roar! An angry voice came out from the demonic beast's mouth. The little mouse's teeth were extremely hard. It could even break the horns of the amethyst beast, let alone this demonic beast. After being bitten by the little mouse in the abdomen, the demonic beast's aura quickly dissipated. The demonic beast's struggle became weaker and weaker, and the branches and leaves of the Banxianshu also wrapped around the demonic beast. Seeing this scene, Feng Chun was stunned. Such a powerful demonic beast, he did not need to do it himself. The Banxianshu and the little mouse could cooperate to kill it. The demonic beast's struggle became weaker and weaker. Blood kept flowing out of its abdomen, and its aura dissipated. Finally, with a roar, the demonic beast died. Seeing the demonic beast die, the little mouse nodded with satisfaction. The Banxianshu also retracted its branches and leaves, and the red branches and leaves returned to their original color. Brother Mouse, our cooperation is getting better and better. The Banxianshu came to the little mouse's side and said with a smile. The little mouse nodded and looked at Feng Chun. At this moment, Feng Chun had nothing to say and gave a thumbs up. The demonic beast's strength was at least at the peak of the 8th condensing reality realm, but it was surrounded by the little mouse and the Banxianshu, and it did not even have a chance to fight back. With the two of them working together, they would not be afraid of an early 9th condensing reality realm warrior. Feng Chun thought to himself, his face full of smiles. The Banxianshu and the little mouse were his companions. They were powerful, so Fong Chun was naturally happy. However, in Fong Chen's heart, he was even more eager to improve his strength. Being surpassed by the little mouse and the Banksianshu always made him feel a little awkward. Brother Mouse, I find that you are getting more and more powerful. You are indeed my idol. I will follow you for the rest of my life. The Banksianshu flattered the little mouse. Fong Chen rolled his eyes, but he was already used to it. Ever since the Banksianshu absorbed the little mouse's blood, it suddenly became the little mouse's follower and would always flatter the little mouse. Brother Mouse, I am about to become an immortal tree. With me as your follower, you will have a lot of face when you go out in the future, right? The Banksianshu laughed evilly. The little mouse looked at the Banksianshu with a faint smile. It stretched out its little paw, as if it wanted to give the Banksianshu some blood. Seeing this scene, the Banksianshu was very excited and said, Brother Mouse, you are the best. When I become an immortal tree, I will use my branches and leaves to build a small house for you. I will serve you well. The Banksianshu flattered while staring at the little mouse's paw. The little mouse's face showed a trace of a sly smile. When its paw reached the Banksianshu's body, it suddenly pulled back. Then, it laughed and jumped on a Fong Chen's shoulder. Brother Mouse, you can't do this to me. The Banksianshu knew that it was being played, so it felt wronged and shouted loudly. After killing this demonic beast, Fong Chun continued to move forward. The more he moved forward, the more he felt that the Sky Beast mountain range was strange. So oppressive. Although he didn't encounter any demonic beasts, the aura in the Sky Beast mountain range made Fong Chun feel very strange. Fong Chun wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, so he sped up. The Banksianshu moved quickly, while the little mouse sat on the Banksianshu's branches. Suddenly, Fong Chun felt a wave of spiritual energy. He squinted and turned his head to look, but found that there was nothing in front of him. He continued to move forward, but after a few steps, he felt another wave of spiritual energy. What the hell is it? Fong Chen's face was full of solemnity. He didn't have the slightest bit of relaxation as he looked around vigilantly. After looking around, he didn't find anything. The more it was like this, the more depressed Fong Chun felt. He finally felt that someone was peeping at him, but he couldn't detect it. What the hell is in the Sky Beast mountain range? Fong Chun muttered to himself. At this time, even the little mouse and the Banksianshu became solemn. Sitting on the Banksianshu's branches, the little mouse's eyes turned and looked around. A purple light escaped from its eyes. The Banksianshu's branches and leaves opened. At the top of the branches and leaves, the dark yellow branches and leaves had turned blood red. This was the Banksianshu's battle state. This place is too strange. Even I feel a sense of dread, the Banksianshu said. Ho ho. As soon as the Banksianshu's voice fell, Fong Chun suddenly heard the sound of crying. These crying sounds were near and far, which made Fong Chen's face change greatly. Who is crying? Fong Chun asked in a deep voice. What do you mean? Why can't I hear someone crying? The Banksianshu heard Fong Chen's words and was puzzled. You can't hear it? Fong Chun was even more shocked. Was he the only one who could hear the crying sounds that were near and far? I can only feel the pressure. I can't hear the crying sound at all. Is there something wrong with your ears? The Banksianshu said. At this time, Fong Chen's face was extremely solemn. From time to time, he heard the crying sounds, which seemed to be telling him something. Chapter 505. Fong Chun stood in an open space, surrounded by dense towering trees. Gusts of chilly wind blew past, and the branches and leaves of the towering trees made a hissing sound. The entire Sky Beast mountain range was extremely terrifying. The little mouse stood on the branches of the Banksianshu, its face extremely serious. Its eyes flickered as if it was thinking about something. At this moment, Fong Chun could vaguely hear some sobbing sounds that were both near and far. These sobbing sounds contained an ancient aura and even a hint of sadness. What's going on? Fong Chun looked at the Banksianshu, which indicated that it could not hear the weeping sounds at all. Even the little mouse shook its head, unable to hear the weeping sounds. Whoosh whoosh, the surrounding air became more and more oppressive. Fong Chun moved forward with difficulty. The more he moved forward, the clearer the weeping sounds he could hear. Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. His eyes flickered, and his soul escaped from his body. He constantly looked around but could not see anything. I can only move forward. Fang Chen thought for a moment, and then said. The weeping sounds were very strange, and made Fang Chen's scalp tingle. However, he did not find anything, and did not dare to stay here. He could only move forward. The Bangxianshu followed behind Fang Chen. It seemed to have realized that something was wrong. Its branches and leaves opened, and the dark yellow branches and leaves instantly turned bright red. It was ready to attack at any time. The little mouse, standing on the Bangxianshu, emitted a purple halo around its body. It was also ready to attack at any time. Fang Chen moved forward step by step. Things had already reached this point, and he had no other choice. However, after thinking for a moment, as long as he did not meet an extremely powerful person, even if he met an LV9 condensing reality realm warrior, he would not be afraid. The little mouse and the Bangxianshu worked together, and their fighting power was very amazing. This was one of Fang Chen's trump cards. Whoosh whoosh. After walking for 3 minutes, Fang Chen found it difficult to even move. The surrounding chilly winds kept blowing and battering his face. What a strange wind. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. When Fang Chen came out of the purple crystal vein, there was no sign of it. But now that he was here, the cold wind was very wild, blowing on his face, making him feel incomparable pain. They weren't far from the exit of the Sky Beast mountain range, but Fang Chen found it difficult to move forward. He wanted to take a step forward, but he realized that he was powerless. What the hell is going on? Fang Chen said in a low voice. He stimulated his sword body, and a wild sword intent surrounded his body. The star-hidden sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke up. There are vengeful spirits here. Fang Chen hurriedly asked, Old Ancestor, did you also hear the crying? Ancestor Bronze said, I heard it. This is the cry of a vengeful spirit. She seems to have died here unjustly. You have to be careful. As soon as the words left Patriarch Bronze's mouth, a wild, sinister wind blew in from the front. Fang Chen activated his sword body, causing a wild sword will to surround him. Bang! Even so, Fang Chen felt pain all over his body when the chilly wind blew on his body. When the chilly wind blew, Fang Chen opened his eyes. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with horror. This was because there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged on a small hill not far in front of him. The chilly wind was coming from this skeleton. Fang Chen thought about what Ancestor Bronze had said. He felt that this skeleton should be the vengeful spirit that Ancestor Bronze had mentioned. Judging from its appearance, it should have been a woman when she was alive. At this moment, the cries that came from near and far became ear-piercing. The cries came from the skeleton. Fang Chen discovered that there was a rusty battle blade above the skeleton's head. This battle blade was connected to the skeleton's head. It's a disciple of the Heaven-Raising Gate branch, said Ancestor Bronze. A disciple of the Heaven-Raising Gate branch. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He looked at the skeleton on the small hill in front of him in shock. It had been many years since the destruction of the Heaven-Raising Gate branch, but the skeleton of this Heaven-Raising Gate disciple was still intact. Do you see the battle blade above her head? Asked Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded. I see it. That is her Dharma idol when she was alive, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was shocked. The rusty battle blade above the skeleton's head was the Dharma idol of this woman when she was alive. How is that possible? When a cultivator dies, shouldn't their Dharma idol collapse? Why didn't her Dharma idol collapse? Why did it solidify and turn into a rusty battle blade? Fang Chen was filled with doubts. Ancestor Bronze seemed to understand a lot. He slowly said, because the Heaven-Raising Gate has a secret technique to nurture Dharma idols. This secret technique allows the disciples of the Heaven-Raising Gate to have their Dharma idol materialize once they cultivate to a certain realm. Even if they die, their Dharma idol won't collapse. Instead, it will materialize and accompany them, continued Ancestor Bronze. After hearing Ancestor Bronze's explanation, Fang Chen was completely shocked. The secret technique of the heaven-raising gate to nurture Dharma idols? Fang Chun looked at the rusty battle blade above the skeleton's head. His heart was filled with shock. He slowly walked over to the skeleton. Just as Fang Chun was about to reach the skeleton, a wild Yin wind came out of the skeleton's body and wrapped around Fang Chun. This sudden change didn't give Fang Chun any chance to fight back. He was wrapped up by the Yin wind. In the next moment, Fang Chun sensed an invisible aura burrowing into his mind. It seemed to be attacking him. "What is this?" Fang Chun cried out. "This is her vengeful spirit. When she died, she must have been framed by a traitor. That's why her vengeful spirit hasn't dissipated. It has persisted until now," said Ancestor Bronze. "What can I do?" asked Fang Chun. The vengeful spirit had entered his mind and was destroying his soul, causing his heart to palpitate. If he did not stop it, his soul would be completely destroyed by the vengeful spirit. Her vengeful spirit is filled with rage. She needs to vent. "If you want her to stop attacking you, you have to promise to take revenge for her," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chun instantly understood what Ancestor Bronze meant. He stared at the skeleton and roared, "I know you've been wronged. Tell me, and I'll take revenge for you." Hearing Fang Chun's words, the crying in the air disappeared. The vengeful spirit that had entered Fang Chun's mind also vanished. Then Fang Chun sensed a will burrowing into his mind. Then a clear voice rang out, "Sword King." Those two words entered Fang Chun's ears. There seemed to be a hint of joy in that voice. "Sword King, your enemy is the Sword King?" asked Fang Chun. Hearing that, the rusty blade on the skeleton's hand shook. Then it moved toward Fang Chun, as if it was telling Fang Chun something. "I'll take revenge for you." Fang Chun nodded. "However, I need to know your story." As soon as Fang Chun finished his sentence, the eerie wind surrounding him instantly disappeared. Following this, Fang Chun subconsciously reached out his hand and touched the skeleton's body. Crack! The moment Fang Chun's hand touched the skeleton shattered and its bones turned to dust. However, the rusty blade floated in the air and landed in Fang Chun's hand. At that moment, a piece of information entered Fang Chun's mind. Fang Chun carefully read the information. After a while, Fang Chun completely understood the skeleton's grievances. The Saintess of the Heaven-Raising Gates branch. Fang Chun looked at the bones that had turned to dust and said in a low voice, "The woman who had died a long time ago was actually the Saintess of the Heaven-Raising Gates branch. Back in the Heaven-Raising Gate, she was incomparably stunning. No one in the younger generation could match her. Her Dharma idol was a blade, while the Sword King's Dharma idol was a long sword. The Sword King's talent was outstanding. In the Heaven-Raising Gate, he was second only to the Saintess. However, the difference in status between them was huge. All the higher-ups were paying attention to the Saintess. The Saintess was the focus of the entire Heaven-Raising Gate's attention. At that moment, the Sword King's heart was filled with jealousy. He believed that all this glory should have belonged to him. He was unwilling to accept it. Furthermore, he didn't believe that he was any weaker than the Saintess. As time passed, the Sword King's hatred for the Saintess grew. In the end, the Sword King had the intention to kill the Saintess. Finally, one day, the Sword King found an opportunity. In the Heavenly Beast Mountain range, he heavily injured the Saintess, causing her to fall. Because of this, the Saintess's heart was filled with resentment. Her resentment had always been in the bones. She wanted revenge. However, she didn't know that not long after her death, the Heaven-Raising Gates branch was completely destroyed. After understanding the news, Fang Chun's eyes flickered. He held the Saintess's Dharma idol blade in his hand and sighed in his heart. "If I meet the Sword King in the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate, I will definitely avenge you," Fang Chun said to the blade. The Heaven-Raising Gates branch was destroyed. All the disciples, including the higher-ups, were dead. The Sword King that the Saintess spoke of was definitely dead. However, Fang Chun knew that he had just made a promise to the Saintess to let him go. If he didn't fulfill his promise, the Saintess's vengeful spirit would definitely continue to pester him. Therefore, if he encountered the skeleton of the so-called Sword King, He wouldn't mind taking revenge for the Saintess. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the rusty blade trembled for a moment before returning to its original calm state. Fong Chen glanced at the bones on the ground and felt somewhat emotional. Even someone as strong as the heaven-raising gate Saintess could be plotted against. Chapter 506. In the end, Fong Chen left this place. Super fast and stable update of the novel. At this moment, the gloomy aura in the Heavenly Beast mountain range completely disappeared. The oppressive feeling also disappeared without a trace. Fong Chen held a rusty saber in his hand. The gloomy aura that he encountered along the way retreated one after another, allowing Fong Chen to move forward at an extremely fast speed. Even the powerful demonic beasts that he encountered along the way had their eyes filled with fear when they saw the rusty saber in Fong Chen's hand. They directly retreated. This is really good stuff, Fong Chen said with a grin as he played with his rusty saber. Beside Fong Chen, the Banxianshu was running with the little mouse. It looked at the saber in Fong Chen's hand and said, "Kid, your rusty saber looks pretty good. Let me play with it." Fong Chen glanced at the Banxianshu and directly ignored the Banxianshu's words. After a while, Fong Chen successfully came out of the Heavenly Beast mountain range. When Fong Chen came out of the Heavenly Beast mountain range, his face was filled with surprise. This was because in front of him was an endless glacier. That's right, it was a glacier. The entire open plain was covered with a thick layer of ice. It was simply a glacier. What's going on? Fong Chen was puzzled. The more he learned about the heaven-raising sect, the more curious he was about this sect. When he first entered the old site of the heaven-raising sect, Fong Chen encountered an endless sea of fire. But now he actually saw an endless glacier. Could it be that the heaven-raising sect's branch uses this method to let their disciples cultivate intent? Other than this, Fong Chen couldn't think of anything else. Even Ancestor Bronze was silent. He didn't know much about the heaven-raising sect. Facing this endless glacier, he was silent. Fong Chen sighed slightly and directly stepped onto the glacier. When Fong Chen stepped on the glacier, he was shocked to discover that there was actually an extremely cold aura beneath the ice. This aura drilled directly into his body from the soles of his feet. So cold. Fong Chen shivered from the cold. While he was in a daze, an extremely cold aura drilled into his energy reserve and froze a lot of his liquefied spirit energy. Concept of ice. Fong Chen did not hesitate to release the concept of ice. Cold air appeared around him, and then it went into his sea of qi, confronting the extremely cold air in his sea of qi. Under Fong Chen's control, the frozen spiritual qi in his qi sea was restored to its original state after a while. Thankfully, I have the concept of ice. Otherwise, my sea of qi would have been frozen, Fong Chen thought to himself. He didn't know if the other warriors who entered the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate had such an encounter. As soon as the Banxianshu stepped onto the glacier, it felt the cold air. Then, without hesitation, it drilled into the special interspatial ring. The little mouse didn't seem to like the cold air either, and it followed the Banxianshu into the interspatial ring. At this moment, only Fong Chen was left on the glacier. What's at the end of the glacier? Fong Chen raised his head and looked. There was only an endless glacier and nothing else. I'll take it one step at a time. Fong Chen's body was enveloped in the concept of ice, and he slowly moved forward. After walking for about 300 meters, Fong Chen felt that his concept of ice had reached its limit. During this period of time, the concept of ice had been absorbing the cold air above the glacier. When the concept of ice reached its limit, it couldn't absorb the cold air. Fong Chen's body was instantly invaded by the cold air. It's too cold. Fong Chen's face was filled with pain as he spoke in a low voice. The concept of ice had reached its limit, and it couldn't absorb the cold air. Unless the concept of ice made a breakthrough, Fong Chen would be frozen to death by the cold air below the glacier. This wasn't what Fong Chen wanted to see. He struggled to move forward. After persisting for another 200 meters, Fong Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, Fong Chen's eyelashes were frozen. His entire body was covered in frost, and his body was constantly trembling. Fortunately, he had the sword body, which could slightly resist the cold air. During this period of time, Fang Chun also tried to use the concept of fire to resist the cold air, but it was to no avail. As soon as he used the concept of fire, it would be swallowed by the cold air. The cold air above the glacier was too dense. As long as he stood on the glacier, there would be an endless stream of cold air entering his body. I can't go on like this. His whole body was frozen, and Fang Chen's mind was a little numb. If he persisted, he would definitely faint. Once he fainted, he would undoubtedly die. Fang Chen didn't want to die. He wanted to find a way to escape. Crash! Fang Chen tried his best to lift his foot and take a step forward. However, after taking a step, his body fell directly on the glacier. Fang Chen, who had fallen on the glacier, curled up and trembled constantly. The cold air had directly entered his soul. My soul is about to be frozen. Fang Chen lost his last bit of consciousness. However, at this moment, the rusty war blade in Fang Chen's hand fell on the glacier with a bang. Who? When the rusty war blade came into contact with the glacier, the entire glacier underwent a great change. Under the rusty war blade, the ice disappeared instantly, and the ground was exposed. At this moment, Fang Chen had already fallen unconscious. Hiss! With the disappearance of this little bit of ice, the ice around the rusty war blade continued to disappear. In the blink of an eye, all the ice around Fang Chen disappeared. At this time, the cold air on Fang Chen's body also dissipated in an instant. After about a minute, the endless glacier disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a barren plain. When the glacier disappeared, the rusty war blade was covered with frost. The blade exuded an extreme cold air. If Fang Chen was awake, he would definitely be shocked. This was because the wild and extremely cold qi of the huge glacier had been completely absorbed by a small rusty saber. Even the cold air in Fang Chen's body had been completely absorbed by the rusty warblade. At this time, the soul in Fang Chen's mind was completely defrosted. His soul was recovering, and so was his sea of qi. All the functions of Fang Chen's body were fully recovered. On the barren plain, there was no cold air at all. It was as if the glacier had never appeared. However, at this time, Fang Chen was still in a coma. At this time, a few voices came from afar. Congratulations, Senior Brother Lin. You have reached the early stage of the 9th condensing reality realm. You have just entered the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate. When you leave, you might have already reached the Spirit Vortex realm. A warrior laughed. Yes, Senior Brother Lin is very talented in our Fire Bull Peak. Unfortunately, he could not get the recognition of the higher-ups and could not stand out. The old side of the Raising Heaven Gate is a chance for Senior Brother Lin. As long as Senior Brother Lin can break through to the Spirit Vortex realm, you will not have to look at the faces of the higher-ups of the Fire Bull Peak. Hearing the compliments of the disciples, Lin Zhao's face was full of smiles. Lin Zhao was very talented, but he could not achieve anything in the Fire Bull Peak. This made Lin Zhao hate the higher-ups of the Fire Bull Peak. He thought that they had eyes but could not see. They did not know how to find such a talented genius. However, this time, when he entered the Raising Heaven Gate, Lin Zhao coincidentally found a place of inheritance. After accepting the inheritance, his cultivation finally reached the 9th condensing reality realm. Although he was only at the early stage of the 9th condensing reality realm, it was enough for Lin Zhao. The 9th condensing reality realm was enough for him to be ranked among the top of the younger generation in the South Mountain. Even Qin Yao and the others were at the same cultivation level. It was just that their battle power was slightly stronger. If I become successful, I definitely won't forget you guys. Lin Zhao grinned. These disciples were all Lin Zhao's henchmen. Hearing Lin Zhao's promise, their faces were full of smiles. However, at this moment, a cultivator suddenly cried out, "Look, there is someone unconscious on the plains in front." Hearing the warriors shout, Lin Zhao and the others raised their heads to look. Indeed, there was a warrior lying on the plains in front of them. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xiao said in a low voice. Then, he quickly went to Fong Chen's side. Isn't he Fong Chun? Lin Xiao knew Fong Chun. He immediately recognized the person lying on the ground. He is still breathing, a disciple said. Such a strong ice chi. Another disciple said, his whole body trembling. At this moment, Lin Xiao noticed the rusty battle blade beside Fong Chun. The strong ice chi came from this rusty battle blade. Treasure. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, to be able to emit such a strong ice chi, this rusty battle blade must be a treasure. It must be at least a profound level weapon. Brother Lin, do you think Fong Chun fainted because of this rusty battle blade? A disciple asked. Lin Xiao nodded. He thought it was possible. This kid's luck is not bad. Unfortunately, his strength is not enough. With his strength, there is no way he can take away this rusty battle blade. Lin Xiao said with a grin. If he could get this rusty battle blade, his battle power would increase again. Brother Lin, it seems like this is the will of the heavens. This rusty battle blade belongs to you. A disciple said flatteringly. Brother Lin, give it a try. Let's see how strong this rusty battle blade is. Another disciple said. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, there's no rush. Let's kill this kid first. On the Divine Blade Mountain, Lin Xiao had learned of the enmity between Fong Chun and the general family. Now he was thinking that if he could give Fong Chen's head to the general family, he would definitely be able to get a certain reward. The general family hated Fong Chun to the bone. His head would definitely be worth quite a bit of money. Fong Chun, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Lin Xiao sinisterly smiled. Lin Xiao extended his fist and punched at Fong Chen's head. Crash! Just as Lin Xiao's fist was about to land on Fong Chen's head, a bright red leaf suddenly wrapped around Lin Xiao's fist. With a tug, Lin Xiao's fist missed. Chapter 507. When Lin Xiao saw the Banksian shoe and the little mouse, his eyes flickered and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin. Several disciples hastily called out when they saw this scene. Spirit Pet. When Lin Xiao saw the little mouse, his face was filled with a bloodthirsty coldness. A mere spirit pet actually dared to block him? The little mouse didn't attract Lin Xiao's attention at all, but the Banksian shoe had successfully attracted his attention. Just now, this tree used its leaves to wrap around my fist and block my attack. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes as he stared at the Banksian shoe. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, could it be an immortal tree? Asked the disciple in shock. Lin Xiao shook his head. He could clearly sense that this tree didn't have any immortal chi. The immortal tree was a supreme existence. Even in the entire ancient sword continent, there was practically no immortal tree. Furthermore, the immortal tree would emit dense immortal chi, but this tree didn't emit any immortal chi. This made Lin Xiao even more certain that this tree wasn't an immortal tree. It's not an immortal tree, but it was able to block my attack. Could it be that you're a Banksian shoe? As a disciple of Flaming Bull Peak, Lin Xiao was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. After thinking for a moment, he was able to determine the Banksian shoe's identity. When he learned that this tree was a Banksian shoe, his face was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with greed. Perfect, I'll take you in too. Lin Xiao grinned. You mongrel, why don't you take a look at yourself? You're dreaming if you think you can take me in, berated the Banksian shoe. Seeing that this tree could speak, Lin Xiao was even more certain that this tree was a Banksian shoe. I really didn't expect that brat Fong Chun to possess a Banksian shoe. But it's all for nothing, haha. At this moment, Lin Xiao was extremely happy. Not only had he obtained a rusty saber, but he had also obtained a Banksian shoe. This trip to the heaven-raising gate had been extremely rewarding. A mere Banksian shoe. If I, Lin Xiao, can't even subdue you, how am I supposed to continue living in the southern mountain range? Sneered Lin Xiao. The heavens are blessing Senior Brother Lin. I didn't expect Senior Brother Lin to encounter a Banksian shoe. If you can obtain a Banksian shoe tree and use the Banksian shoe's branches as a foundation to cultivate, you'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. A disciple congratulated Lin Xiao with a smile. Bastard, I'm afraid your efforts today will be in vain. The branches of the Banksian swayed as it spoke coldly. The little mouse, who was standing on top of the Banksian, was squeaking loudly. It was obviously very angry. Brother Mouse, let's attack together and teach this bastard a lesson, Banksian said as he felt Little Mouse's anger. The little mouse nodded and stretched out its little paw. A purple halo appeared around its body, and an invisible aura appeared in the air. You're courting death. Lin Xiao sneered when he saw this. He clenched his fist and activated the fire concept. Suddenly, a wild flame wrapped around Lin Xiao's fist. Whoosh! The flame contained an extremely wild aura. At this moment, Lin Xiao displayed the Fireball Peak's unique skill, the Fire Tyrant Fist. The Fire Tyrant Fist. Lin Xiao bellowed as the flames on his fists flickered continuously. Then, he threw a punch at the little mouse. In Lin Xiao's eyes, the little mouse had no value. The Banksian was very valuable to him. Therefore, he wanted to kill the little mouse and not hurt the Banksian. Crash! The Banksian's body swayed and blood-red branches and leaves instantly shot out. Countless branches and leaves shot towards Lin Xiao's fist. In the blink of an eye, the Banksian's branches and leaves had wrapped around Lin Xiao's fist. It won't help. When Lin Xiao saw this, he activated the fire concept in his body. The wild flame kept swaying, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Hiss! Hiss! The Banksian's blood-red branches and leaves were burnt in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The Banksian was in great pain and shouted angrily. At this moment, the little mouse appeared in front of the burnt branches and leaves of the Banksian. Chirp! Chirp! The little mouse stretched out its little paw and grabbed Lin Xiao's fiery red fist. Immediately, it shared the pressure of the Banksian. The Banksian retracted its branches and leaves. The little mouse opened its mouth without hesitation and bit Lin Xiao's fist. Go to hell. Seeing the little mouse attacking him, Lin Xiao's other fist suddenly bombarded the little mouse's body. With a bang, the little mouse's body flew out and fell to the ground. However, in the blink of an eye, the little mouse's body jumped up. There was not a single injury on its body. When Lin Xiao saw that the little mouse was not injured, his eyes flashed with an extremely hot light. He was very clear about the power of his punch. Even if a warrior at the peak of the 8th stage of the condensing reality realm was hit by his punch, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. However, the little mouse was not injured at all after being hit by his attack. Its defense was too abnormal, right? What kind of spiritual pet is this? Why is its defense so strong? Lin Xiao thought to himself. The little mouse gestured with its paw. The Banksian understood, and the two joined forces again. This time, the Banksian did not give Lin Xiao any chance. Its branches and leaves did not wrap around Lin Xiao's fist, but wrapped around Lin Xiao's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After Lin Xiao's body was wrapped by the Banksian's branches and leaves, he felt pain all over his body. You're looking for death. Lin Xiao was furious. He swung his fiery red fist, but at this moment, the little mouse opened its mouth and bit Lin Xiao's fist. Ah! Lin Xiao let out a miserable cry. The little mouse's teeth were too hard. Even Lin Xiao could not bear it after being bitten. At this moment, Lin Xiao threw out another punch. However, at this moment, the Banksian's blood-red branches and leaves wrapped around Lin Xiao's fist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the Banksian's branches and leaves were burnt. However, the Banksian was trying to buy time for the little mouse. Crack! The little mouse's small mouth quickly bit Lin Xiao's fist. When Lin Xiao's other fist broke free from the Banksian's binding, he was shocked to find that his fist had been crushed by the little mouse. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Lin Xiao was furious. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched towards the little mouse. The little mouse leaped towards Lin Xiao's fist and appeared in front of it. It opened its small mouth and bit Lin Xiao's fist. Ah! Lin Xiao let out a miserable cry. He looked angrily at the little mouse. He wanted to attack, but his body was bound by the Banksian. Damn it! Lin Xiao was furious. He roared, "What are you all waiting for? Hearing Lin Zhao's roar, the disciples began to attack the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse's body was covered in a purple halo. The little mouse's defense was abnormal to the extreme. Just as the little mouse and the Banksian Shu were fighting Lin Zhao, the unconscious Fong Chun finally regained some consciousness. "It hurts." Fong Chun slowly opened his eyes. His soul was in pain. "I almost froze to death," Fong Chun said, with lingering fear. Just as Fong Chun was thinking, he heard the sound of fighting. He turned his head and saw the Banksian Shu and the little mouse fighting a bloody battle. "Damn it!" Fong Chun cursed and stood up immediately. He took out the hidden star sword and was ready to attack. However, at this moment, he felt something tripped him. He looked down and was surprised to find that it was a rusty saber. "It's so cold." Fong Chun felt a strong, icy aura from the rusty saber. In the next moment, he realized that the glacier had disappeared. Fong Chun's heart was filled with shock. The endless glacier had disappeared, and so had the icy cold chi. Bang! Just as Fong Chun was shocked, the little mouse was sent flying. Fong Chun woke up from his shock. He quickly picked up the rusty battle saber and immediately felt a chill that penetrated his heart. Phantom sword technique. Fong Chun held the rusty saber in one hand and waved the hidden star sword in the other. He displayed the 5th level of the Phantom sword technique. With a bang, Fong Chun's hidden star sword blocked Lin Zhao's attack. Lin Zhao took a few steps back. When he saw Fong Chun, he stopped his attack and revealed a sinister smile. "Fong Chun, you are really lucky." Lin Zhao grinned. Fong Chun did not speak. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Zhao, his heart full of anger. "Fong Chun, it's useless for you to wake up. In front of senior brother Lin, you have no room to fight back," a disciple said coldly. "Yes, Fong Chun, you'd better hand over the rusty saber obediently. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place," another disciple said. At this time, Fong Chun learned that Lin Zhao was actually eyeing the rusty saber. Although he did not understand why the glacier disappeared, Fong Chun vaguely felt that the disappearance of the glacier had something to do with the rusty saber. Especially when he felt the icy aura from the rusty saber, he was even more convinced. "Don't even think about it." Fong Chun refused directly. "Fong Chun, the rusty saber is a waste in your hands. Hand it over," Lin Zhao said. "Fong Chun, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him." Behind Fong Chun, the Banksian Shu clamored. The little mouse also stood on Fong Chun's shoulder and chattered. Although the little mouse and the Banksian Shu could fight against the LV9 condensing reality realm martial artists together, Lin Zhao was after all a disciple of the Fireball Peak and was extremely powerful. It was not easy for the two of them to hold on until now. Fong Chun's mind was quickly thinking of a way to deal with this situation. With his strength, he was definitely not Lin Zhao's opponent in a one-on-one fight. At this time, Lin Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at Fong Chun. His face was full of mockery, and he said slowly, "Fong Chun, hand over your rusty saber and the Banksian Shu behind you." "Oh, right, and your spirit pet, I also need it." Lin Zhao finished speaking and thought for a while, then said, "I almost forgot the most important thing." Chapter 508. "I also need your head." When Lin Zhao said this, his face was filled with a mocking smile. In his eyes, Fong Chun couldn't even withstand a single blow. As long as he wanted to, he could take Fong Chun's life at any time. Fong Chun was startled when he heard this. Then the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a complicated smile. "You want my head? Are you going to hand it over yourself? Or do you want me to do it for you?" asked Lin Zhao. Fong Chun shook his head and didn't say anything. His actions expressed his attitude. Fong Chun put away the star-hidden sword and tightly held the rusty saber with both of his hands. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhao's complexion slightly changed. Soon after, he gloomily said, "It seems that you won't give up until all hope is lost." "Fong Chun, do you need our help?" asked the Banksian Shu. Fong Chun shook his head and said, "You guys step back a little." The little mouse was a little unwilling, as if it was afraid that Fong Chun would be in danger. But under Fong Chun's determined gaze, the little mouse reluctantly retreated. The Banksian Shu also followed the little mouse out of the battlefield. However, the two of them were closely watching the other flaming Ox Peak disciples. If they made any strange movements, they would definitely attack immediately. Only Fang Chun and Lin Xiao were left in the battlefield. Stupid guy. Lin Xiao's face was full of ridicule as he sneered. Just a moment ago, Ancestor Bronze had transmitted a message to Fang Chun, telling Fang Chun to use the rusty saber. This was the only way they could use it at the moment. When Fang Chun was unconscious, Ancestor Bronze had personally witnessed the entire process of the rusty saber absorbing the cold chi of the entire glacier. Therefore, he firmly believed that the rusty saber wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Perhaps they could use the rusty saber to solve their current predicament. Tyrant Fire Fist. Lin Xiao once again used the Tyrant Fire Fist. Without the annoying little mouse and Banksian shoe, Lin Xiao could attack to his heart's content. Die! In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao's figure appeared in front of Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with an excited smile. In the next moment, he suddenly stretched out his fiery red fist and directly bombarded Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun held the rusty saber with both hands and fiercely brandished it. At this moment, Fang Chun felt the concept of ice being sucked out of his body. The temperature of the surrounding air dropped instantly. Even a few Fire Bull Peak disciples were shivering from the cold. As soon as Fang Chun shouted, a wild frosty aura erupted from his rusty blade. As soon as this frosty aura appeared, it forcibly extinguished the flames on Lin Xiao's fist. Lin Xiao's body was instantly frozen as he cried out involuntarily. How could there be such an extreme, icy aura in this world? His concept of fire had already reached the second minor boundary, but in the face of this icy aura, he actually didn't have any room to fight back. No, Lin Xiao struggled with all his might. However, he was shocked to discover that the rusty blade in Fang Chun's hand had silently pierced his body. In an instant, Lin Xiao turned into an ice sculpture and stood quietly in the wasteland. Senior Brother Lin. This scene happened too quickly. The Flaming Bull Peak disciples didn't have time to react. They cried out loudly when they saw the ice sculpture. Fang Chun was extremely weak at this moment. The attack of the rusty saber had drained all the cold chi in his body. So strong. Fang Chun could clearly feel the extremely cold aura that erupted from the rusty saber. He had never seen or heard of such an aura before. However, Fang Chun didn't suffer any injuries because of the protection of the rusty saber. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Avenge Senior Brother Lin, a disciple shouted. Seeing these disciples attack, Little Mouse and Banksian Shu didn't wait for Fang Chun to attack. In less than a minute, the Flaming Bull Peak disciples were all dead. Fang Chun, this rusty saber is really powerful. Banksian Shu walked to Fang Chun's side and observed Banksian Shu. Until this moment, Fang Chun felt like he was in a dream. He couldn't believe that he could freeze Lin Xiao into an ice sculpture with a single attack. The rusty saber is definitely not as simple as the Saintess Dharma power. Fang Chun thought to himself. After unleashing such a shocking blow, the rusty war saber dimmed and fell into silence. There was no aura fluctuating from the saber. It seems like it can't be used at any time, Fang Chun said with a helpless expression. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. After all, if such a powerful rusty saber could be used all the time, it would be too heaven-defying. After all, external objects were external objects. Everything depended on oneself. After putting away the rusty saber, Fang Chun glanced at the ice sculpture and turned to leave. Lin Xiao couldn't survive being frozen into an ice sculpture. On the way, Ancestor Bronze told Fang Chun about the disappearance of the glacier. When Fang Chun heard about it, he was shocked. No wonder the rusty saber could erupt with such a strong, icy aura. Fang Chun sighed inwardly. To be able to make the entire glacier disappear, this rusty saber was also very strange. However, the rusty saber had fallen into silence. If he encountered any danger, he still had to rely on himself. I must improve my strength as soon as possible. Fang Chun said to himself. After entering the old side of the heaven-raising gate for so long, Fang Chun had gained a lot, but his strength had hardly improved. Therefore, the most important thing now was to improve his strength. After leaving the wilderness, Fang Chun found a mountain peak. On this mountain peak, there were some fruit trees. On the fruit trees, there were golden fruits. Seeing these fruits, Fang Chun's face was full of smiles. It's actually the golden heron fruit. The golden heron fruit was very important to a condensing reality realm warrior. Eating the golden heron fruit could improve a warrior's cultivation. Fang Chun didn't expect that there would be a golden heron fruit tree at the end of the wilderness. Let's go up. Fang Chun didn't even think about it and directly stepped on the mountain peak. At this time, there was a group of warriors on the mountain peak. Looking carefully at their clothes, they were the disciples of the Wu family. Senior brother Wu Bing, there are at least 30 golden heron fruits here. A disciple said. There should have been many fruit trees on a mountain peak, but some of the fruit trees were broken and seemed to have been destroyed. There were very few fruit trees left. After carefully counting, he found that there were a total of 30 golden heron fruits. Hearing this, Wu Bing's face was full of smiles. In the Wu family, Wu Bing's cultivation wasn't high. He was only at the peak of the 8th condensing reality realm. If he could eat the golden heron fruit, he might be able to break through to the 9th condensing reality realm. This was Wu Bing's opportunity. He had always been chasing after Qin Yao, but she didn't like him at all. If one day his strength was enough to suppress Qin Yao, then the Qin family might change their view of him. Wu Bing took a deep breath, then waved his hand and said, "Pick them all." Hearing Wu Bing's words, the Wu family disciples started to step on the golden heron fruits. At this time, Fang Chun climbed up the mountain peak. When he saw the Wu family, Wu Bing also saw him. Fang Chun. When Wu Bing saw Fang Chun, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Soon after, his eyes flickered and killing intent surged. Fang Chun glanced at Wu Bing. Then his figure flashed and directly rushed towards one of the golden heron fruits. His target was the golden heron fruit, not Wu Bing. The golden heron fruit is mine. Don't even think about snatching it, Wu Bing said coldly. Bang Wu Bing's attack was blocked by the little mouse and the Banksian shoe, while Fang Chun easily obtained the golden heron fruit. After obtaining the golden heron fruit, Fang Chun revealed a trace of a smile, then continued to snatch the other golden heron fruits. Damn it! Wu Bing was furious and launched a fierce attack. However, with the cooperation of the little mouse and the Banksian shoe, he was trapped and couldn't stop Fang Chun. Kill him for me, Wu Bing roared furiously. The Wu family disciples all gathered towards Fang Chun. Crash! When the 5th level of the Phantom Godsword art was executed, the Wu family disciples simply couldn't block Fang Chun's attack. In a short while, many of the Wu family disciples died. At this time, the remaining Wu family disciples didn't dare to rashly attack Fang Chun. This made it even easier for Fang Chun to pick the golden heron fruits. My golden heron fruit! Seeing Fang Chun step on the golden heron fruit, Wu Bing's heart bled. In just 3 minutes, Fang Chun had all 30 golden heron fruits in his hands. At this time, Wu Bing went completely crazy. Fang Chun, I want you dead, Wu Bing roared furiously. Before that, you'd better save your life first, Fang Chun sneered. Then, he took the hidden star sword and walked towards Wu Bing. When Wu Bing saw this scene, he did his best to calm the anger in his heart. Although he was furious, his mind was very calm. The little mouse and the big tree are blocking my attack. I don't have a chance to attack Fang Chun, Wu Bing thought to himself. Once Fang Chun joins the battle, my life will be in danger. Wu Bing pondered for a moment and chose to escape. As long as there's life, there's hope. Roar! Wu Bing roared and a jade pendant appeared in his hand. He gently crushed it and a wild aura surrounded his body. Wu Bing suddenly punched out and broke free from the entanglement of the little mouse and the Banksian shoe. Then, his figure disappeared. The moment Wu Bing escaped, the Wu family disciples had already escaped. Fang Chun, I won't let you go. Wu Bing escaped, and a roar was heard. Fang Chun glanced in the direction Wu Bing escaped and didn't chase after him. He cared most about the golden heron fruits. As for Wu Bing's life, he didn't care. 30 golden heron fruits were enough to raise his cultivation to the 6th condensing reality realm, or even higher. At that time, even if he encountered Wu Bing, he wouldn't be afraid. There's so many treasures in the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, Fong Chen said. After obtaining the golden heron fruits, Fong Chen quickly left and found a secluded place to begin his closed-door training in search of a breakthrough. With the golden heron fruits in hand, Fong Chen was very confident in his breakthrough. Chapter 509. The golden heron fruit was a very magical spirit fruit, especially for condensing reality realm warriors. It was very important. Fong Chen got 30 golden heron fruits in one go. It was definitely a big harvest. At the moment, Fong Chen was in seclusion in a secluded place. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost a month since the old site of the Yangtian Gate opened. During this time, all the top sects had gained a lot. One day, on a spacious plain in the old site of the Yangtian Gate, there was a shocking battle. The two sides were all top geniuses of the South Mountain Range. Qin Yao, just surrender. I will use my full power. You will not be able to defeat me. Yin Lu said with a smile on his face. You want me to surrender? Impossible. Qin Yao said in a low voice. The relationship between the Yin castle and the Qin family was not good. After Yin Lu met Qin Yao, he wanted to capture Qin Yao so that the Qin family would not dare to attack him. However, how could Qin Yao allow herself to be captured without a fight? At the moment, Qin Yao's body was emitting a wild fire aura. The Qin family mainly cultivated fire elemental martial arts, so Qin Yao had a very deep understanding of the fire mentality. Qin Yao, do you think this is meaningful? Yin Lu said. Yin Lu was the strongest warrior of the young generation in the Lianyan Castle. He had reached the 9th condensing reality realm and stood at the peak of the young generation in the whole South Mountain Land. The 13 sword techniques of the Lianyan Castle was very powerful. Countless warriors in the South Mountain Land were shocked. Normally, the disciples of the Lianyan Castle would not use their swords. Once they did, they would use 13 swords in a row. After the 13 swords, the enemy would definitely die. Ever since Yin Lu mastered the 13 sword techniques of the Lianyan Castle, no one in the South Mountain Land could force him to use it. Because once he used the 13 sword techniques of the Lianyan Castle, it would definitely be a battle of life and death. Yin Lu, if we fight face to face, I might not lose to you, Qin Yao said coldly. Her body was emitting a fiery aura. If that is the case, then I will make you accept your defeat, Yin Lu said coldly. Immediately, Yin Lu took out his long sword and used an exquisite sword art to fight with Qin Yao. Both Yin Lu and Qin Yao were the top geniuses of the Southern Mountain Land. Their strengths were similar. After an intense battle, Yin Lu was still unable to defeat Qin Yao. However, a strange smile appeared on his face. Right now, not far from here, Wu and I was flying at full speed. Brother Lien Yun, delay Qin Yao. I will be there soon. Wu and I transmitted a message. Qin Yao might be stronger than he estimated, but Yin Li's face was filled with smiles right now. He might not be able to defeat Qin Yao by himself, but if Wu and I was included, the outcome would immediately change, right? Right now, his main objective was to stall for time, and when Wu and I arrived, it would be Qin Yao's doomsday. Bang, 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 the two of them fought for hundreds of rounds before Wu and I finally arrived. Wu Ni's figure instantly shot over. When Qin Yao saw Wu and I, her charming face was filled with a grave expression. Damn it, Qin Yao cursed. Her fiery red fist suddenly punched out, forcing Yin Lu to retreat. She wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Qin Yao, you can't escape. Wu and I yelled out and joined the battle. Right now, Fong Chen didn't know that there was a shocking battle in the outside world. Qin Yao was fighting Wu and I and Yin Lu by herself, and her life was in danger. 3 days had passed, and Fong Chen had already consumed 10 golden heron fruits. However, his cultivation had yet to break through, which made Fong Chen speechless. However, Fong Chen noticed the changes in his body. He believed that it was due to the accumulation. When the body had accumulated to a certain extent, there would be a qualitative leap. Subsequently, Feng Chun continued to consume the golden heron fruits in an orderly manner. Around 5 days later, Feng Chun had consumed the remaining 20 golden heron fruits. When the last golden heron fruit was consumed, the concentrated liquefied spirit qi in Feng Chen's sea of qi was circulating wildly. At this moment, Feng Chun felt that he was about to break through. Rumble. A sound came from Feng Chen's body. His sea of qi was constantly expanding, and the liquefied spirit qi was circulating wildly. Break through. Feng Chun let out a low shout. His aura suddenly rose, and his sea of qi was filled with a dense aura. At this moment, Feng Chun was crazily absorbing the medicinal effects of the golden heron fruit. Feng Chen's cultivation also went from the early stage of the 5th condensing reality realm to the middle stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the peak stage in the blink of an eye. Bang! Under Feng Chen's gaze, his cultivation broke through the bottleneck and reached the 6th condensing reality realm. Originally, Feng Chun thought that it would stop after reaching the 6th condensing reality realm. However, he was wrong. There was still a lot of medicinal effects left in the golden heron fruit. Feng Chen's body was still crazily absorbing the medicinal effects of the golden heron fruit. At this moment, Feng Chen's cultivation was still increasing. Feng Chen's face was filled with shock. Good preparation? After a long time, Feng Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, Feng Chen's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 6th condensing reality realm. However, it was still increasing and showed no signs of stopping. His sea of qi continued to expand. In just a few minutes, his sea of qi had more than doubled its original size. Hiss, hiss, hiss within his sea of qi. The liquefied spirit qi was rolling. Feng Chen's cultivation was still increasing. Don't tell me I have to break through to the 7th condensing reality realm. Feng Chun thought to himself. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the medicinal effects of the golden heron fruit were completely absorbed. At this moment, Feng Chen's sea of qi finally stopped expanding. Feng Chen's cultivation also stopped at the early stage of the 7th condensing reality realm. Feng Chun checked his body in disbelief. He went from the 5th condensing reality realm to the 7th condensing reality realm in one go. It was like a dream. Is the golden heron fruit so overbearing? Feng Chun muttered to himself. How can a mere golden heron fruit raise your cultivation by 2 levels? Ancestor Bronze said, the reason why your cultivation can increase so much is because of your good preparation. Your foundation is very solid. So, as long as you find the right opportunity, breaking through will be as easy as drinking water. Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Feng Chun grinned and said, after his cultivation broke through to the 7th condensing reality realm, the golden heart began to beat rapidly, crazily absorbing the liquefied spirit qi in Feng Chen's sea of qi. Does the golden heart need to replenish its energy? Feng Chen said. Then, Feng Chun took out a purple crystal soul stone. The golden heart absorbed it in an instant. Then, the golden heart became unusually active. Feng Chun felt that the golden heart's energy was replenished in an instant. As expected of the purple crystal soul stone, Feng Chun said. Then, Feng Chun began to stabilize his cultivation. After about an hour, Feng Chun opened his eyes again. His cultivation had completely stabilized at the 7th condensing reality realm. So strong. Feng Chun stood up and felt that his body was full of energy. He lightly punched out, and suddenly, a small hill in the distance was shattered by Feng Chen's punch. Now, even if I face the top geniuses, I have nothing to fear. Feng Chen grinned and said. After reaching the 7th condensing reality realm, Feng Chen's strength had increased to a terrifying level. He was very confident that even if he faced Wu En'ai and the others, he would have nothing to fear. Now, as long as he didn't meet the top experts of the top sect, Feng Chun was invincible among the younger generation. It's time to go out, Feng Chun said. The reason he came to the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate was to obtain the Raising Heaven Gates Law Phase Nurturing Secret Technique. Therefore, he had to speed up. If a sect obtained it, it would be troublesome. Ever since he obtained the Law Phase Battle Blade of the Saintess of the Raising Heaven Gate, Feng Chen yearned for the Raising Heaven Gate's Law Phase Nurturing Secret Technique even more. When Feng Chen came out of his hiding place, he happened to meet a group of martial artists. This group of martial artists was actually the Baron sect's disciples that he saved earlier. Feng Chen. Mo Feng saw Feng Chen with a glance and called out to Feng Chen. Then he came to Feng Chen's side. "Why are you here?" Feng Chen asked. "Brother Feng, we're going to the Shark Plain." Mo Feng laughed. "Brother Feng, what are you doing here?" "I was cultivating in seclusion and just came out." Feng Chen said. "You just came out?" Hearing Feng Chen's words, Mo Feng realized that Feng Chen must not know what happened a few days ago. Feng Chen nodded. Seeing this, Mo Feng said, "Brother Feng, many martial artists are heading to the Shark Plain now." "Why?" Feng Chen asked. "Not long ago, there was an earth-shattering battle on the Shark Plain. It was a battle between the top youths of the Southern Mountain Land." Mo Feng said. "Who was it?" Feng Chen asked. "It was said that Qin Yao of the Qin clan, Yun Lu of the Lianyun Castle, and Wu and I of the Wu clan fought. That battle was really intense." Mo Feng said. "What was the result?" Feng Chen frowned and asked when he heard that Qin Yao fought two geniuses by herself. In the beginning, Qin Yao was fighting with Yun Lu. However, for some reason, Wu and I appeared and joined the battle. Qin Yao was instantly suppressed. Mo Feng said. It was said that Qin Yao was covered in injuries and almost died under the attacks of the two geniuses. At the most crucial moment, she took out the trump card that the Qin clan gave her and barely escaped. However, according to some of the higher-ups of the sect, Qin Yao might have escaped, but her injuries were too severe. "I'm afraid her life is in danger." Mo Feng continued. Chapter 510. Hearing Feng Chen's words, Mo Feng said, "After that shocking battle, the Qin clan was infuriated and had been searching for Wu and I. Furthermore, the Qin clan head had spread the word that if they were to encounter Wu and I, they would kill him without mercy. At the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate, the Wu clan's main objective was to obtain the Heaven-Raising Gate's Law Phase Nurturing Secret Technique. Hence, before they obtained the secret technique, they weren't willing to start a war with the Qin clan. After all, once they started a war, even if they won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. This wasn't something the Wu clan wanted to see. Hence, when they knew that the Qin clan was infuriated and was frantically searching for Wu and I, the Wu clan chose to remain silent and secretly allowed Wu and I to hide. As long as the Qin clan couldn't find Wu and I, they probably wouldn't start a war with the Wu clan. Even Yun Lu and Wu and I have disappeared. Mo Feng said. Feng Chen nodded and didn't say anything. After chatting with Mo Feng, Feng Chen planned to follow Mo Feng and the others to the Shark Plain to take a look at the battlefield. Perhaps he might be able to find some clues from the battlefield. The current Feng Chen's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the condensing reality realm, and his overall strength had increased. Even if he encountered Wu and I, he wouldn't have any fear. When he heard that Qin Yao was severely injured and on the verge of death, his heart was filled with anger. He might not have many interactions with Qin Yao, but when the Jiang clan threatened him at the Divine Saber Mountain, Qin Yao stood out to support him. Furthermore, there was another important reason. Someone from the Qin clan had once saved him, even though he didn't know who that person was. Following Mo Feng and the others, they soon arrived at the Shark Plain. The Shark Plain had a shape that resembled a shark. Right now, the Shark Plain was in a sorry state. It was obvious that there had been a shocking battle. Right now, there were plenty of martial artists on the Shark Plain. Some were disciples of the sect, while some were rogue martial artists. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. The Shark Plain wasn't an exception. Originally, everyone was here because of the reputation and wanted to watch the battle between the three elite prodigies. However, as more and more martial artists arrived, some of the martial artists that had grudges had some conflicts. Right now, there were some martial artists on a certain flat ground on the Shark Plain. These martial artists were the disciples of the Baron sect. The leaders were the 9 core disciples of the Baron sect. Since when did trash from the Baron sect become so confident? Opposite the Baron sect disciples, there were some disciples from the Divine Statue clan. Their faces were filled with disdain. The Divine Statue sect and the Baron sect were both sects of Water-leaning City. However, the Divine Statue sect was a 3-star sect, while the Baron sect was a 2-star sect. Therefore, the disciples of the Divine Statue school had always looked down on the Desolate sect. The disciples of the 2 sect often clashed in public, and this time was no exception. The second-ranked disciple of the Divine Statue school, Huangfu Lichuan. Huangfu Mingchuan and Huangfu Mingchuan were biological brothers. Huangfu Mingchuan was the younger brother, while Huangfu Mingchuan was the elder brother. Although Huangfu Mingchuan was the elder brother, his talent was clearly inferior to his younger brother, Huangfu Mingchuan. Even so, he was still ranked second in the Divine Statue Gate. Huangfu Lichuan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. In his eyes, the Baron sect's core disciples were trash. Back in Water-leaning City, a few of the Baron sect's core disciples had grudges with Huangfu Lichuan. Therefore, Huangfu Lichuan wanted to take revenge on them this time. Huangfu Lichuan, you've gone too far, a Baron sect's core disciple said with a cold voice. I can let you go. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me, I, Huangfu Lichuan, will definitely let you go. Huangfu Lichuan grinned and said. Hearing Huangfu Lichuan's words, the faces of the Baron sect's core disciples turned completely gloomy. Huangfu Lichuan was too domineering. They had just met, and he wanted to attack the Baron sect's core disciples. Moreover, he wanted to cut off one of their arms. If the Baron sect core disciples did not agree, he did not mind killing all of them. At this moment, the Baron sect's core disciples were looking at Huangfu Lichuan with anger in their hearts. Huangfu Lichuan, aren't you afraid of the revenge of our Baron sect's upper echelons? The core disciples roared furiously. Those old bastards from the Baron sect are currently in some secret stash and have no time to leave. Therefore, don't expect them to come and save you. Even if they find out that you were killed by me, they would not dare to come and deal with me. Huangfu Lichuan sneered. With the Divine Statue School's experts as his backing, he was not afraid of the Baron sect's upper echelons. You can be killed, but not humiliated, a Baron sect's core disciple said with a deep voice. Hearing his words, Huangfu Lichuan did not waste any more time. He immediately said, kill the Baron sect's disciples without mercy. Once Huangfu Lichuan gave the order, the numerous Divine Statue School's disciples began to unleash fierce attacks, slaughtering the Baron sect's ordinary disciples. Seeing this, the 8 Baron sect's core disciples attacked with all their strength, wanting to stop them. In front of me, Huangfu Lichuan, you are not even worth mentioning. Huangfu Lichuan sneered. With a flash, he appeared in front of the Baron sect's core disciples and began to unleash fierce attacks. The Divine Statue School had a profound cultivation technique called the Divine Statue, Celestial Technique. It was said that if one could cultivate the Divine Statue, Celestial Technique to perfection, their power would be extraordinary and they would be invincible within the same realm. The reason why Huangfu Mingchuan was so powerful was because he had cultivated the Divine Statue, Celestial Technique to perfection. This time, he had entered the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate in search of an opportunity. Of course, the Divine Statue, Celestial Technique that Huangfu Lichuan cultivated was slightly weaker. Even so, it was enough to deal with the Baron sect's disciples. In an instant, Huangfu Lichuan and the Baron sect disciples began to fight. On the sharp plains, the battle was extremely intense. From time to time, there would be disciples lying in pools of blood. There were countless spectators in the surroundings. At this moment, Mo Feng and Fang Chun arrived at the sharp plains. Yeah, there's a battle up ahead. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Mo Feng raised his head and looked over. When he saw that one of the parties in the battle was the Baron sect's disciples, his heart was filled with anger. Damn Divine Statue School! Mo Feng roared angrily. He immediately led the Baron Sect's disciples and charged into the battle. With the addition of Mo Fong, the Baron Sect's disadvantage was finally reversed. However, they were still being suppressed by the Divine Statue School. "Brother Fong, I implore you to help us." At this moment, Mo Fong roared at Fong Chun. Hearing this, Fong Chun did not say anything. He only quietly looked at the numerous Baron Sect's disciples. Fong Chun had already left the Baron Sect. He did not have much to do with the Baron Sect. Therefore, he had no reason to help them. Seeing that Fong Chun did not help, Mo Fong continued, "Brother Fong, as long as you help us, the Baron Sect will agree to any request you have. We can even tell you some information about the old site of the heaven-raising gate." Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. At this moment, Huang Felichuan unleashed a powerful attack, causing a few of the Baron Sect's core disciples to retreat. The few core disciples of the Baron Sect suffered some injuries. As for the ordinary disciples, the number of casualties was innumerable. Damn it! The Baron Sect's core disciples were furious. However, they were helpless against Huang Felichuan. At this moment, Huang Felichuan stopped his attack. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Baron Sect's group. "Hand over your information and I can spare your lives." Originally, Huang Felichuan was prepared to kill them. However, after hearing Mo Feng's words, he changed his mind. Perhaps the Baron Sect really did obtain some information. "Dream on," Mo Feng said coldly. He then looked at Fong Chun. "Do you think he will help?" Seeing this, Huang Felichuan sneered. Huang Felichuan had seen Fong Chun before. He knew of Fong Chen's strength. However, he did not believe that Fong Chun would dare to attack the Divine Statue School. "If you want me to help, I can do that. However, I need to see the value of the information you speak of," Fong Chun said. "All right." Mo Feng nodded and prepared to hand over the information. However, he was stopped by the other core disciples. "Mo Feng, why do you trust this kid so much?" "Mo Feng, I'm afraid that this kid's strength is not as strong as ours. If you hand over the information, even if he helps, he will not be able to save us from Huang Fu Lichuan's hands." Hearing the several core disciples stopping him, Mo Feng said, "Do you know who he is? He was once a disciple of our Baron Sect. His name is Fong Chun." After saying that, Mo Feng no longer hesitated. He took out a jade strip and handed it over to Fong Chun. Within the jade strip was a detailed piece of information. This information was obtained by chance after Mo Feng entered the old site of the heaven-raising gate. Originally, he wanted to hand it over to the sect. However, he had no other choice now. If he did not hand it over, the Baron Sect disciples would all be annihilated. If he handed it over, there was still a chance of survival. Fong Chun received the jade strip and sent his soul into it. After a while, he opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. "The information is useful to me. The deal is successful," Fong Chun said to Mo Feng with a smile. Seeing this, Mo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Since Fong Chun had agreed to help, then he should have a certain degree of confidence. How about letting go of the Baron Sect disciples? Fong Chun walked in front of Mo Feng, looked at Huang Felichuan, and asked. Hearing Fong Chen's words, a wild smile appeared on Huang Felichuan's face. He said coldly, "Fong Chun, who do you think you are? Do you think you can make me stop just because you want me to? As you can see, I have a deal with Mo Feng. I have to guarantee the safety of the Baron Sect disciples. Therefore, it's best that you don't do anything," Fong Chun said. "Fong Chun, hand over the jade strip obediently, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will personally kill you and then kill all the Baron Sect disciples," Huang Felichuan said sinisterly. Huang Felichuan did not care about Fong Chen's threat at all. After all, in his eyes, Fong Chun was just an ant. At this moment, on the Shark Plains, many cultivators were shaking their heads. Fong Chun is too impulsive. He is no match for Huang Felichuan. The jade strip that Mo Feng gave to Fong Chun contains important information. I believe that Fong Chun is also after the information. It's great now. Huang Felichuan is also eyeing the information. That brat Fong Chun is finished. Many cultivators were not optimistic about Fong Chen's chances. Even the core disciples of the Baron sect were not optimistic about his chances. They blamed Mo Feng for not discussing the important information with them before taking it out to make a deal. Feng Chun did not care about these people's underestimation. He was already used to being underestimated. However, this was also good. When he defeated or even killed Huang Fulichuan, would these people feel a burning pain on their faces? Chapter 511. Feng Chun, you stray dog. You were nearly killed by the general family. You actually dare to obstruct our senior brother Lichuan here. You are truly courting death. A divine statue school disciple behind Huang Fulichuan spoke with disdain. That's right. Feng Chun, I'd advise you to obediently listen to senior apprentice brother Lichuan. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today, said another disciple. It wasn't just Huang Fulichuan who looked down on Feng Chun. Even the divine statue gate's disciples looked down on Feng Chun. They felt that Feng Chun didn't have the qualifications to discuss conditions with senior apprentice brother Lichuan. Feng Chun indifferently looked at the divine statue gate's disciples. He didn't say anything. Feng Chun, do you see what you're going to use to fight me? Huang Fulichuan sinisterly smiled. Feng Chun ignored the whispers of the surrounding cultivators and suddenly said, "It looks like I have no choice but to make a move." Huang Fulichuan wildly laughed upon hearing Feng Chun's words. He felt that Feng Chun was just putting on an act and wasn't worth mentioning. But if I attack, there will definitely be blood. I hope you'll still be standing here when the time comes. Feng Chun's words were filled with threat. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to kill a disciple of the divine statue gate in front of so many people, especially Huang Fu Mingchuan's big brother. But if Huang Fulichuan forced him into a corner, he wouldn't be afraid. Feng Chun, anyone can talk big. Do you think that I will be afraid of you just because you say that? I, Huang Fulichuan, am standing right here. If you can kill me, then I, Huang Fulichuan, am out of luck. Huang Fulichuan laughed sinisterly. But once I attack, you'll definitely die. So think carefully. Huang Fulichuan released a wild aura, forcing Feng Chun to hand over the jade slip. Feng Chun shook his head slightly. He didn't even think about it before directly refusing. Then let's attack. You're courting death. Huang Fulichuan roared furiously. Clenching his fists, he sent a punch at Feng Chun. This punch contained an extremely powerful force. Bang! When Feng Chun saw this, he clenched his fist tightly and threw a punch. Suddenly, the two fists collided and a wild energy spread out. The weaker martialists retreated one after another. They were unable to withstand the energy that spread out. Crack! After the two fists collided, they instantly separated. Feng Chun took a step back, while Huang Fulichuan took 3 steps back. When Huang Fulichuan steadied himself, his expression changed slightly, and he said gloomily, "No wonder you dare to attack me. It turns out that you have something to rely on. However, do you think that you can withstand my attack with your meager strength?" The previous exchange was just a test. Although Huang Fulichuan had suffered a slight loss, he was also aware of Feng Chun's strength. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. He had made up his mind to kill. A wild aura appeared around him, and in the next moment, the shadow of an elephant condensed above his head. When the shadow of the elephant appeared, all the disciples of the divine statue sect were extremely excited. There were many disciples in the divine statue sect, but only Huang Fulichuan and his brother were able to condense the shadow of an elephant. At this moment, Huang Fulichuan had released his Dharma idol. This meant that he was going to kill Feng Chun with lightning speed. Roar! The elephant above his head let out a furious roar. From its long trunk, a strong aura shot out towards Feng Chun. However, Feng Chun activated his sword body and protected his body with a wild sword intent. When the aura hit Feng Chun's body, it instantly dissipated. However, the Baron sect disciples behind Feng Chun were a little speechless. Some of the aura bypassed Feng Chun and attacked them. In an instant, the Baron sect disciples let out blood-curdling screams. Many of them were hit by the aura, causing them to spurt out blood. Seeing this, the Baron sect core disciples' faces turned grave. Huang Fulichuan's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. It's too scary. Fang Chun is no match for him, a core disciple said helplessly. Huangfu Lichuan's strength was infinitely close to Huangfu Mingchuan's. He was too strong. Just the aura of his Dharma idol was enough to make many warriors unable to withstand it. Now, do you know the difference between us? Huangfu Lichuan looked down at Fang Chun with eyes full of disdain. Fang Chun stared at the elephant shadow and nodded. Indeed, I know. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Huangfu Lichuan grinned. He thought that Fang Chun was intimidated by his strength and admitted defeat. Then, do you still want to resist? Huangfu Lichuan asked in a low voice. Fang Chun stared at Huangfu Lichuan. Although the latter was strong, Fang Chun wasn't afraid at all. When he said that he knew, it meant that he knew the difference between him and Huangfu Lichuan. The difference wasn't ordinary. But what was laughable was that Huangfu Lichuan thought that his strength had intimidated Fang Chun. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question? Fang Chun said softly. Yeah. Fang Chun's words thoroughly enraged Huangfu Lichuan. He let out a low roar and didn't give Fang Chun any more time. He prepared to directly kill Fang Chun. Following Huangfu Lichuan's roar, his aura rose. The elephant shadow above his head let out a furious roar. At this moment, Huangfu Lichuan displayed the divine statue heavenly art res. Divine statue heavenly art. Huangfu Lichuan roared. Suddenly, a wild attack appeared in front of Fang Chun. Fang Chun, you should be proud to die under my divine statue heavenly art. Huangfu Lichuan roared. Seeing that Huangfu Lichuan's attack was about to arrive, Fang Chun displayed the fifth stage of the Phantom Sword art. The fifth stage of the Phantom Sword art displayed by a seventh stage, condensing reality realm martial artist was unimaginably powerful. With a swoosh, countless illusory swords flew towards Huangfu Lichuan's attack. Bang! Bang! After a series of collisions, the crowd was shocked to find that Fang Chun had actually blocked Huangfu Lichuan's divine statue heavenly art. Heavens! Fang Chun actually blocked the divine statue heavenly art. Could it be that Fang Chun's strength is enough to challenge Huangfu Lichuan? This is too shocking. Even the divine statue heavenly art was blocked. Does Huangfu Lichuan have any other methods? Fang Chun has hidden his strength too deeply. At this moment, countless warriors on the sharp plain were shocked. The power of the divine statue heavenly art was something that countless warriors in the southern mountain land knew. But at this moment, Fang Chun had actually blocked Huangfu Lichuan's divine statue heavenly art. Huangfu Lichuan also noticed this scene. His eyes flickered and he let out a low roar, once again displaying the divine statue heavenly art. This time, Huangfu Lichuan pushed the divine statue heavenly art to the limit, increasing its power once again. Bang! However, Huangfu Lichuan's divine statue heavenly art was once again easily blocked by Fang Chun. At this moment, Huangfu Lichuan finally realized that something was wrong. If blocking the divine statue heavenly art the first time was a fluke, then easily blocking it the second time was definitely not a fluke. Could it be that his strength? Huangfu Lichuan was extremely shocked as he thought to himself. At this moment, Huangfu Lichuan's intuition told him that danger was approaching. Without hesitation, he gave up on attacking Fang Chun and rapidly retreated. Just as Huangfu Lichuan retreated, a long sword instantly pierced through the air. Many warriors were shocked. Even Huangfu Lichuan's heart palpitated. Fortunately, he had dodged quickly. Otherwise, if he had been pierced by that sword, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. His strength, how can he be so strong? Fang Chun's strength had completely overturned Huangfu Lichuan's understanding. At this moment, the latter's heart was filled with fear. Above the sharp plains, there were cries of surprise. The barren sect core disciples behind Fang Chun were also extremely shocked. Their faces were filled with joy. Fang Chun's strength had exceeded their expectations. At this moment, everyone was extremely happy that Mo Feng had made the right decision. After a long while, the barren sect core disciples unanimously agreed that they were saved. Too powerful. Mo Feng's heart was even more shocked. How long had it been since they last met? Fong Chun had actually grown to such an extent. Why would such a monstrous genius leave the Baron's sect? Mo Fong was extremely puzzled. Fong Chun was simply a monstrous genius. He didn't know why he had actually left the Baron's sect. If he hadn't left the Baron's sect, their Baron sect would have been able to challenge the Divine Statue clan. When I return, I must investigate this properly. Mo Fong thought to himself. At this moment, above the sharp plains, Fong Chun wasn't in a hurry to make a move. His eyes flickered as he looked at Huang Felichuan. Fong Chun, I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. For Huang Felichuan to be able to reach such a level, he naturally wasn't mediocre. Knowing that he wasn't a match for Fong Chun, he immediately gave up on dealing with Fong Chun. How about we end this matter here? Huang Felichuan asked. Hearing this, Fong Chun turned his head to look at Mo Fong and asked, "What do you all think?" The content of the deal was to ensure the safety of Mo Fong and the others. It also didn't say that they had to kill Huang Felichuan. Now that the latter had admitted defeat, Fong Chun didn't kill him. Brother Fong, I really have to thank you this time. Since Huang Felichuan won't attack us, then let's end this matter here. Mo Fong said. Huang Felichuan was Huang Fu Mingchuan's big brother. If they really killed Huang Fu Mingchuan, then Huang Fu Mingchuan would definitely be infuriated. At that time, he would definitely cause trouble for their Baron sect. Fong Chun nodded his head, indicating that it was fine. Seeing this, Huang Felichuan was overjoyed and prepared to leave. No matter what, he had to leave this place first. Fong Chun was too dangerous. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with Fong Chun unless he found his younger brother, Huang Fu Mingchuan. However, just as Huang Felichuan prepared to leave, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out from the distance. Immediately after, a figure rapidly flew over. When this figure landed on the sharp plains, Huang Felichuan's eyes lit up. The person who had come was actually the head of the general family. Instantly, a plan appeared in Huang Felichuan's mind. General family head, don't you have enmity with Fong Chun? How about we join hands and kill him? Huang Felichuan directly said. Huang Felichuan's words immediately caused Fong Chun's face to darken. He had just let Huang Felichuan go. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Huang Felichuan would turn his gun towards him and even join hands with the general family head? The general family head ignored Huang Felichuan and stared at Fong Chun as he coldly said, Fong Chun, I really didn't think that your life would be so tough. The general family head also didn't think that he would encounter Fong Chun in the sharp plains. However, since he had encountered him, he would definitely take revenge. Chapter 512. The sudden turn of events made Fong Chun frown. The head of the general family was a veteran condensing reality realm warrior who had reached the peak of the condensing reality realm. Although they were both at the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, the difference in strength was huge. It was not an exaggeration to say that the head of the general family was stronger than Huang Fu Mingchuan and the others. In the southern mountain land, there are almost no spirit whirlpool realm warriors. The 9th level of the condensing reality realm was basically the strongest. However, only those who had reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm would know that within the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, there were some small differences. Not to mention the early, middle, and late stages, just the warriors who had reached the peak of the condensing reality realm had a huge difference in strength. This was because after reaching the peak of the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, the qi in the body would change and condense streams of Jin qi. That's right, Jin qi. When a warrior's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, the liquefied spirit qi in the qi would gradually condense into Jin qi. Every time a stream of Jin qi was condensed, the warrior's strength would increase a little. When a warrior condensed 9 streams of Jin qi in the qi, he would be able to break through to the spirit whirlpool realm. This was a path that every warrior had to go through. To step into the spirit whirlpool realm, one had to condense 9 streams of Jin qi in the qi. Jin qi was condensed from spirit qi, and was much purer than spirit qi. Moreover, once Jin qi was condensed in the qi sea, one could release Jun qi when flying and step on the soles of their feet. This way, flying would be very easy. After all, condensing reality realm warriors could only fly for a short period of time. After reaching the peak of the 9th level of the condensing reality realm and condensing Jun qi, one could fly for a long period of time. When one's cultivation reached the spirit whirlpool realm, one could fly freely. The head of the general family had reached the peak of the condensing reality realm a long time ago. He had also condensed 2 streams of Jin qi in his qi sea. Therefore, in the eyes of the general family's head, Fang Chun was nothing to be afraid of. He was just an ant-like existence. Fang Chun, you will die. The head of the general family's head said coldly. Huang Fuluchuan's eyes flickered. He didn't leave, but stayed on the sharp plane. He wanted to see Fang Chun get killed by the head of the general clan. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with hatred for Huang Fuluchuan. He had shown mercy just now, but he didn't expect that the latter would turn around and join forces with the head of the general family. However, even though Fang Chun hated Huang Fuluchuan, the most important thing right now was to escape. Fang Chun, don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to escape from me, said the head of the general clan in a deep voice. Is that so? That's what you said last time, Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the head of the general family was enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The moment Jiang Sheng was killed by Fang Chun, Fang Chen's fate was sealed. Patriarch Jiang, this kid's strength is tyrannical. You must attack him with all your strength. Don't let him escape. Huang Fuluchuan reminded from his side. The head of the general clan nodded. This time, he definitely wouldn't let Fang Chen escape. When the numerous Baron sect disciples saw this scene, they all sank into silence. Fang Chen had saved them. However, now that Fang Chun was in danger, there was nothing they could do. Let's leave first, said a core disciple in a low voice. Once Fang Chun was killed by the head of the general clan, Huang Fuluchuan would definitely take revenge on the Baron sect disciples. At that time, they would definitely die. Even though Mo Feng didn't want to leave, he still chose to leave in the end. Not long after, the Baron sect disciples left the sharp plain. Seeing this, Huang Fuluchuan didn't chase after them. His thoughts were all on Fang Chun. The head of the general clan probably didn't know that Fang Chun had information about the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate. Therefore, after killing Fang Chun, the head of the general clan would definitely leave this place. At that time, the information would be his. Thinking of this, Huang Fuluchuan's face revealed a trace of smile. The head of the general clan released a wild aura as he walked towards Fang Chun step by step. With every step he took, his body would release an extremely wild aura. The surrounding cultivators all retreated. This aura was too oppressive. Fang Chun, you could die now. The head of the general clan raised his palm. Instantly, an oppressive aura appeared. Above his palm, extremely dense spiritual energy gathered. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand and activated it with all his might, preparing to block the attack. At this moment, 2 ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Then, a heavy voice entered everyone's ears. General Clan Head, please show mercy. Hearing this voice, the head of the general clan's face changed slightly. He turned his head and was shocked to see a man and a woman walking towards them together. The woman wore a one-piece dress that revealed her graceful figure. With every step she took, she attracted the gazes of countless cultivators. This woman possessed an impressive figure and an enchanting face. She was one of the most outstanding figures of the Southern Mountain region's younger generation, the holy daughter of the Black Devil Palace, Zhou Qingqing. Besides Zhou, Qingqing was Zhou Yan. Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan, they've also come. Some people in the crowd began to whisper. They vaguely remembered that back at the Divine Blade Mountain, Zhou Yan had come out to support Fang Chun. Now, Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing had come together. Were they going to protect Fang Chun? Furthermore, Zhou Yan had just said that he wanted the head of the general clan to show mercy. Zhou Yan nodded at Fang Chun. As for Zhou Qingqing, she merely glanced at Fang Chun but didn't say anything. Before Fong Chun could say anything, Zhou Yin turned around and looked at the head of the general clan. Head of the general clan, as an expert of the older generation, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to attack a junior, said Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin, are you trying to stop me from attacking Fong Chun? Demanded the head of the general clan. Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing's appearance made the head of the general clan wary. Had the Black Devil Palace's people already arrived? Were they hiding in the shadows? The Black Devil Palace was too powerful. Even the three-star powers didn't dare to go against the Black Devil Palace, let alone his little general clan. So he had no choice but to be on guard against the upper echelons of the Black Devil Palace. Head of the general clan, I owe Fong Chun a favor. How about you give me some face and let Fong Chun off this time? Continued Zhou Yin. He killed my son. You want me to let him off? Roared the head of the general clan. What if you add me in? Asked Zhou Qingqing indifferently. There was no expression on her face. Hearing Zhou Qingqing's words, even Huangfu Lichuan's expression changed slightly. He could understand Zhou Yin standing up for Fong Chun. But why would Zhou Qingqing stand up for Fong Chun? Could it be that the Black Devil Palace had set their sights on Fong Chun? I wonder if the head of the general clan will forcefully attack. Right now, Huangfu Lichuan could only pray that the head of the general clan would forcefully attack and kill Fong Chun. The head of the general clan was a peak 9th heaven stage true Qi expert who had condensed 2 strands of true Qi. As long as he forcefully attacked, even Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin wouldn't be able to stop him. Zhou Qingqing, you're also going to stand up for Fong Chun? The patriarch was clearly startled when he heard Zhou Qingqing's words. Then he solemnly said, You're the holy maiden of the Black Devil Palace. Could it be that the Black Devil Palace wants to go to war with my general family for a single Fong Chun? Zhou Qingqing shook her head and said, Think whatever you want. Hearing this, the head of the general clan's face turned sinister. His heart was filled with anger. He had already made up his mind to kill Fong Chun. So this time, he wouldn't give Fong Chun another chance. Head of the general clan, Fong Chun's potential is too high. If you let him go this time, he might already be able to contend against you the next time you meet him. Huangfu Lichuan reminded him from the side. At the godly Blade Mountain, although Fong Chun's strength was strong, he wasn't my opponent at all. But just now, he didn't even release his Dharma idol and easily defeated me. Huangfu Lichuan continued. Hearing Huangfu Lichuan's words, a trace of astonishment flashed through the eyes of the head of the general clan. He defeated Huangfu Lichuan without releasing his Dharma idol. The head of the general clan naturally understood Huangfu Lichuan's strength very well. According to Huangfu Lichuan, in such a short period of time, Fong Chun had already grown to become a martial artist second only to the few top geniuses. Potential, an unprecedented killing intent erupted from the eyes of the head of the general clan. He was even more convinced that he had to kill Fong Chun. Huangfu Lichuan. Fong Chun was furious. This Huangfu Lichuan had been reminding the head of the general clan to kill him. He had thoroughly infuriated Fong Chun. Before the head of the general clan could speak, Fong Chun spoke. Brother Zhou Yin. Fong Chun looked at Zhou Yin and took a deep breath. Brother Fong, said Zhou Yin, you owe me a favor. I want you to do something for me now, said Fong Chun slowly. I, Zhou Yin, am a man of my word. As long as Brother Fong asks, I will definitely help you accomplish it. Help me block the head of the general clan, said Fong Chun. Zhou Yin nodded and directly agreed. Although Zhou Yin's strength was not as strong as the head of the general clan, it was not a problem for him to block for a while. Hearing Fong Chun's words, Zhou Qingqing showed a trace of displeasure between her brows. Zhou Yin had come to save her, but she had not expected that he would make such a weak request. In Zhou Qingqing's opinion, Fong Chun wanted Zhou Yin to help block the head of the general clan while he fled. At this moment, her good impression of Fong Chun had completely disappeared. Zhou Qingqing's face was filled with displeasure. If it wasn't for Zhou Yin, she would have already attacked Fong Chun. Fong Chun ignored Zhou Qingqing's misunderstanding and looked forward. Attack! As soon as Fong Chun's voice fell, Zhou Yin instantly erupted with a powerful strength and directly fought with the head of the general clan. In an instant, Zhou Qingqing, who was wearing a one-piece dress, also joined the battle. She did not attack for Fang Chun, but for Zhou Yan. The two top young geniuses joined forces to block the attack of the head of the general clan. For a moment, the head of the general clan was actually unable to break free from their restraints. Just as everyone thought that Fang Chun was going to escape, his figure flashed. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards Huangfu Lichuan. Huangfu Lichuan, you're simply wasting air by living. Fang Chun roared and directly appeared beside Huangfu Lichuan. He then released his Dharma idol and instantly displayed the 5th level of the Phantom God Sword technique. Chapter 5:13. The sword was like a dragon, and the sword light was like a rainbow, piercing through the 9 heavens. At this moment, Fang Chun displayed the 5th level of the Phantom God Sword art with hatred. Moreover, he also activated his Golden Giant Sword. In the sky, countless illusory swords instantly blasted towards Huangfu Lichuan. Huangfu Lichuan's face turned incomparably solemn. Damn it! Huangfu Lichuan knew the difference between him and Fang Chun. He couldn't fight head-on and had to find a way to escape. Otherwise, he might lose his life here today. Divine Statue, Heavenly Art. Huangfu Lichuan roared and displayed the Divine Statue, Heavenly Art again, wanting to block Fang Chen's star concealing sword. Puchi. The star concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand directly shattered Huangfu Lichuan's Dharma idol and ruthlessly pierced into Huangfu Lichuan's body. No! Huangfu Lichuan let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, it was too late. Fang Chun pulled out the star concealing sword, and Huangfu Lichuan's body softly fell to the ground. Seeing Huangfu Lichuan's death, the general family's patriarch finally knew how monstrous the potential of the Fang Chun that Huangfu Lichuan spoke of was. This kid can't be left alive. Thinking of this, the general family's patriarch erupted with a wild aura. 2 streams of true qi were released, and instantly forced Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan to retreat. Fang Chen's life is mine. If you attack me again, don't blame me for being impolite. The general family's patriarch's body emitted a terrifying aura as he furiously roared. After Fang Chun killed Huangfu Lichuan, his figure flashed and arrived beside Zhou Yan. He nodded towards the latter and said, "Brother Zhou Yan, from now on, you no longer owe me any favors. You've already repaid the favor. Now, you don't need to get involved in this mess. The 2 of you should quickly leave." Fang Chen said. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhou Qingqing's pretty face revealed a hint of surprise. Clearly, she had misunderstood Fang Chun and thought that Fang Chun was a cowardly martialist. However, judging from Fang Chen's performance, he was clearly no match for the general family's family head. Yet, he was still able to make the 2 of them leave. Zhou Qingqing's beautiful eyes looked at Fang Chun. There was a complicated expression in her eyes. She actually could not see through this young cultivator before her. "Brother Fang, you are not a match for the general family's patriarch," Zhou Yan reminded. "You can leave. You don't have to meddle in my affairs," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing nodded heavily. Even if they took action, they would not be able to defeat the head of the general clan. Therefore, there was nothing they could do right now. Furthermore, Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing had the Black Devil Palace behind them. They also had to think about the Black Devil Palace. In the end, Zhou Yan glanced at Fang Chun and said, "Brother Fang, if you die at his hands today, I will definitely avenge you once my strength increases." Zhou Yan was a sentimental person. After interacting with Fang Chun a few times, he discovered that Fang Chun was a very righteous martialist. Although he was no match for the general family's family head now. What about the future? Hearing Zhou Yan's words, Fang Chun grinned before turning around to look at the head of the general clan. Crash! Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing glanced at Fang Chun and then turned to leave the Shark Plains. At this time, the general family head looked at Fang Chun, his eyes filled with iciness. "Fang Chun, who else will help you?" sneered the general family head. In his eyes, Fang Chun was already a dead man. Crash! Fang Chun didn't say anything. He took out the hidden star sword and instantly displayed the fifth layer of the Phantom God sword art. Whoosh! Countless illusory swords rushed toward the general family head. However, the latter only waved his hand and blocked Fang Chun's attack. So strong. Fang Chun sensed that there were two streams of true energy revolving around the general family head's body, causing his defense to become incomparably strong. At this time, the Banksian Shu and the little mouse also came out. The little mouse gave the Banksian Shu a drop of blood for it to absorb. Then, the Banksian Shu's branches and leaves wildly swayed, instantly turning scarlet red. Then, it directly wrapped around the general family head. The little mouse directly jumped onto the general family head's body and bit his shoulder. Courting death. The general family head was thoroughly enraged by this sudden turn of events. True energy revolved around his body and directly blasted towards the little mouse. With a bang, the little mouse's body was instantly sent flying. At this moment, the Banksian Shu's branches and leaves were also instantly broken. In just a single exchange, the Banksian Shu and the little mouse were seriously injured. At this moment, Fang Chun was still preparing. Heaven startling sword art. Fang Chun pushed his sword body to the limit. Wild sword intent filled his entire body. His mind was filled with dense sword intent. When the general family head attacked Fang Chun, the latter finally finished preparing. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced and instantly displayed the heaven startling sword art. Back then, when Fang Chun was still weak, he was unable to display the heaven startling sword art. Now, he was finally able to display it. The might of the heaven startling sword art completely erupted. In the sky, an illusory sword blade appeared. This sword blade contained a frightening sword intent. And, sensing the might of this sword, a complicated expression appeared in the general family head's eyes. However, his attack did not stop in the slightest. Fang Chun, go and die. The general family head roared as both his fists instantly blasted towards Fang Chun. Above Fang Chun's head, the giant golden sword trembled incessantly. Within his body, the golden heart was rapidly beating. Waves of formless sword aura were emitted from the golden heart and drilled into the giant golden sword. Just as the general family head's attack was about to arrive, Fang Chun suddenly roared. The giant golden sword above his head actually directly merged with the sword blade in the sky. Rumble, an extremely wild aura instantly spread out. Some of the weaker martialists in the surroundings were unable to withstand this aura. They were actually seriously injured and vomited blood. How is this possible? When the sword blade collided with the general family head's fists, a deafening sound erupted. Crack! The general family head's fists instantly blocked the attack of the sword blade. Then, a crisp sound rang out as a crack appeared on the sword blade. Fang Chun, you will definitely die. The general family head sneered as he looked at the cracked sword blade. Poochie! Fang Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was a little pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Above the general family head's fists, there were two streams of true energy. These two streams of true energy contained a powerful destructive power that was currently destroying the insides of the sword blade. However, just as Fang Chun was on the verge of collapse, the Golden Heart's heartbeat sped up once again. Immediately after, a powerful suction force was instantly emitted. In the next instant, Fang Chun discovered that the two streams of true energy within the sword blade were actually being forcefully sucked over by the Golden Heart. Bang! Finally, Fang Chun's sword blade was unable to withstand the general family head's attack and instantly broke. Fang Chun's body was directly sent flying. He fell to the ground, his aura dispirited. At this moment, the huge golden sword floated out from the broken sword blade. Its color was much dimmer as it returned to the air above Fang Chun's head. Cracks began to appear on the golden greatsword. Cracks had appeared on the huge transcendent sword. Fang Chun was facing the greatest crisis yet. Fang Chun, you no longer have the ability to fight. The general family head walked step by step towards Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, all the martialists on the entire sharp plain were completely shocked. Fong Chen's fighting strength had exceeded all of their expectations. Fong Chen's fighting strength is comparable to the top geniuses of the younger generation. He's too strong. After killing Huang Felichuan with one sword, he can actually fight the general family head to such an extent. How terrifying. Yeah, if Fong Chun doesn't die, his future achievements will definitely shock the entire Nanling land. Many martialists sighed. Fong Chen's strength was too strong. However, so what if his talent was amazing? In the end, he would still be killed by the general family head. The Bangxianshu and the little mouse ran to Fong Chen's side and blocked the path of the general family head. The little mouse's eyes were filled with anger as a thick purple halo appeared around its body. Roar! The little mouse roared and charged towards the general family head. It wanted to use its strength to help Fong Chun. Bang! The general family head sent the little mouse flying with a single punch. Brother Mouse! The Bangxianshu dragged its battered body and endured the pain as it released its branches to catch the little mouse that was sent flying. When he saw the general family head arrive, a helpless look appeared on Fong Chen's face. This was the reason why he was weak. If he was strong enough, the general family head would be the one on the ground. If I don't die today, I will definitely destroy the general family in the future. Fong Chun growled. You won't have that chance. The general family head smiled sinisterly. Today, no one would be able to save Fong Chun. Fong Chun was definitely going to die. The Bangxianshu and the little mouse were seriously injured. Fong Chun was also unable to fend for himself. At this moment, Fong Chun was facing the greatest danger he had ever faced. Countless martialists on Sharp Plain were retreating, afraid that Fong Chen's final counterattack would affect them. However, there were also some martialists who sighed inwardly. Such a young elite had died at the hands of the general family head, just like that. Fong Chun, you can die now. The general family head walked over to Fong Chun and sneered. He extended his fist, and two streams of true qi revolved around it. Then, he punched directly at Fong Chun. Many martialists couldn't bear to see this scene. However, they couldn't change anything. The general family head was a martialist who had condensed two streams of true qi. He was considered a top martialist in the Nanling land, so they simply didn't dare to show their faces. Everyone believed that Fong Chun was definitely going to die. Even Fong Chun thought so. At this moment, Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing were standing quietly on a mountain peak not far from Sharp Plain. They felt very upset when they saw this scene. Zhou Yin clenched his fists tightly. There was an impulse in his heart. He is a heroic martialist, Zhou Qingqing said softly. If he dies, I will avenge him, Zhou Yin said solemnly. However, just as Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing were talking, the entire Sharp Plain suddenly started to shake. At first, it was only a slight battle. In the blink of an eye, the shaking became extremely intense. All the martialists actually couldn't stand still. Bang! Due to the shaking of Sharp Plain, the general family head's fist landed on the ground beside Fong Chun. Rumble! In the next moment, a series of bottomless cracks actually appeared on the Sharp Plain. Chapter 514. The Sharp Plains trembled incessantly, and the cracks grew larger and larger. Some martial artists even fell into the cracks, letting out miserable cries. At this time, Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin were standing on a distant mountain peak, their expressions grave. Only the Sharp Plains were trembling. Nothing else was happening. This matter was extremely strange. What's going on? Is something about to come out? Whispered Zhou Yin. Everyone's fallen in. Zhou Qingqing's eyes flickered. In the blink of an eye, countless martial artists had fallen into the cracks on the Sharp Plains. Even the general family head was no exception. At first, the Sharp Plains were trembling. He had thought that something was about to come out. He had an excited smile on his face, thinking that this was an opportunity. Perhaps some grand inheritance would appear. He was constantly fantasizing about it in his mind. However, before that, he had to kill Fong Chun. Just as he was about to kill Fong Chun, a crack appeared beneath his feet and instantly swallowed him. No! The general family head let out a miserable cry and then disappeared into the crack. After the general family head fell into the crack, Fong Chun sighed in relief. At least he didn't have to die at the general family head's hands. The little mouse and the Banksianshu had already entered Fong Chen's special spatial ring to heal. What's going on? Fong Chen didn't feel the slightest fear. He had originally been about to die, but the trembling of the sharp plains had saved his life. Rumble, the entire sharp plain seemed like it was about to explode. Countless thick cracks appeared continuously. Not long after the general family head fell into the crack, a crack also appeared beneath Fong Chen's feet. Fong Chen instinctively wanted to dodge, but with his heavy injuries, he was unable to dodge. He also fell into the crack. The trembling on the sharp plain lasted for about 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the sharp plains returned to normal. All the cracks had disappeared, and there wasn't a single person on the sharp plains. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing, who had witnessed all of this with their own eyes, felt a storm in their hearts. "What's under the sharp plains?" asked Zhou Qingqing in shock. "I don't know. Let's talk to Elder He about this." Zhou Yin's eyes flickered. After a long while, Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin left. The sharp plains were completely calm. However, the sharp plains weren't so calm. Countless miserable cries rang out in Fong Chen's ears. He instinctively used his sword to protect himself from harm. By the sound of the sword. At the moment, Fong Chen was surrounded by pitch-black darkness. He didn't know where he was, but he could sense that his body was falling continuously, as though he was falling into a bottomless pit. What's going on? Fong Chen's mind was filled with doubts, but he couldn't stop himself from landing. Just as Fong Chen was deep in thought, a poochie sound suddenly rang out. Fong Chen's body stopped in midair. Although his surroundings were pitch black, Fong Chen could still vaguely see that he had stopped in midair because his clothes had caught on a tree branch that grew out of the cliff. Fong Chen felt incomparably lucky. If he had continued falling at that speed, he would have definitely died. Time slowly passed. Fong Chen felt that this pitch-black space was becoming quieter and quieter. In the end, there was no movement at all. Let's stabilize first. Being hung on a tree wasn't a solution. Fong Chen had to think of a way to get to the side of the cliff. He did his best to think of a way. After a long while, he thought of a way. Then he communicated with the Banksianshu. "How are you?" asked Fong Chen. He told the Banksianshu the details. The latter said that although he was heavily injured, he could still release his branches and leaves. He immediately agreed to help Fong Chen. After the half-immortal tree came out, its branches and leaves wrapped around the roots of the branches on the cliff. Then it extended its branches and leaves and wrapped around Fong Chen's body. Poochie. At this moment, the branches couldn't bear Fong Chen's weight and broke instantly. Fong Chen's body fell directly. Fortunately, the Banksianshu's branches and leaves arrived in time and wrapped around Fong Chen. That was close. Fong Chen's body swayed in midair. He thought to himself. Then, the Banksianshu tried to control the branches and leaves and sent Fong Chen to the top of the cliff. There were irregular stones on the cliff. Fong Chen stepped on two stones that had spat out and finally stabilized his body for the time being. Then, Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword and inserted it directly into the stone wall. The hidden star sword was a profound level weapon. It was very sharp and easily inserted into the stone wall. "Fong Chen, my injuries are too serious. This is all I can do to help you," the Banksianshu said. It withdrew its branches and leaves and got into the special space ring. Before this, Fong Chen had already planned what he was going to do next. The hidden star sword was inserted into the stone wall. Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and stepped on the two stones just now. When Fong Chen stabilized his body, he pulled out the hidden star sword and inserted it into the bottom of the stone wall. Then, he repeated the same action. In this way, Fong Chen's body continued to descend from the cliff. Although there were some dangerous situations sometimes, fortunately, Fong Chen persevered. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Chen finally felt that he was not far from the bottom. Because Fong Chen threw a stone down and he could hear an echo. This meant that he was not far from the bottom. Just like that, Fang Chun used this method to quickly descend with the help of the hidden star sword. Finally, after some effort, Fang Chun reached the bottom. This place is so deep, Fang Chun thought to himself. Just descending from a cliff took a few days. Fang Chun did not know how many days it took. In short, Fang Chun felt that a long time had passed. After reaching the bottom, Fang Chun finally felt relieved. Then, he looked around and found that it was pitch black. Let's find a place to heal first, Fang Chun said to himself. Then, Fang Chun sat cross-legged and began to heal. Fang Chun's injuries were very serious. Fortunately, he had the golden heart. Fang Chun recovered very quickly. After Fang Chun absorbed 100,000 upper-level spirit stones, the liquefied spirit chi in his energy reserve finally returned to its original state. At this time, Fang Chun's injuries were also much better. However, what happened next gave Fang Chun an incomparable headache. During the battle with the general family head, cracks had appeared in Fang Chun's Dharma idol. If he wanted to repair his Dharma idol, it would be very difficult. Unless he found the secret technique of the heaven-raising gate, Fang Chun alone would not be able to repair his Dharma idol. Now that cracks have appeared in my Dharma idol, my combat strength has plummeted, Fang Chun said in a low voice. However, to be able to survive was already a miracle. After recovering from his injuries, Fang Chun used his concept of fire. In an instant, the entire bottom was illuminated. At this time, Fang Chun discovered that there were many corpses on the ground. These corpses belonged to the many cultivators who had watched his battle with the general family head on Shark Plain. They're all dead, Fang Chun exclaimed. Could it be that all the cultivators on Shark Plain had fallen to their deaths? He looked around and found that the general family head's corpse was not among these corpses. There's no general family head's corpse. Could it be that he didn't die? Although he was puzzled, Fang Chun didn't think too much about it. Falling from such a high place, even if he didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. This place should be deep below Shark Plain. Why did it tremble at that time, and why is there no movement now? Fang Chun was puzzled. At this time, the Black Devil Palace's cultivators were gathered on Shark Plain. Shark Plain trembled, and all the cultivators fell into the cracks. Then Shark Plain returned to normal. The black-robed elder's expression was incomparably grave after listening to Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing's narration. Senior He, just what is under Shark Plain? Zhou Yin asked in a low voice. Palace Master, could there be a remnant expert of the heaven-raising gate who was heavily injured and on the verge of death here? Zhou Qingqing suddenly asked. The black-robed elder frowned as he pondered. Chapter 516. Shark Plain's Deep Underground. Fang Chun had already been underground for a very long time. During this time, he had been familiarizing himself with the environment. There were many dead cultivators here, their corpses lying all over the place. At this time, the Bangxianshu had taken root in a pile of corpses and was constantly absorbing the death chi within them. Finally, after searching for a while, Fang Chun found a way out. More accurately, it was a tunnel. This place was pitch black. He was completely relying on Fang Chun's flame concept to see everything clearly. There was a pitch-black tunnel on a certain cliff. Fang Chun pondered for a moment before preparing to enter it. However, just as Fang Chun was about to enter the tunnel, the ground suddenly began to tremble once more. In the next moment, Fang Chun discovered that a wild aura was coming out of the tunnel. What's going on? Fang Chun's expression changed slightly as he stared at the tunnel. Dong! Rumbling sounds came from the tunnel, and Fang Chun felt his body sway. Who? The wild aura instantly filled the entire underground. Fang Chun felt a kind of pressure. Just what is it? Fang Chun's expression completely changed. He circulated his swords around his body and vigilantly looked at the tunnel. Dong! The rumbling sounds grew louder and louder. When the rumbling sounds echoed throughout the entire underground, a figure instantly came out of the tunnel. When he saw that figure, Fang Chun's face was filled with shock. The head of the general family. Fang Chun also hadn't expected the head of the general family to come out of the tunnel. Furthermore, from the wild aura around him, it seemed his strength had increased by quite a bit. Ha ha ha! A sinister smile appeared on the head of the general family. He only glanced at Fang Chun, But that was enough to make Fong Chen's heart tremble. Something's wrong. Fong Chen was in a daze. He realized that there was something wrong with the General Clan head in front of him. Previously, Fong Chen had also fought with the General Clan head. Although the head of the General family had managed to condense 2 surges of Jinqi, he was nowhere near as powerful as the person before him. Just the aura emanating from the head of the General family before him was enough to make Fong Chen feel stifled. When he glanced at Fong Chen felt dazed. Even the black-clothed old man from the Black Devil Palace did not have this kind of pressure. Could he have been possessed? Fong Chen's heart sank as a thought flashed across his mind. At that instant, the patriarch of the General Clan halted his steps. His eyes were filled with a sinister look as he looked at Fong Chen and grinned. I didn't expect there to be a living person here. After hearing the words of the General Clan head, Fong Chen was instantly certain that the person in front of him was no longer the General Clan head. He had likely been possessed. Could it be that the remnant consciousness of the Heaven-Raising Gates expert has possessed the General Clan head? When he thought of that, Fong Chen's heart was filled with helplessness. He had just escaped the clutches of the General Clan head, and now he had encountered such a freak. "Who are you?" asked Fong Chen in a deep voice. "I, the Sword King, have finally been resurrected." The person before him seemed to be venting. The Sword King was the enemy of the Heaven-Raising Gates Saintess. Back then, he had plotted to kill the Saintess. However, he had not expected that the Heaven-Raising Gates' old site would be destroyed not long after. The Sword King had also fallen in that chaotic battle. However, because the Sword King had possessed a treasure back then, at a crucial moment, his incomplete soul had been hidden within that treasure. Every time a martialist appeared above the Shark Plains, he would use his own power to cause the Shark Plains to tremble. Countless martialists would sink into the ground. Those martialists that survived would be possessed by him. However, after so many years, he had never succeeded. This time, he had encountered so many martialists with great difficulty. Naturally, the Sword King would not let go of such a good opportunity. Sure enough, he succeeded. Although countless martialists had all died, there was a 9th condensing reality realm martialist who had condensed 2 strands of true chi that survived. And this martialist was the General Clan head. Later, the General Clan head was naturally possessed by the Sword King. Although the General Clan head's strength was tyrannical, he could not resist the young elites of the Heaven-Raising Gates branch. After being possessed, the General Clan head's soul had completely disappeared and was replaced by the Sword King's soul. However, the Sword King had just been possessed and had not completely recovered. His strength had only reached the 9th condensing reality realm. Sword King. When Fong Chen heard the 2 words Sword King, his face revealed a shocked expression. Wasn't the Sword King the enemy of the Saintess? Seeing the astonishment on Fong Chen's face, the Sword King said, "Looking at your expression, you seem to have heard of my name." Before Fong Chen could say anything, a rusty battle blade appeared in his interspatial ring with a whoosh. Then Fong Chen grasped it in his hand. Seeing the rusty battle blade, the Sword King's face changed, and he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible? How can you have a battle blade condensed from her Dharma idol?" After saying that, the Sword King thought of something. "You've seen her?" the Sword King asked coldly. Suddenly, a wild aura spread out from the Sword King's body. Fong Chen felt a sense of oppression. Fong Chen stared at the Sword King and did not say anything. He did not know what to say. "Kid, you can go die now." Originally, the Sword King wanted to let Fong Chen live a little longer. But when he saw the rusty battle blade, he wanted to kill Fong Chen immediately. Swoosh, the Sword King's body instantly disappeared, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Fong Chen's expression was grave as he raised his battle blade. At this time, the Sword King appeared in front of Fong Chen. Without waiting for Fong Chen to attack, he launched a fierce attack at Fong Chen. Whoosh! When the rusty battle blade sensed the Sword King's aura, it began to tremble uncontrollably. Then a wild ice chi spread out. Crash! The entire Shark Plains instantly turned into an ice cavern. After the ice chi appeared, a ray of light shot out of the rusty battle blade and slashed at the Sword King. Bang! The Sword King was trapped by the ice chi. When the rusty battle blade slashed at him, he tried to block it. But with a bang, his arm was cut off by the rusty battle blade. Damn it! The Sword King's expression became incomparably sinister. Damn battle blade! The Sword King roared furiously. An extremely wild aura surged out of his body, and he directly broke free of the ice chi's bindings. Fang Chun had thought that the Sword King would be attacked after breaking free. But what surprised him was that the Sword King's figure flashed, and he directly fled. The battle just now had been led by the rusty battle blade. Fang Chun hadn't even used his spiritual chi to force the Sword King to flee. This rusty battle blade. Fang Chun carefully examined the rusty battle blade. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it wasn't an ordinary battle blade. Just what kind of secret is it hiding? Fang Chun wondered. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chun didn't think too much about it. He then put away the rusty battle blade and looked at the pitch-black passage. I really didn't expect that after so many years, the Sword King's remnant still hasn't dissipated. Fang Chun thought to himself. Back then, the Sword King must have paid a huge price to let his remnant remain. Now that he had successfully taken over a body, he must find a hidden place to recover his strength. Once he fully recovered, there would be a bloody storm in the southern mountain land. However, this wasn't something that Fang Chun could decide now. What he needed to do now was to escape. Since the Sword King could escape from here, there must be a way out. Fang Chun thought to himself. He then entered the pitch-black passage. Fang Chun had asked Ancestor Bronze if he could take over a body and be reborn. The latter's answer was that he couldn't take over a body and could only rebuild his body. Fang Chun didn't know the exact reason, but he knew that Ancestor Bronze's situation was different from the Sword King's. To rebuild a body, even a spiritual whirlpool realm expert couldn't do it. It would take some time for Ancestor Bronze to be resurrected. After entering the pitch-black passage, Fang Chun realized that the passage was very wide. He quickly moved forward. After a while, Fang Chun came to the end of the passage. At the end of the passage, Fang Chun saw light. I'm out. Fang Chun was overjoyed. He quickly moved forward, wanting to leave this place. However, just as Fang Chun was about to leave the passage, he suddenly saw an iron door at the end of the passage. The iron door was rusty and looked very old. Why is there an iron door here? Fang Chun asked. Out of curiosity, Fang Chun walked up to the metal door and gently pushed it open. In the next moment, Fang Chun was dumbfounded. Behind the iron door was a sealed space. It was very big, and there were a lot of spiritual stones in this space. Yes, there were spiritual stones. So many spiritual stones. Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil. How could there be so many spirit stones here? Fang Chun pushed open the iron door and entered this space. Looking at the mountain of spiritual stones, his eyes widened. Ha ha! I actually encountered such a good thing. Fang Chun laughed wildly. The Sword King's remnant must have been hiding here and absorbing the spiritual chi in the spiritual stones to maintain its remnant will. Fang Chun began to count the spiritual stones. The first ones were the low-grade spiritual stones, then the middle-grade spiritual stones, and finally the high-grade spiritual stones. It took Fang Chun a full quarter of an hour to finish cleaning up. There were only spirit stones here and nothing else. Could this be the heaven-raising gate's spiritual stone treasury? Fang Chun thought to himself. His eyes were filled with shock. According to Fang Chun's inventory, there were 10 billion low-grade spiritual stones, 6 billion middle-grade spiritual stones, and 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones. It really is a lot. Fang Chun couldn't help sighing. After working so hard for so many years, he had only managed to get a few tens of millions of high-grade spiritual stones. But in the old site of the heaven-raising gate, he had casually obtained so many spiritual stones. Chapter 517. Just high-grade spirit stones alone were worth 1 billion. This was something Fang Chun hadn't even dared to imagine before. But now it was right in front of him. Fang Chun's eyes shined with excitement. However, Fang Chun suddenly discovered a special type of spirit stone in a corner of the iron door. This type of spirit stone was slightly larger than a high-grade spirit stone. Fang Chun took a piece and held it in his hand. He discovered that the spirit chi contained within it was actually denser than a high-grade spirit stone. Could this be the legendary top-grade spirit stone? Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Just at this moment, Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth and told Fang Chun that this was a top-grade spirit stone. After receiving Ancestor Bronze's confirmation, Fang Chun was filled with excitement. Top-grade spirit stones were much more valuable than high-grade spirit stones. One top-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and there was no market for it. No one would be stupid enough to use top-grade spirit stones to exchange for high-grade spirit stones, unless it was some large merchant guild. Fang Chen's spiritual sense swept over and found that there were 10 million top-grade spirit stones here. Even top-grade spirit stones have 10 million. Fang Chen was shocked. As expected of the heaven-raising gate, there were 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Even a peak 3-star sect like the Black Devil Palace wouldn't be able to take out such an amount. Yes, there's a booklet under the top-grade spirit stone. Fang Chun had sharp eyes and found a small booklet. Then, he took away the supreme-grade spirit stone and picked up the booklet. Fang Chun thought that this booklet must be a cultivation method book, but when he picked up the booklet, he was surprised to find that this booklet was actually a booklet that recorded the odd job workers of the heaven-raising gate. Fang Chun curled his lips and flipped open the booklet to read. When he flipped open the booklet, his expression changed drastically. Then, he quickly flipped through the booklet and finished reading the contents in a short while. At this moment, Fang Chun stiffly stood on the ground, as if he had been struck by lightning. That's too much of a blow. After a while, Fang Chun came back to his senses and bitterly smiled. It turned out that the booklet recorded the situation of the odd job workers of the heaven-raising gate, receiving rewards every month. Of course, this was not what shocked Fang Chun. What shocked Fang Chun the most was that the reward that the odd job workers of the heaven-raising gate received every month was actually the spirit stones in this iron gate. Using spirit stones as a reward was very common in most sects. But using high-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones as a reward, only the heaven-raising gate would be so rich. At first, Fang Chun thought that this was the spirit stone warehouse of the heaven-raising gate. But now it seemed that the spirit stones in this spirit stone warehouse were the spirit stones that the heaven-raising gate provided to the workers. After a long while, Fang Chun finally regained his senses. Fang Chun threw down the booklet and looked at the huge pile of spirit stones. He carefully thought for a moment and said, "Right now, the most important thing is to heal." With these spirit stones, Fang Chun could arrange a formation to repair the cracks in his Dharma idol. Ninth Heaven Spirit Formation. This formation was a top-grade, origin-grade formation. Its power was comparable to a spirit-grade formation. But under normal circumstances, formation grandmasters weren't willing to arrange this formation. That was because the amount of spirit stones needed to set up the formation was too large. It was an extremely large number. But once the Ninth Heaven Spirit Formation was arranged, it could gather the densest spiritual chi in the world. Furthermore, as long as the formation base and core were arranged perfectly, it could allow a cultivator to bathe in a sea of spiritual chi. Fang Chun wanted to repair his Dharma idol in the sea of spiritual chi. The Ninth Heaven Spirit Formation had a total of 108 formation bases. Fang Chun had originally planned to use top-grade spirit stones as the formation bases. But later, after listening to Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chun decided to use purple crystals as the formation bases. This was because Ancestor Bronze said that using purple crystals as the formation bases could increase the power of the Ninth Heaven Spirit Formation by at least 10 times. 10 times. Even a formation grandmaster couldn't arrange such a terrifying formation if he personally arranged the Ninth Heaven Spirit Formation. Thinking of this, Fang Chun began to arrange the Ninth Heaven Spirit Formation. Fang Chun had a very easy time arranging the Ninth Heaven Spirit Formation because he had the Book of Formation Insights from the Formation Grandmaster. In his mind, some of the chants for arranging the Ninth Heaven Spirit Formation appeared. Then a wild spiritual qi emerged from his body. Finally, Feng Chun took out 108 purple crystals. With a casual sprinkle, the 108 purple crystals instantly burrowed into the ground in a strange way. In the next moment, Feng Chun began to arrange the core of the formation. The core of the formation couldn't be arranged with purple crystals because it consumed a lot of energy. Feng Chun's 10,000 purple crystals were not enough. Crash! Feng Chun used the supreme grade spirit stones to arrange the core of the formation. In the blink of an eye, the nine-heaven spiritual array was set up. Feng Chun, who was standing in the middle of the array formation, could clearly sense that this nine-heaven spiritual array was the most powerful array formation he had ever set up since he had become an array formation master. Let's start to restore the Dharma idol, Feng Chun thought to himself. Then, Feng Chun released his Dharma idol. A giant golden sword instantly floated above his head. On the giant golden sword, there were countless small cracks. These cracks emitted a terrifying aura. After releasing his Dharma idol, Feng Chun's face turned pale. However, at this moment, Feng Chun activated the ninth heaven spirit formation. The extremely wild spiritual qi surged into the nine heavens spiritual array. The density of the spiritual qi was the densest Feng Chun had ever seen. Under Feng Chun's guidance, the rich spiritual qi poured into the Dharma idol. During this process, purple auras were emitted from the 108 array bases. A total of 108 purple auras gathered together to form a purple light that was as thick as an arm. This purple light instantly penetrated the entire ninth heaven spirit formation and drilled into the giant golden sword. When the purple light drilled into the giant golden sword instantly trembled, as if it couldn't withstand the power of the purple light. Oh no! Feng Chun sensed this and was a little anxious. At this moment, the golden heart in Feng Chun's body suddenly started to beat rapidly. Then, it produced a suction force that instantly absorbed all the purple light in the giant golden sword into the golden heart. Hiss! After the purple crystal qi was absorbed by the golden heart, Feng Chun finally felt a little better. The wild spiritual qi once again poured into the Dharma idol. After the golden heart absorbed the purple crystal qi, it spun rapidly. After a while, the beating of the golden heart became much weaker. At this moment, the purple crystal qi actually came out of the golden heart and drilled into the giant golden sword. Feng Chun was a little surprised. However, he realized that the purple crystal qi drilled into the Dharma idol and was actually repairing the cracks. Could it be because of the golden heart? Even if Feng Chun was a fool, he knew that this matter had something to do with the golden heart. At first, the giant golden sword couldn't withstand the purple crystal qi. However, after being refined by the golden heart, the purple crystal qi actually started to repair the Dharma idol. Hiss! With the purple crystal qi's repair, Feng Chun's Dharma idol slowly healed. After a while, the central energy of the ninth heaven spirit formation was completely depleted. Feng Chun once again added in the supreme grade spirit stones. Time passed by slowly. Feng Chun had been repairing the Dharma idol in the ninth heaven spirit formation. The spiritual qi in the ninth heaven spirit formation was much richer than the spiritual qi in the old site of the cultivating heaven gate. This kind of rich spiritual qi was something that others didn't even dare to think about. Even for spiritual whirlpool realm experts, it was very attractive. Only Feng Chun dared to operate the ninth heaven spirit formation so recklessly. The others didn't dare to do so. This was because the energy consumed by the ninth heaven spirit formation was not something that they could provide. In just 3 days, the ninth heaven spirit formation had consumed 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. If it was converted to upper grade spirit stones, it would be 10 million upper grade spirit stones. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of the condensing reality realm would only be worth a few million upper grade spirit stones. However, if he wanted to repair the Dharma idol, if he didn't use this method, he could only use some secret methods to repair it. For example, the cultivating Dharma idol's secret method from the cultivating heaven gate. However, it wasn't easy to find such a secret method. During this process, Fong Chun would encounter countless difficulties. Therefore, Fong Chun did not hesitate to choose this method. After a month, the energy of the 108 purple crystal stones was finally exhausted. If he wanted to continue maintaining the ninth heaven spirit formation, he would need to add more purple crystal stones. However, Fong Chun gave up, because after a month of repairing, his Dharma idol was completely repaired. At this time, the Dharma idol above Fong Chun's head was completely new. It bloomed with a bright golden light, which made Fong Chun very satisfied. It's finally recovered. Fong Chun grinned. Repairing the Dharma idol in such a shockingly rich spiritual chi, Fong Chun's cultivation had unknowingly increased to the 8th level of the condensing reality realm. This was something that Fong Chun did not expect, but it was still a good thing. After reaching the 8th level of the condensing reality realm, Fong Chun was not afraid at all, even if he faced a powerhouse who could condense 1 or 2 strands of genuine chi. Looking at the current Fong Chun in the entire South Mountain Land, there were not many people who could match up to him. In a month's time, Fong Chun had used up 300,000 supreme grade spiritual stones and 108 purple crystal stones. This was a huge amount. However, Fong Chun thought that it was all worth it. Crash! The ninth heaven spirit formation was removed. Fong Chun stood quietly with a smile on his face. Let's take the spiritual stones first. Fong Chun said. This was a huge amount of wealth, which was the foundation of his future cultivation. However, Fong Chun was not happy soon, because his space ring was not big enough to hold so many spiritual stones. This made Fong Chun speechless. In the old side of the heaven-raising gate, there is no way to buy a space ring. Fong Chun thought, the only way is to snatch other people's space rings. Chapter 518. Lian Yun Lu Wu and I. Let's start with the two of you. Fong Chun grinned and said, with Fong Chun's current strength, even if Lian Yun Lu and Wu and I teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, the two of them had teamed up to deal with Qin Yao before. Subsequently, Fong Chun started to set up an array. He wanted to set up an array to hide the spirit stone storehouse. Otherwise, it would be bad if it was discovered. Splash! With a flick of his wrist, Fong Chun instantly set up a formation. However, at this moment, Fong Chun's palm was still in the air. His face was filled with shock. Spirit Great Array. It's actually a Spirit Great Array. Fong Chun shouted excitedly. The array that he casually set up was actually a Spirit Great Array. The fact that Fong Chun was able to set up a Spirit Great Array formation meant that he had quietly become an Array Grandmaster under the influence of the Nine Heaven Spirit Great Array formation. Although, in Fong Chun's eyes, being an Array Grandmaster was nothing. However, Array Grandmaster was an affirmation of his own Array Tao. Becoming an Array Grandmaster meant that he was one step closer to becoming an Array Grandmaster. Good things are happening one after another. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. Not only was his law phase repaired, but his cultivation had also reached the 8th level of the condensing reality realm. Moreover, his Array Tao had also reached the Array Grandmaster. After the ecstasy, Fong Chun left the tunnel and appeared in the outside world. Fong Chun's figure flashed and quickly disappeared. At a certain moment, on a barren plain, there was a small team. This small team was the Qin clan's team. The leader was a Qin clan disciple with average strength. In this team, there were a total of 5 people. The 5 of them were frowning and looked very unhappy. Brother Qin Shan, Sister Qin Yao's injuries are too serious. If it wasn't for the clan head trying his best to extend her life, she would have already died. A Qin clan disciple said, yeah, the Wu clan and Lian Yun Castle are too despicable. Wu and I and Lian Yun Lu actually teamed up to deal with Sister Qin Yao. They really deserve to die. What's the point of saying all this now? If we were in the southern mountain range, with our Qin clan strength, we would still have a chance to invite the Medicine King. However, that's right. This is the old site of the heaven-raising gate. It's extremely difficult to get out. If this continues, Sister Qin Yao won't be able to hold on. A few disciples of the Qin family chatted as they walked. Their words were filled with sorrow. Qin Yao was the most dazzling existence among the younger generation of the Qin clan. She was also the goddess of the Qin clan. Countless members of the Qin clan viewed Qin Yao as their goal. Now that they knew Qin Yao was in imminent danger, they were extremely worried. However, there was nothing they could do. All we can do now is pray that Sister Qin Yao can survive this, Qin Shan said. Brother Qin Shan, do you think the elders will be able to find the 7 orifices exquisite flower that can prolong Sister Qin Yao's life? Asked the disciple. Qin Shan shook his head and said, it will be very difficult. The 7 orifices exquisite flower itself is a very precious spirit plant. If it can grow 7 orifices, it must be at least 1,000 years old. It won't be that easy to find it. At this moment, Fang Chun just happened to appear on a barren plain. Suddenly, he heard a few people's conversation. His face slightly changed. His body flashed and appeared beside Qin Shan. Where is Qin Yao? The sudden appearance of the figure caused Qin Shan and the rest to be extremely shocked. Although Qin Shan wasn't considered the strongest among the younger generation of the Qin clan, he was still an 8th-level condensing reality realm martial artist. A martial artist who could appear in front of him without him noticing would at least be at the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. Senior, you are. When Qin Shan heard Fang Chen's voice, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Where is Qin Yao? Fang Chun asked in a deep voice. When Qin Shan heard this, he was a little confused. When he raised his head, he was surprised to see that the person who came was actually Fang Chun. Fang Chun, why are you here? Qin Shan had seen Fang Chun on the Godly Blade Mountain, so he recognized Fang Chun. When he saw Fang Chun, his face was filled with shock. Where is Qin Yao? Fang Chun continued to ask. Are you going to save Sister Qin Yao? Qin Shan asked. Although he didn't know how strong Fang Chun was, the fact that he could appear without anyone noticing was enough to show that Fang Chun's strength was very high. Moreover, Fang Chun had a good relationship with Qin Yao, so he definitely wouldn't harm her. Sister Qin Yao is on the Kunlun Mountain, Qin Shan said. Fang Chun nodded. Then, in a flash, he disappeared. After Fang Chun disappeared, Qin Shan and the others couldn't help but tremble. Brother Qin Shan, how strong is Fang Chun? A disciple asked. Qin Shan shook his head. His eyes were filled with shock. After learning where Qin Yao was, Fang Chun rushed over as fast as he could. Fang Chun had heard of the Kunlun Mountain. It was one of the more famous mountains in the Heaven-Raising Gate. Qin Yao was on the Kunlun Mountain, and her life was in imminent danger. Although Fang Chun didn't have the 7 orifices exquisite flower that Qin Shan and the others had mentioned, Fang Chun was still extremely worried about Qin Yao. He wanted to go take a look. For this reason, he could temporarily put aside what he was doing. A day later, Fang Chun arrived at the foot of the Kunlun Mountain. There were several figures on the Kunlun Mountain. Those are the Qin family's elders. They were personally guarding this place, afraid that the Wu family and Lianyun Castle's people would sneak attack them. Who are you? Suddenly, a furious roar rang out in Fang Chun's ears. I am Fang Chun. I've come to see Miss Qin Yao. Fang Chun introduced himself. Qin Yao's life is in imminent danger. She can't see outsiders. You can leave, the elder said in a low voice. Fang Chun frowned. Perhaps I have a way to extend Miss Qin Yao's life. Hearing Fang Chun's words, the elder hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he let him go. Qin Yao's current state truly couldn't be maintained for long. Although he didn't know how confident Fang Chun was, he could only give a shot. All right, follow me. The elder nodded and brought Fang Chun up the Kunlun Mountain. At the peak of the Kunlun Mountain, Qin Yao was lying on the ground. Her face was pale without a trace of blood, and her aura was weak. There were several elders surrounding Qin Yao. The Qin family's patriarch was currently using all his strength to inject his own spiritual qi into Qin Yao's body to extend her life. Pucci suddenly, the Qin family's patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood and withdrew his hand. His aura was unstable. Patriarch, the elders worriedly asked. The Qin family's patriarch shook his head and prepared to continue injecting spiritual qi. However, he was stopped by the elders. Patriarch, you can no longer inject spiritual qi, the elders said. In the past few days, the Qin family's patriarch had been recklessly injecting spiritual qi, causing his body to be injured. Right now, the spiritual qi in his qi si was nearly exhausted. Fortunately, there was still true qi nourishing his qi si. Otherwise, his qi si would have already dried up. Yao the Qin family's patriarch clenched his fists. He hated himself for not being able to save Qin Yao's life. If anything happens to Yao I will definitely avenge her at all costs, the Qin family's patriarch said in a low voice. The few elders also fell into silence. Qin Yao was a rising star in their Qin family. As long as nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely advance to the spirit vortex realm. She might even surpass the spirit vortex realm. But right now, all their fantasies were shattered. Reality was too cruel. Right now, Qin Yao's life was about to dissipate, and the Qin family's patriarch was unable to extend her life. Is there any news back? The Qin family's patriarch suddenly asked. The elders shook their heads. The seven-orifice exquisite flower is too precious. None of the sects that entered the heaven-raising sect have it. Could it be that Yao won't be able to escape this calamity? The Qin family's patriarch felt boundless sorrow. Just at this moment, a voice interrupted the elders' conversation. Elders, the elder that had led Fong Chun over suddenly spoke. Why did you come up here? Seeing this elder come up, some of the elders were clearly displeased. Elder Fong Chun came to visit. He said that he might have a way to extend Qin Yao's life, said the elder. Hearing this elder's words, the Qin family's patriarch suddenly raised his head and looked at Fong Chun. Fong Chun, you have a way to save Yao, said the Qin family's patriarch excitedly. Fong Chun spread out his hands. Let me see Qin Yao first. The Qin family's patriarch did his best to suppress his excitement and nodded, allowing Fong Chun to come over to Qin Yao's side. Fong Chun reached out and placed his hand on Qin Yao's pulse. He found that Qin Yao's pulse beat very slowly. Her injuries are extremely serious. Fong Chun sighed inside. The other elders also shook their heads. Even they had no way to save her. So what could Fong Chun do? But at this moment, a stooped old man arrived behind Fong Chun. He thoughtfully looked at Fong Chun and then said, Fong Chun, back in the Divine Wind Nation, the one who saved you was Yao. Hearing the old man's words, Fong Chun's mind went blank. Then, his eyes were filled with a complicated expression. It was her. Fong Chun involuntarily cried out. Back then, he only knew that the one who had saved him was someone from the Qin family. As for who it was, he didn't know. Qin Yao also hadn't said anything. The reason he had come to see Qin Yao was because someone from the Qin family had once saved him. Furthermore, on the Divine Blade Mountain, Qin Yao had bravely stood up for him. Fong Chun tried his best to stabilize the shock in his heart as he carefully sized up Qin Yao. Qin Yao was lying on the ground. Although her complexion was incomparably pale, it still couldn't conceal her beauty. Looking at Qin Yao's face, at this moment, Fong Chun felt his heart ache. Furthermore, an extremely resolute thought appeared in his mind. No matter what, he had to save Qin Yao. Fong Chun looked at Qin Yao and calmly said, Although I saved your life outside of Water-Leaning City and everything seems to be even, if it weren't for you saving me in the Divine Wind Nation, I wouldn't have come to the Southern Mountain Range. Chapter 519. Fong Chun's heart was filled with complicated emotions. His heart was trembling. The first time they had met, Qin Yao had already known about this matter, but she hadn't said anything. The second time they had met, she had bravely stood up for him. Although one of the reasons was because he had saved her life, when Fong Chun learned that the one who had saved him from the Divine Wind Nation was Qin Yao, his heart had been shaken. Fong Chun, do you have any ideas? Asked the Qin family head urgently. Fong Chun turned his head to look at the Qin clan members and said, Let me think about it. Then Fong Chun used his will to communicate with the bronze ancestor. Ancestor, help me save Qin Yao's life. I don't care what price you have to pay, said Fong Chun. The bronze ancestor thought for a moment and then solemnly said, Qin Yao's injuries are extremely serious. She's already on the verge of death. It'll be extremely difficult to completely heal her, but you can extend her life. How do I extend my life? Fang Chun asked anxiously. Even extending her life was possible. As long as she could last until they left the old site of the heaven-raising gate, the Qin family would find a way to invite the Medicine King. With the Medicine King's abilities, saving Qin Yao shouldn't be too much of a problem. If it were anyone else, it would be practically impossible. But you can do it, said the bronze ancestor. What should I do? Asked Fang Chen. Use violet crystals to set up a formation. Use a violet crystal soul stone to control it. A moment later, the bronze ancestor gave the method to Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes brightened. He looked at the Qin family and said, Everyone, I have a way to extend Qin Yao's life, but I need you to leave for a moment. The Qin family head's eyes brightened. His face was filled with joy. However, the other elders looked at Fang Chen with vigilance. Family head, could it be? Before the elder could finish his words, the Qin clan's patriarch stopped him and said, Let's withdraw. Before leaving, the Qin family's patriarch even specially instructed Fang Chen to prolong Qin Yao's life. For the sake of Qin Yao, the Qin family was ready to risk everything this time. Although the elders of the Qin family were worried that Fang Chen would take the opportunity to make a move on Qin Yao, the head of the Qin family had no other choice. After everyone left, Fang Chen took out purple crystals and began setting up the array formation. This formation was extremely mysterious. Even in the Almighty's book on formation comprehension, there was no mention of it. It was what Ancestor Bronze had just told Fang Chen. Old Ancestor Bronze told Fang Chen that the level of the array formation did not matter as long as there were enough materials. And the materials needed to set up this array were purple crystals and purple crystal soul stones. Of course, if there were more advanced materials, it would be completely possible. However, right now, Fang Chen only had purple crystals and purple crystal soul stones that could be used. I've already taught you the steps of the formation. You just have to follow my steps, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded. With a wave of his hand, purple crystals instantly scattered on the top of the mountain. Countless purple rays of light shot up into the sky. At this moment, Fang Chen's palms were constantly forming seals. In an instant, the purple rays of light intertwined together, forming a preliminary formation. Then, Fang Chen took out 10 purple crystal soul stones and placed them in the center of the formation. Crash! With the addition of the purple crystal soul stones, the formation was completed in an instant. Inside the formation, there was rich purple crystal qi everywhere. After the formation was completed, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of smile. The process of setting up the formation was much smoother than he had imagined. However, Fang Chen had also spent a lot of money to set up this formation. He only had 50 purple crystal soul stones in total. This time, he'd used 10 of them in one go. As for the purple crystal soul stones, he had used up 3,600 of them. There were a total of 3,600 array bases for this formation. All of them were made of purple crystal soul stones. The purple crystal soul stones and the purple crystal soul stones directly allowed the formation to be used to the extreme. The wild purple crystal qi constantly surrounded Qin Yao's body. Then, it drilled into Qin Yao's body. Qin Yao, who was about to lose her vitality, actually stopped at this moment. When Fang Chen saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. This formation was too powerful. However, at this moment, Fang Chen remembered something. This was something that Ancestor Bronze had specially instructed him to do. The purple crystal soul stones and the purple crystal soul stones emitted purple crystal qi. After being transformed by the formation, they became incomparably sharp. They drilled into Qin Yao's body and helped her recover. During this process, the poison in Qin Yao's body would be expelled. Therefore, Qin Yao, who was in the formation, had to take off her clothes. Otherwise, if the poison in her body couldn't be expelled, her injuries would worsen. Moreover, because Qin Yao was unable to absorb the purple crystal qi, the purple crystal qi needed to be circulated. Therefore, she had to take off her clothes. If it was in the past, Fang Chen might have felt awkward. However, in order to extend his life, he couldn't care less. He quickly stripped Qin Yao of her clothes. At this moment, a snow-white body appeared beside Fang Chun. Fang Chun felt his head heat up and his blood boil. "I'm sorry." Fang Chun looked apologetically at the unconscious Qin Yao. Then, he checked her condition. He felt that Qin Yao's crisis was under control. At the very least, it wouldn't worsen for the time being. This time, Fang Chun was finally relieved. He left the formation. This formation couldn't be seen from the outside at all. Moreover, it blocked spiritual probing. As long as one didn't enter the formation, they wouldn't be able to see anything inside. Therefore, even if Qin Yao was naked, she was only seen by Fang Chun. Seeing Fang Chun walk out, the Qin family's people quickly surrounded him. Their eyes were filled with worry. "Fang Chun, how is it?" asked the Qin family's patriarch. Fang Chun nodded. "Qin Yao's injuries are under control for now. As long as she's in the formation, her life won't be in danger." "Wonderful." The Qin family's patriarch laughed wildly. It had been a long time since he had laughed so happily. "However, I can only extend her life. If you want her to completely recover, you'll have to wait until we leave the old site of the heaven-raising gate," said Fang Chun. "As long as she can endure, once we leave the old site of the heaven-raising gate, I'll personally pay a visit to the Medicine King," said the Qin family's patriarch. Fang Chun nodded. The Qin family's people expressed that they wanted to enter the formation to see Qin Yao, but they were stopped by Fang Chun. "You can't enter. Once you enter, you'll affect Qin Yao," said Fang Chun. After weighing the pros and cons, the Qin family's people didn't intend to enter and stood guard in front of the formation. After Fang Chun chatted with the Qin family's patriarch for a while, he bid farewell. "Fang Chun, where are you going?" asked the Qin family's patriarch. "Revenge." After Fang Chun finished speaking, his figure vanished from the Kunwa mountain. In order to extend Qin Yao's life, Fang Chun paid a huge price, but Fang Chun felt that it was all worth it. Fang Chun was a person who knew how to be grateful. Furthermore, Qin Yao was his savior. If he didn't do anything when facing his savior, was he still human? He was worse than a beast. Qin Yao's injuries weren't worsening, and Fang Chun was relieved. After experiencing this incident, Fang Chun hated Lien Yunle and Wu Enai even more. Hence, he went to look for Lien Yunle and Wu Enai this time. It was rather difficult to look for Wu Enai and Lien Yunle. However, it was rather easy to look for the Lien Yunle castle or the Wu clan's martial artists. After Fang Chun left the Kunwa mountain, he used around 6 hours to find the Wu clan's team. Subsequently, he used thunderous means to kill all the Wu clan's disciples, leaving only one disciple. Send a message to Wu Enai. Tell him that Qin Yao is at the Sharp Plains. Fang Chun spoke in a deep voice. This disciple was very weak and was suppressed by Fang Chun's prowess. He didn't dare to resist and obediently followed Fang Chun's instructions to send a message to Wu Enai. Subsequently, he was killed by Fang Chun. After finishing everything, Fang Chun continued to look for the Lien Yunle castle's team. 2 hours later, Fang Chun used the same method to inform Lien Yunle that he saw Qin Yao at the Sharp Plains. After that, Fang Chun quickly headed for the Sharp Plains. He was going to wait for Lien Yunle and Wu Ni's arrival at the Sharp Plains. Right now, in a certain region, Wu Enai was walking. Suddenly, his communication jade pendant vibrated, and Wu Enai took out the communication jade pendant. "Big brother Wu Enai, I discovered Qin Yao at the Sharp Plains. She is alone and seems to be searching for something." When Wu Enai heard this news, his expression changed slightly. How is this possible? Isn't Qin Yao severely injured? Why would she appear at the Sharp Plains? Wu Enai whispered. Instantly, Wu Enai thought of something. Could it be that Qin Yao purposely spread the news of Qin Yao's severe injuries to mislead the public? Wu Enai thought to himself. Subsequently, Wu Ni's face revealed a sinister smile and said, "No matter what, we will know once we go and take a look." Since he dared to team up with Lien Yunle to deal with Qin Yao, he naturally wasn't afraid of the Qin clan. It was a pity that Qin Yao wasn't dead. This time, if Qin Yao was truly at the Sharp Plains, he could just kill her. When thinking of this, Wu Ni's figure flashed and rushed towards the Sharp Plains at full speed. In another region, Lien Yunla had just killed a demonic beast and heard this message. Qin Yao didn't die and appeared at the sharp plains. What is she searching for? Lien Yunla's eyes flickered as he pondered. Not long ago, the news of the shark plains being shaken was spread out. Many sect members went to investigate but didn't find anything. Right now, when Yinlu heard that Qin Yao had appeared at the shark plains alone, he didn't even think and immediately skimmed towards the shark plains. When Wu and I and Lien Yunla were heading toward the shark plains, Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing had also arrived at the shark plains. Chapter 520. Brother Yin, the shark plain is very calm. There's nothing unusual. Zhou Qingqing's beautiful eyes looked at the shark plain as she softly said. Zhou Yin also nodded. Let's go down and take a look. Soon, Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing arrived at the shark plain. They carefully observed the shark plain. At this moment, a complicated expression appeared on Zhou Yan's face. Fang Chun had fallen into the crack on the shark plain. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, and his whereabouts were unknown. Thinking about Fang Chun again, Zhou Qingqing asked when she saw Zhou Yan's expression. Zhou Yan nodded and said, "That's right. I wonder if Brother Fang is still alive." The palace master said that if one fell into the crack, there's no chance of survival. Zhou Qingqing said. Zhou Yan's expression was incomparably gloomy when he heard this. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. Fang Chun had arrived. Before he could approach the shark plain, Fang Chun discovered Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing. He then leaped and directly flew to their side. Yes, someone's coming. Zhou Yan's eyes flickered when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Zhou Qingqing was about to speak when a black figure suddenly appeared beside them. This caused their expressions to change slightly as they prepared to attack. The two of you, how have you been? Fang Chun opened his mouth and said. Only when they heard Fang Chen's words did the two of them clearly see that the person who had arrived was actually the Fang Chun they thought was dead. Brother Fang, what happened to you? Zhou Yan's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Fang Chun and hurriedly asked. Fang Chun, you're still alive. Zhou Qingqing's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of joy as she said, I'm lucky to have survived. Fang Chun nodded. Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin were not bad people. They were worthy of being friends. Zhou Yin did his best to stabilize the excitement in his heart. He looked at Fang Chun with a fiery gaze and asked, Brother Fang, didn't you fall into the crack on the shark plain? How did you get out? It's a long story. Fang Chun said after a moment of hesitation. Upon seeing Fang Chun's expression, Zhou Yin knew that there was a hidden story behind this. It was not appropriate for him to probe further. He immediately laughed out loud and said, Brother Fang, it's good that you are fine. Fang Chun, congratulations. Beside him, Zhou Qingqing also let out a gentle laugh. What are you two doing in Shark Plain? Fang Chun suddenly asked. Back then, there was an earthquake in Shark Plains. We suspected that there was something wrong with Shark Plains, so we came over from time to time, Zhou Yin said. Seeing the smile on Zhou Yan's face, Zhou Qingqing, who was at the side, looked on in a daze. It had been a long time since Zhou Yin smiled so happily. Fang Chun nodded. Zhou Yin asked, Brother Fang, what are you doing here? Hearing Zhou Yan's words, Fang Chen's face turned serious for a moment before he said in a deep voice, Kill. Kill. Who do you want to kill? Asked Zhou Yin. Lien Yunlu and Wu and I. Fang Chun said. Zhou Yin pondered for a moment and understood. He asked, Could it be that Brother Fang? You want to take revenge for Qin Yao? Fang Chun nodded and did not deny it. Seeing this, Zhou Yin grinned and said, Brother Fang, I like your true nature, but someone might not be like that. Zhou Qingqing, who was at the side, pouted and said with dissatisfaction. When Fang Chun saw this scene, he grinned. He could naturally see that Zhou Qingqing had feelings of admiration for Zhou Yin. Brother Zhou Yin, the opportunity is fleeting, so you must grasp it well. Fang Chun patted Zhou Yin's shoulder and said, Cherish the people around you. Don't regret it. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhou Yin was startled. He then grinned and did not say anything. Zhou Qingqing, who was at the side, revealed a brilliant smile in her beautiful eyes. It was obvious that Fang Chen was talking about her and Zhou Yin. "How is Qin Yao?" asked Zhou Yin. "Her life is at stake," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. His words were filled with vicissitudes of life. Zhou Yin was also startled when he heard this. Immediately, he subconsciously held Zhou Qingqing's small hand. Only at this moment did he understand what Fang Chen meant by cherishing the people around him and not letting him regret it. Zhou Yin thought that Fang Chen liked Qin Yao, and Qin Yao was at stake, which was why he said those words. However, he did not know that the reason why Fang Chen wanted to take revenge for Qin Yao was because Qin Yao had once saved his life. Fang Chen said those words on purpose for Zhou Yin to hear. Being held by the person she loved. Zhou Qingqing's face was filled with a blissful smile. At this moment, there was a loud, piercing sound from afar. The three of them raised their heads and saw that it was Yun Lu. Yun Lu. Fang Chen's eyes burned when he saw Yun Lu. Battle intent surged from him. Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing also saw Yun Lu. They walked over to Fang Chen and quietly asked, "Brother Fang, do you need help?" Fang Chen shook his head. "I'll do it myself." "Yes, Fang Chen, Zhou Yin, Zhou Qingqing, why are you here?" Yin Li's expression changed slightly when he saw the three of them. "We were waiting for you," said Fang Chen. Yin Li's eyes flickered. "The three of you tricked me into coming here just to kill me." At this moment, Yin Li knew he had been tricked. The three of them had tricked him into coming here to kill him. If it was just Fang Chen, he wouldn't be afraid. But with Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing, he didn't have any confidence. "No, it has nothing to do with the two of them. It's me who wants your dog life," corrected Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you seem to be a little arrogant," said Yun Lu. Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing didn't say anything and stood behind Fang Chen. Yun Lu didn't know their attitude, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Right at this moment, Fang Chen said, "The other person hasn't arrived yet, so you can still live a little longer. Take this opportunity to see more of this world." "Fang Chen, you are too arrogant. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you can't do it." Yun Lu was furious. He was a peak genius of the Southern Mountain Range, but he was actually disregarded by Fang Chen. Fang Chen ignored Yun Li's words. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He said, "They came earlier than I expected." Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, there was a sonic boom. Immediately after, Wu Ni's figure appeared beside Yun Lu. "Oh, brother Yun Lu, why are you here?" Wu and I was the first to see Yun Lu and asked doubtfully. "It seems like we have been cheated." Yun Lu explained to Wu and I about being cheated. Wu and I then looked at Fang Chen and the others with a gloomy expression. "Zhou Yin, Zhou Qingqing, we don't seem to have any grudges, right?" Wu and I asked in a deep voice. Among the three of them, he was more afraid of Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing, so he directly asked, "Wu and I am the one who cheated you here, and I am also the one who is going to take your life. It has nothing to do with the two of them." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing and said, "The two of you, step back first. Wait for me to take their lives before we continue our conversation." "Brother Fang, you're not a match for them." Zhou Yin stopped him. Fang Chen's strength might be formidable, but it was impossible for him to deal with Wu Ni and Yun Lu at the same time. Even Zhou Yin wasn't able to defeat the two of them at the same time. "Fang Chen, you have just escaped from death. Don't be so impulsive. We can understand your feelings, but there's hope as long as you are alive," Zhou Qingqing also advised. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I've already made up my mind. Furthermore, since I dare to do this, it means that I have full confidence." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing to speak. He waved his hand and turned to look at Wu Ni and Yun Lu. "Back then, at this sharp plain, the two of you worked together and nearly killed Qin Yao. Right now, I, Fang Chen, am also at the same place to face the two of you. The only difference is that the outcome will be different." Fang Chen said, "The two of you will die." Previously, they were worried that Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin would make a move, but from the looks of it, their worries were unnecessary. Everything today was orchestrated by Fang Chen. He wanted to fight the two of them by himself, which caused Yin Lu and Wu Ni's faces to be filled with ridicule, especially when they heard what Fang Chun said at the end. The two of them were even more disdainful. Fang Chun, in our eyes, you aren't even considered trash. You're dreaming if you want to fight the two of us by yourself. Yin Lu sneered and spoke with disdain. That's right. Any one of us can easily kill you. Wu and I spoke with a cold voice. Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan, who were standing behind Fang Chun, had extremely grave expressions. Big brother Zhou Yan, aren't you going to stop Fang Chun? Zhou Qingqing asked. After the previous contact, her impression of Fang Chun had increased by a lot. She also didn't wish to see Fang Chun killed by the two of them. Brother Fang isn't a reckless person. Since he said so, he should have some confidence. If it really doesn't work and Brother Fang is in danger, the two of us will make a move, Zhou Yin said. Zhou Qingqing nodded in response and didn't say anything else. Yin Lu and Wu and I were very dissatisfied. Fang Chun actually made use of their faction's disciples to deceive them to come here. Fang Chun, you will definitely die today. Yin Lu spoke arrogantly. That's right. No one can save you today. Wu and I spoke with a cold voice. While speaking, Yin Li's body emitted a wild aura which instantly covered the entire shark plane. He was prepared to make a move and kill Fang Chun. Brother Wu and I, wait for me here. Let me kill this kid, Yin Li said. Wu and I nodded and didn't say anything. Seeing Wu and I in Yin Li's ridicule, Fang Chun felt that it was very funny. Chapter 521. Fang Chun's words infuriated Lien Yin Lu and Wu and I. Both of their hearts were burning with rage. They had already made up their minds to tear Fang Chun into pieces. The net is worth your collection. Fang Chun, you're courting death. Lien Yin Lu roared furiously. In the next moment, he wielded his long sword and swung it. This sword contained an extremely wild aura. When Fang Chun saw Lien Yin Lu make his move, his eyes were filled with a smile. Just as Lien Yin Li's sword light was about to touch Fang Chun, the latter slowly extended his finger and gently caught the sword light in front of Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing's dumbfounded eyes. That's right, he caught it. The extremely powerful sword light. Even a 9th-level condensing reality realm martial artist would die instantly if they were pierced by this sword light. However, Fang Chun actually caught this sword light with ease. Even Lien Yin Lu was completely shocked. Crack! Fang Chun's finger exerted a little force and instantly dispersed the sword light. How was this possible? Even Wu and I, who was standing at the side, had a grave expression in his eyes. Although the sword strike that Lien Yin Lu had just executed wasn't his strongest attack, it was still a fatal blow to an ordinary martialist. Even if it was Wu and I, it wouldn't be easy for him to block this sword, but Fang Chun actually used his fingers to catch this sword light effortlessly. Your strength. Lien Yin Lu woke up from his shock. His eyes were burning as he looked at Fang Chun. There was actually a trace of fear in his heart. At this time, if the two of them still didn't know Fang Chun's strength, then they would really be idiots. Let's go together. Wu and I finally put down his pride and joined forces with Lien Yin Lu to deal with Fang Chun. At this moment, Zhou Yan's eyes were filled with astonishment. In the beginning, he had been worried about Fang Chun. However, from the looks of it, his worries were completely unnecessary. Even Zhou Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. As the holy maiden of the Black Devil Palace, she didn't admire many people in the younger generation, and the one she admired the most was Zhou Yan. But now, in her heart, Fang Chun's potential was no less than Zhou Yan's. What a formidable defense, Zhou Qingqing whispered. Right now, Fang Chun was standing quietly on the shark plane. Some time ago, it was also on the shark plane. Yin Lu and Wu and I had joined forces, but they were dealing with Qin Yao. In that battle, Qin Yao had almost died. If not for her final life-saving trump card, she would have died long ago. Right now, Fang Chun was challenging Lien Yunla and Wu and I by himself. The latter two had grave expressions on their faces. Fang Chun, do you think you can withstand our attacks like this? Wu and I said coldly. That's right. When Brother Wu and I joined forces, Even a martial artist who has condensed a trace of true qi wouldn't be able to withstand our attacks, let alone you. Yin Lu sneered. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. His face revealed a trace of a smile. He was laughing at the fact that these two were still so arrogant, even when they were about to die. Phantom God Sword Art, 5th rank. Fang Chen instantly executed it. Phantom swords shot out from the hidden star sword. At this moment, Fang Chen had completely erupted with his full strength. 8th level of the condensing reality realm. This was Fang Chen's current realm. Rumble. When Fang Chen activated his full strength, there were thunderous sounds in the sky. The hidden star sword in his hand danced violently. Crash, a wild sword light, carrying an extremely dense sword intent, instantly slashed towards the two of them. Do it, Yin Lu roared. In the next moment, he executed the 13 swords of Lin Yun without caring about anything else. Shoo! Yin Lu executed the 13 swords in one breath. Fang Chen was the most dangerous young martial artist he had ever encountered. He actually felt the aura of death from Fang Chen's body. Therefore, he did not hesitate to execute the 13 swords of Lin Yun. As soon as the sword was swung, 13 phantoms appeared. These 13 phantoms contained the Lin Yun Castle's most elite martial arts. Go to hell. Yin Lu held the long sword in his hand and controlled the 13 phantoms to attack Fang Chen. At the same time, Wu and I had also exerted his full strength. A faint layer of copper color appeared on his fist. After this layer of copper color appeared, Wu Ni's entire body seemed to have changed. An extremely wild aura emerged from his body. In the next moment, he clenched his fists and punched towards Fang Chen. On his fist, there were specks of copper light. The attacks of the two top geniuses came one after the other. However, Fang Chen's face was calm, without a trace of fear. It's time to end this. Thinking of the two men joining hands to deal with Qin Yao, Fang Chen's heart was filled with endless anger. Just as Fang Chen's voice faded, the hidden star sword in his hand carried a wild sword intent and bombarded the 13 phantoms. Crack! When Fang Chen's hidden star sword came in contact with the 13 phantoms, a cracking sound was instantly heard. Immediately after, Yin Lu was horrified to find that 3 of his 13 swords of Lin Yun were actually broken by Fang Chen in an instant. There are still 10 more swords. It's enough to take your dog life. Yin Lu roared and continued to activate the long sword. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen sneered. He pressed his palm down, and the hidden star sword slashed out once again. Only a kacha sound could be heard. When the last cracking sound was heard, the 13 swords of Lin Yun was shattered. In the sky, all the phantoms were shattered. Under Yun Li's shocked gaze, Fang Chen's hidden star sword directly pierced through his head. Bang! After the hidden star sword pierced through Yun Li's head, it gently twisted, and Yun Li's body instantly exploded. Not good. In the blink of an eye, Yin Lu was killed by Fang Chen. When Wu and I saw this scene, his heart was filled with fear. Wu and I yelled and instantly blasted out his fist. 2 streaks of copper light blasted towards Fang Chen while he turned around and prepared to escape. You can't escape. Fang Chen brandished the hidden star sword in his hand. The boundless power easily shattered the 2 streaks of copper light. His figure flashed as the hidden star sword approached Wu and I. Impossible. How can his strength be so strong? At this moment, Wu Ni's heart was filled with regret. He shouldn't have come here, let alone deal with this demon. However, it was all too late. The 2 geniuses who were aggressive just now were killed in the blink of an eye, while the other one fled in a sorry state. Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin, who were standing on a sharp plain, felt as if they were dreaming. Brother Yin, we're not dreaming, are we? Zhou Qingqing rubbed her beautiful eyes with her small white hands as she asked in shock. Zhou Yin looked at Fang Chen's figure with burning eyes. After a long time, he sighed and said, Brother Fang's strength is no weaker than a martial artist who has condensed 2 streaks of true qi. Hearing Zhou Yan's words, Zhou Qingqing's heart was even more shocked. When they were at the Godly Saber Mountain, Fang Chen's strength was no match for a martial artist who was at the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. It had only been a few months since they entered the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, and Fong Chen's cultivation had actually risen to such a level. Truly a monstrous genius. Zhou Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. Just as Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan were in shock, a miserable scream came from afar. The two of them raised their heads and saw that Fong Chen's hidden star sword had already pierced into Wu Ni's chest. The latter's vitality quickly disappeared, and his body softly fell to the ground. Monster! When Zhou Yan saw this scene, he slowly said, "It was too shocking for a single person to kill two top geniuses." After Fong Chen killed the two of them, he didn't have any expression on his face. He picked up Wu Ni's spatial ring, and then picked up Lin Yun Li's spatial ring. Finally, Fong Chen arrived in front of Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing. Looking at the two of them who were in a daze, Fong Chen grinned and said, "The two of you, I still have something to do. I will take my leave first." Hearing Fong Chen's words, the two of them instantly sobered up. Zhou Yan then asked, "Brother Fong, where are you going?" "To a mysterious place," Fong Chen said. Seeing that Fong Chen wasn't willing to say more, Zhou Yan didn't ask anymore. His eyes flickered as he reminded, "Brother Fong, you killed Lin Yun Lu and Wu Ni. The Wu clan and Lin Yun Castle will definitely go crazy. Be careful." "Many thanks for the reminder." Fong Chen bowed with cupped hands and turned to leave. Seeing Fong Chen's departing figure, Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing instantly vanished as well. It was obvious that they didn't want others to look at this place. Otherwise, if the Wu clan and Lin Yun Castle couldn't find the culprit, they would vent their anger on them. After Fong Chen left the Shark Plain, he quickly rushed towards the Spirit Stone storehouse. 3 days later, there was a piece of news that shocked the entire Raising Heaven Gate. Lin Yun Lu and Wu Ni's corpses were found in the Shark Plain. When this news was spread out, all the martial artists went completely crazy. Who was it that dared to kill Wu Ni and Lin Yun Lu? Wasn't he afraid of the Wu clan and Lin Yun Castle's crazy revenge? As expected, after the Wu clan and Lin Yun Castle received the news, they immediately arrived at the Shark Plain. When they saw the two corpses, they were infuriated. On the spot, the Wu clan head and Lin Yun Castle lord announced that the two major factions are going to find the culprit at all costs. Of course, many people were guessing if this matter was related to the Qin clan. However, they were just guessing. In the beginning, the Wu clan and Lin Yun Castle suspected the Qin clan because the Qin clan was the most suspicious. However, when they checked the corpses, they realized that the martial artist who killed the two was a sword cultivator. The two of them were penetrated by a sword. As such, the Qin clan's suspicion was eliminated. However, all the sword cultivators at the Raising Heaven Gate's old site suffered. All the martial artists from the Wu clan and Lin Yun Castle were mobilized to search for every single sword cultivator. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than to miss a single one. Right now, on the Kunwa Mountain, everyone from the Qin clan was shocked when they heard the news. Wu Ni and Lin Yun Lu are dead. The Qin clan head asked with shock. That's right. Wu Ni and Lin Yun Lu were killed by a sword cultivator on the Shark Plain. An elder said. Chapter 5:22. At this moment, Fong Chen was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. He had already arrived in front of the Spirit Stone warehouse. Net seeing that the spirit array in front of the Spirit Stone warehouse wasn't touched by anyone, Fong Chen grinned and waved his hand to remove the spirit array. Instantly, the Spirit Stone warehouse appeared in front of Fong Chen. Subsequently, Fong Chen entered the Spirit Stone warehouse. These two's interspatial rings are both supreme grade interspatial rings. The space inside is extremely huge. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Interspatial rings were divided into 4 grades: primary grade, intermediate grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Fong Chen's previous interspatial ring was a high-grade interspatial ring. It had a huge space, but it was still far from a supreme-grade interspatial ring. 100 high-grade ones couldn't even compare to a supreme-grade one. Before collecting these spirit stones, Fong Chen had to take out all the items in the 2 supreme-grade interspatial rings. He first checked Wu Ni's interspatial ring and found a set of 5th-grade cultivation technique and some elixirs. Fang Chun waved his hand and kept them his own interspatial ring. However, at this moment, Fang Chun found a set of armor that was quietly lying in Wu Ni's interspatial ring. Fang Chun took out the armor and inspected it carefully. He found that this set of armor was actually a mystic-grade armor, which shocked Fang Chun. An ordinary blacksmith grandmaster could easily refine a mystic-grade weapon. However, even for a high-grade blacksmith grandmaster, it was extremely difficult to refine a perfect set of armor. The success rate was extremely low. Fang Chun didn't expect that there was actually a perfect set of armor in Wu Ni's interspatial ring. This set of armor was completely black and emitted a terrifying aura presence. Fang Chun put on the armor and instantly found that his physical defense had increased exponentially. Wearing this set of armor, my physical defense is comparable to a 6-star Dao body or even a 7-star Dao body. It's too terrifying. Fang Chun thought to himself. This set of mystic-grade armor was a pleasant surprise. Fang Chun kept it in his spatial ring and emptied Wu Ni's spatial ring. Subsequently, Fang Chun waved his hand and instantly stored all the spirit stones into Wu Ni's spatial ring. He then dripped his blood on the ring to claim ownership. When all the spirit stones had been collected, Fang Chun was shocked to discover that these spirit stones had actually filled up the entire supreme-grade spatial ring. Thankfully, I have a top-grade spatial ring. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Then, he began to check Lin Yun Li's space ring. In the latter space ring, other than the 13 swords of Lin Yun, there was nothing important. After Fang Chun cleaned up Lin Yunli's interspatial ring, he put away. This was a top-grade interspatial ring. He might be able to use it in the future. After obtaining the spirit stones from the spirit stones warehouse, Fang Chun's spirit stones quantity had increased tremendously. Now, Fang Chun's spirit stones quantity had reached an unimaginable level. He had 10 billion pieces of low-grade spirit stones, 6 billion pieces of mid-grade spirit stones, and 1 billion pieces of high-grade spirit stones. In addition to the previous 50 million pieces, he had a total of 1.05 billion pieces. As for the top-grade spirit stones, after using 300,000 pieces, he was left with 9.7 million pieces. Even a 3-star elite faction like the Black Devil Palace's branch wouldn't be able to take out so many spirit stones. Fang Chun's wealth was already comparable to a 4-star sect. This was something that he didn't even dare to think about before. This was just the spirit stones rewarded to the odd-job workers at the old site of the Heaven-Raising sect. He wondered what the young prodigies of the Heaven-Raising sect's branch used. Could it be purple crystal stones? The more he thought about it, the more curious Fang Chun was about the Heaven-Raising sect's branch. I wonder if I can obtain the law phase nurturing secret technique from the old site of the Heaven-Raising sect. Fang Chun thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun turned and left. Fang Chun's mood was very good. Not only had his strength increased, but he had also obtained so many spirit stones. Calculating the time, it had already been 3 months since he entered the old site of the Heaven-Raising sect. All the major sects had obtained rich harvests, but the law phase nurturing secret technique still hadn't appeared. This made many cultivators very puzzled. After Fang Chun left the Spirit Stone Treasury, he once again went to Kunwa Mountain. Seeing Fang Chun's arrival, the Qin family's faces were filled with excitement. They all came to welcome Fang Chun. Fang Chun, you've come. The Qin family's patriarch's attitude towards Fang Chun had greatly changed. He looked at Fang Chun with a burning gaze. Fang Chun nodded and said, I've come to see Qin Yao. The Qin family's people nodded and made way. Fang Chun, you... Just as Fang Chun was about to step onto the peak of Kunwa Mountain, the Qin family's patriarch suddenly spoke. Hearing the Qin family's patriarch stammering, Fang Chun immediately asked, Patriarch, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Fang Chun, did you do what happened to the Shark Plane? The Qin family's patriarch asked. Fang Chun nodded and turned to leave. Boom! The entire Kunwa Mountain was in an uproar. Many of the Qin family's elders, including the patriarch, were completely crazy. Fong Chen admitted it. Could it be that he really did it? He killed two peak geniuses by himself. How'd he do it? When Yun Lu and Wu Ni worked together, even an expert who had condensed a wisp of true qi might not be a match for them. Fong Chen was actually able to kill them. This is too terrifying. A few of the Qin family's elders were discussing in shock. The Qin family's patriarch looked at Fong Chen's back view as he left. His eyes flickered as he was thinking about something. Fong Chen walked to the peak of Kunlun Mountain and saw that the array didn't move at all. He then entered the array with ease. As soon as he entered the array, he could feel the extremely dense purple crystal qi. Fong Chen took a quick check and noticed that the purple crystal stones in the array base weren't depleted yet. The purple crystal soul stone in the core of the array still had energy, and the array was still in normal condition. When he looked at Qin Yao, he felt his entire body burning up, and his qi and blood were surging. He tried hard to stabilize his restless heart and sized up Qin Yao carefully. Right now, Qin Yao was still naked and unconscious. She wasn't awake yet, but her complexion was much better. At the very least, her vitality had stabilized and was no longer flowing away. I hope she can persevere until we get out. Fong Chen thought to himself. He came here to confirm Qin Yao's condition. After confirming, Fong Chen bade farewell to the Qin family and left Kunlun Mountain. The current Fong Chen was invincible among the younger generation. He wanted to find a secret method to nurture his Dharma idol. All the disciples of the Wu family and Lianyan Castle were searching for the culprit in the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate. However, after a few days, they didn't find anything. This shocked the two factions. Search for him at all costs. The leaders of the two sects roared furiously. While the two sects were doing their best to find the culprit, the Black Devil Palace was also secretly moving. During the time they entered the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, the Black Devil Palace had been targeting some of the weaker sects. In the past 3 months, they had already subdued more than 10 large and small sects. Even the Baron sect had submitted to the Black Devil Palace. The reason was that the Black Devil Palace was too strong. If they didn't submit to the Black Devil Palace, they would be completely annihilated. No one wanted to die. As long as they lived, there was still hope, so they could only submit. Furthermore, the Black Devil Palace had given them a very enticing promise. They only needed to obey the Black Devil Palace's orders. In truth, they could still be considered an independent power. The Black Devil Palace wouldn't interfere with their internal affairs. At this time, on a certain plane, the Black Devil Palace had just subdued a power when two figures flew over. Seeing Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan arrive, the black-robed elder smiled and asked, "Did you find anything?" "Senior He." Zhou Yan cupped his hands toward the black-robed elder. Then he hesitated. The black-robed elder waved his hand, and all his subordinates withdrew. Only the 3 of them remained on the plane. "Speak. What is it?" asked the black-robed elder. "Senior He, we found Fong Chen in the sharp plane," Zhou Yan said in a deep voice. "Didn't Fong Chen fall into the crevice of the sharp plane?" The black-robed elder's expression changed slightly as he asked. Not only did he come out alive, but his strength had increased drastically. Zhou Yan continued. "Even Yun Lu and Wu Ni were killed by him alone." "What?" "Yun Lu and Wu Ni were killed by Fong Chen?" At this moment, it was the black-robed elder's turn to be shocked. "Palace Lord, what Brother Yin said is true. I was also present. He intentionally lured Yun Lu and Wu Ni to the sharp plane. It seemed like he wanted to take revenge for Qin Yao." Zhou Qingqing said. Hearing the two of them, the black-robed elder closed his eyes slightly. His mind was quickly thinking. After a long time, the black-robed elder shook his head and said, "It seems like the plan needs to be changed. Senior He, you want to deal with Fong Chen?" Zhou Yan's expression changed greatly as he asked. The black-robed elder shook his head and said, "According to what you said, Fong Chen's strength is at least comparable to a martial artist who has condensed 2 strands of true qi. He is only in his 20s. How can I bear to kill such a genius? If nothing goes wrong, Fong Chen will definitely reach the spirit whirlpool realm before the age of 30. A spirit whirlpool realm expert in his 20s, is considered a monstrous genius even in the ancient Sword Continent. The black-robed elder's words were full of praise for Feng Chun. Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin let out a sigh of relief. After all, they had a good relationship with Feng Chun. If the black-robed elder wanted to deal with Feng Chun, they would be in a difficult position. The black-robed elder looked at the two of them and said, "The two of you have come into contact with Feng Chun. I hope that the two of you can persuade Feng Chun to join our Black Devil Palace." Zhou Yin muttered for a moment and said, "I will try my best. Feng Chun has killed Yun Lu and Wu and I. If the two major factions know about this, they will definitely pursue him with all their might. Only the Black Devil Palace can protect him." The black-robed elder looked into the distance and revealed a trace of a thoughtful smile. Chapter 5:23. As time passed, the spirit chi in the heaven-cultivating gate became thinner and thinner. This made all the warriors nervous. Although they didn't know much about the old site of the heaven-cultivating gate, they knew that it was about to close soon. When they first entered, the spirit chi was extremely dense. But now the spirit chi was getting thinner and thinner. The more it was like this, the more anxious the warriors were. After all, their goal was to cultivate the Transcendence secret technique. Therefore, other than the Wu clan and Lianyan Castle, all the other forces were trying their best to find it. One day, there was news that Huangfu Mingchuan of the Divine Statue sect had successfully condensed a strand of true qi in his sea of qi. His strength had skyrocketed. As soon as this news spread, it shocked countless warriors. Among the top experts of the younger generation, other than Yun Lu and Wu and I, the other top geniuses were all at the peak of the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. However, none of them could condense a strand of true qi. Huangfu Mingchuan's success made him the strongest of the younger generation. After all, a warrior who could condense a strand of true qi was much stronger than a warrior who couldn't condense a strand of true qi. Not long after Huangfu Mingchuan came out of seclusion, he received the news of his elder brother's death. After hearing the news, Huangfu Mingchuan was furious. He swore to avenge his elder brother. After some investigation, Huangfu Mingchuan locked his target on Feng Chun. Although all the disciples had died on the Shark Plain, the Baron sect disciples had left early. The Divine Statue sect was able to stand in the water-leaning city for so many years. Naturally, they had spies all over the southern mountainland. Within the Baron sect, there were a few spies from the Divine Statue sect. From them, he found out that the one who killed Huangfu Lichuan was Feng Chun. "Feng Chun, I will tear you into pieces." Huangfu Mingchuan's face was gloomy. His body emitted a terrifying aura as he roared furiously. Right now, Huangfu Mingchuan didn't even know that Yun Lu and Wu and I were killed by Feng Chun. "Do your best to search for Feng Chun. Report to me as soon as you find any trace of him," Huangfu Mingchuan said coldly. Following Huangfu Mingchuan's command, the numerous disciples of the Divine Statue sect started to search for Feng Chun. In just a few days, the entire old side of the Raising Heaven Gate was in chaos. 3 days after Huangfu Mingchuan condensed his true energy, Niu Qi of the Firebolt Peak also successfully condensed his true energy. Moreover, Niu Qi had also used this opportunity to comprehend his concept of fire to the 3rd minor realm. When the various upper echelons of Firebolt Peak heard this news, they were extremely excited. Niu Qi was the most outstanding disciple in the entire history of Firebolt Peak. They had already regarded Niu Qi as the next successor. However, at this moment, a mysterious mountain peak in the old side of the Raising Heaven Gate suddenly collapsed. A palace instantly appeared on the plains. The appearance of this palace shook the entire Raising Heaven Gate. Countless martial artists saw a dazzling brilliance appear in the sky above the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate. These brilliances contained an ancient aura. When all the martial artists saw these brilliances, they all rushed over. "Quickly look, what is that?" In the Qin clan's region, an elder yelled out. "In a soaring brilliance. Could it be that the main hall of Yangshimen has appeared?" The Qin clan's patriarch's eyes flickered as he stared at the brilliance in the distant sky. In just a short moment, the Qin clan made a decision. The Qin clan's patriarch would lead the team and head over there to fight for the opportunity. Some elders would stay behind to look after Qin Yao. It wasn't just the Qin clan's team that set off. The Wu clan's team also stopped their search and started to move forward at full speed. Of course, the Black Devil Palace's people had already rushed over at the first moment. In an instant, the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, which had been occupied for over 3 months, was completely stirred up. Countless people from the sect rushed over to the place where the brilliance was. Even many rogue cultivators rushed over recklessly. In the past 3 months, they had more or less obtained some benefits. They felt that this was the greatest treasure in the Raising Heaven Gate. They definitely couldn't miss it. At this moment, on a certain mountain peak, Fong Chun was quietly standing. Beside him were the Banxian Shu and the Little Mouse, who were currently absorbing the purple crystal spirit stone's purple crystal spirit chi. During the battle between Fong Chun and the Jiang clan's patriarch, the Banxian Shu had tried to save Fong Chun. His branches and leaves had been charred, and he had been seriously injured. He was on the verge of death. The Little Mouse's injuries were even worse. The purple halo around his body had been slightly shattered by the Jiang clan's patriarch. The Little Mouse's aura was weak. Fortunately, the Little Mouse's bloodline was very strong, and his recovery ability was also very amazing. After Fong Chun gave him a large amount of spiritual stones, the Little Mouse's injuries finally stabilized. After the Little Mouse's injuries were stabilized, he gave the Banxian Shu a drop of blood. After the latter absorbed it, he immediately became more energetic. However, Fong Chun wanted the two of them to recover quickly. Thus, Ancestor Bronze told Fong Chun that he could try using the purple crystal spirit stone. Unexpectedly, the Banxian Shu and the Little Mouse were really able to absorb the purple crystal spirit chi. A purple crystal spirit stone was quickly absorbed by the two of them. After absorbing the purple crystal spirit stone's purple crystal spirit stone, the two of them became more energetic. Fong Chun, I feel that my injuries are almost healed. The Banxian Shu's branches and leaves had already begun to regrow as it chuckled. The Little Mouse, who was sitting on the trunk of the Banxian Shu, also nodded at Fong Chun. Upon seeing this, Fong Chun finally felt relieved. Just as Fong Chun was about to speak, a dazzling and colorful brilliance suddenly appeared in the distant sky. When these brilliances appeared, the old site of the heaven-raising gate shook. Fong Chun could even vaguely feel a majestic aura pervading the air. "What is that?" Fong Chun's eyes flickered as he asked in a low voice. Suddenly, the rusty blade in Fong Chun's interspatial ring started to tremble. Then it rushed out and floated in the sky, releasing an extremely cold aura as if it was greeting the dazzling brilliance. The rusty blade's actions made Fong Chun feel that something was amiss. His eyes lit up as he said, "Could the main hall of Yangshimen have appeared?" Everyone knew that the old site of the heaven-raising gate had been destroyed. The most important main hall of the heaven-raising gate had sunk into the ground. Their goal in entering the old site of the heaven-raising gate had been to find the main hall. This was because only the main hall of Yangshimen could possibly contain the secret technique of cultivating Dharma power. As he thought about this, Fong Chun put away the Banxian Shu and the Little Mouse and leaped into the sky in a flash. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Chun moved forward quickly. When he looked down, he saw that there were many martialists on the ground who were also rushing forward. On a certain plain in the old site of the heaven-raising gate, a main hall stood quietly. This main hall was surrounded by an incomparably dense spiritual aura. Outside the main hall, there was a vast plain. On the plain, there was a group of martialists in black, led by a black-robed old man. They were martialists from the Black Devil Palace. They were the closest to this place and had come as soon as they discovered the abnormality. Main hall of Yangshimen. The black-robed old man looked at the main hall in front of him, his eyes flickering with excitement. The main hall of Yangshimen that stood on the plain was like a majestic pagoda. It was awe-inspiring. "Palace Master, this is the main hall of Yangshimen?" Zhou Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked. That's right. This is the main hall of Yangshimen. Look at the patterns around the main hall. It's completely the work of the heaven-raising gate. The black-robed old man grinned. Zhou Yin, who was by the side, also stared at the heaven-raising gate hall. Outside the towering hall, there were countless complicated runes that ordinary people would not be able to understand. These patterns are so complicated. If you look carefully, there's actually a pattern to their arrangement. Zhou Yin said. The black-robed old man nodded his head and said, That's right. These patterns aren't simple carving methods, but a type of talisman. Talisman was a method used by talisman masters. Talisman masters used some special methods to engrave some powerful attacks onto paper and form talismans. The ranks of talisman masters were exactly the same as weapon refiners and array masters. And the ranks of talismans were naturally the same as the ranks of weapons and arrays. However, the conditions to become a talisman master were extremely harsh. Therefore, in the entire southern mountain land, there was almost no talisman master. Even in the vast Five Elements province, there were very few talisman masters. However, it was said that in the Five Elements province, there was a hidden sect. Within this sect, all the disciples were talisman masters. It was extremely terrifying. Of course, this was only a legend. Talisman, Zhou Qingqing asked with shock in her eyes when she heard this. The black-robed old man looked at the main hall of Yangshimen for a while and couldn't help but sigh. He said, As expected of the heaven-raising gate, to engrave offensive methods around such a large main hall, truly admirable. Hearing the black-robed old man's words, Zhou Yin and Zhou Qingqing's expressions changed greatly. Although they didn't understand talisman masters, they still knew what the black-robed old man meant. Engraving offensive methods on the main hall of Yangshimen meant that the main hall of Yangshimen was an independent entity. It was simply a large talisman. Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan's faces were filled with shock. What kind of talisman master is able to turn a main hall into a talisman? This kind of method was beyond the scope of their knowledge. Stormy waves rose in their hearts. Under normal circumstances, talismans were small pieces of paper. They had never seen such a large talisman. From what I know, even a martial grandmaster level talisman master wouldn't be able to do this. The black-robed old man was experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a talisman. Too terrifying. Zhou Yin inwardly thought to himself. The heaven-raising gate branch was powerful to such an extent, yet it was still destroyed by a mysterious force. One could imagine how powerful the mysterious force that destroyed the heaven-raising gate branch was. Chapter 524. To be able to carve a palace into a talisman, this kind of ability was simply heaven-defying. From his point alone, one could see how powerful the Yang Tian sect had been back in the day. There were very few talisman masters on the Gujian continent, yet the Yang Tian sect had such a heaven-defying talisman master. Furthermore, this was only a branch of the Yang Tian sect. How powerful was the true headquarters of the Yang Tian sect? The Black Devil Palace could be considered an overlord on the Gujian continent. However, compared to the Yang Tian sect, it was nothing to be afraid of. Furthermore, the Black Devil Palace was only a branch. The black-robed old man sighed inwardly. Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin were even more shocked. They thought that they were the best of the younger generation, but after seeing the main hall of Yangshimen, they realized how short-sighted they were. Since the main hall of Yangshimen itself is a talisman, will it take the initiative to attack us if we approach it? Asked an elder from the Black Devil Palace. This was the main point. The Black Devil Palace had come here to enter the main hall of Yangshimen, not to observe it. Although the main hall of Yangshimen had given them a huge shock, the main point was how to enter it. It would be best if they could enter before the other factions arrived. The elder's question attracted the attention of many people. They all looked at the black-robed old man. This talisman is too mysterious. I'm not sure either. Let me try. After the black-robed old man finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the main hall of Yangshimen. Who at that moment? The complicated patterns on the main hall of Yangshimen suddenly started to move. They moved irregularly, as if they had been completely activated. The black-robed old man sensed an ancient aura. In the blink of an eye, the complicated patterns on the main hall of Yangshimen were completely still and no longer moved. At that moment, a phantom appeared from the complicated patterns. He looked at the black-robed old man and said, "The main hall of Yangshimen has appeared. Everyone can enter it. However, the time is not yet right." This phantom was the pantheon of the main hall of Yangshimen. When someone approached the main hall of Yangshimen and activated the complex patterns, he would appear. "Senior, may I ask if the main hall of Yangshimen has a secret method to nurture Dharma powers?" The old man in black asked respectfully. Pantheon's expression was calm as he said, "Yes." Hearing this, everyone in the Black Devil Palace was extremely excited. "Senior, when will the time be ripe?" The black-clothed elder was a little confused. Since the main hall of Yangshimen had already appeared, why did they have to wait for the right time? Pantheon glanced at the black-clothed old man and said, "You don't need to know that." After that, Pantheon stopped talking. His figure floated around the main hall of Yangshimen. The black-clothed elder retreated to the Black Devil Palace's camp. His expression was grave as he stared at Pantheon. Finally, he shook his head slightly. As Pantheon, he could definitely control such a large talisman. If he forced his way in, he would definitely anger Pantheon and activate the talisman. Even the black-clothed elder, who was at the spirit vortex realm, did not dare to resist such a large talisman. "Palace Master, what should we do?" an elder asked. The black-clothed elder said in a low voice, "Wait." Then, the people of the Black Devil Palace began a long wait. As time passed, some of the sects near the main hall of Yangshimen arrived one after another. Among these sects, many of them had already pledged allegiance to the Black Devil Palace. Of course, there were also some sects that did not pledge allegiance to the Black Devil Palace. "Palace Master, many of the leaders of the forces that had pledged allegiance to the Black Devil Palace greeted the black-clothed elder. As for the leaders of the sects that did not pledge allegiance to the Black Devil Palace, they were disdainful. The black-clothed elder did not say anything about this. 2 hours later, a large force finally arrived. The people of the Wu clan had arrived. The Wu clan head led the Wu clan disciples and arrived in a grandiose manner. The Wu clan head looked at the Dark Lord and asked, "Palace Master, you arrived first. Have you discovered the situation? The time to open the main hall of Yangshimen has not yet arrived. We need to wait," the black-clothed elder said simply. The Wu clan head's eyes flickered and stopped at a spot on the ground. Then, he carefully observed the main hall of Yangshimen. After a long time, the Wu clan head was shocked. He had also discovered the complicated patterns. "Clan head, why don't we force our way in?" an elder asked in a low voice. "This palace is a large talisman. Do you want to kill our Wu clan?" The Wu clan head said in a low voice. When the elder heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately shut his mouth. Time passed minute by minute. After the Wu clan arrived, the Lianyan Castle also arrived. The Flaming Bull Peak and the Divine Statue sect arrived together. The last to arrive was the Qin clan. When the Qin clan arrived, everyone's gaze focused on the Wu clan and the Lianyan Castle. When the Qin clan head saw the two sects, his face was filled with anger. However, he knew that this was not the time to argue, so he endured it. The arrival of the Qin clan caused the black-clothed elder to reveal a trace of astonishment. Then, he looked at Pantheon and asked, "Senior, everyone has arrived. Can we open the main hall of Yangshimen now?" When they heard the black-clothed elder's words, the leaders of the other forces all looked at Pantheon. However, Pantheon still shook his head and said, "Continue to wait." When Pantheon spoke, everyone's faces were filled with helplessness. They did not understand who Pantheon was waiting for. However, the various forces also had nothing to say. They could only wait. At this moment, on a mountain peak not far from the main hall of the Yang Heaven sect stood a cultivator. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize that this person was the general clan head. Of course, if Fengchen was here, he would definitely not recognize him as the general clan head. That was because he had already been possessed by the Sword King of the Yang Heaven sect. The Sword King narrowed his eyes and looked at the main hall of Yangshimen in the distance. He said in a deep voice, "I never thought that after so many years, the main hall of Yangshimen would still be intact." As a former disciple of the Yang Heaven sect, the Sword King naturally knew that the main hall of Yangshimen was a talisman. He originally thought that when the Yang Heaven sect's branch was destroyed, the main hall would also be destroyed. However, it seemed that not only was the main hall not destroyed, it was also intact. Right now, my strength has not fully recovered. Once I appear, Pantheon will definitely attack me. The Sword King thought to himself. After a long time, the Sword King made a decision. Since that's the case, then I will hide here and reap the benefits. The Sword King said sinisterly. He knew better than anyone the value of the main hall of Yangshimen. Therefore, he had to obtain this main hall at all costs. Just as the Sword King was paying attention to the main hall, a figure entered his line of sight. And it's him. When the Sword King saw Fang Chun, his expression slightly changed. He was a little surprised as he did not expect to see him here. Fang Chun did not notice the Sword King. His figure flashed and quickly rushed towards the plains. Soon, Fang Chun appeared on the plains. When Fang Chun appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. "Fang Chun, you're here." The Qin clan head grinned when he saw Fang Chun. Before Fang Chun could greet the Qin clan head, he felt an extremely fierce gaze staring at him. Fang Chun turned his head and saw that it was Huangfu Mingchuan from the Divine Statue sect. Huangfu Mingchuan walked out step by step. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Chun. He asked in a cold voice, "You kill my big brother." Huangfu Mingchuan's voice contained an incomparably oppressive aura. The surrounding warriors were shocked when they heard this. Fang Chun raised his head and looked at Huangfu Mingchuan. His expression was calm as he said, "If your big brother is Huangfu Mingchuan, then he was indeed killed by me." When Huangfu Mingchuan heard this, a terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. He looked directly at Fang Chun, as if he wanted to kill Fang Chun directly. "You shouldn't have killed him," Huangfu Mingchuan said. Huangfu Mingchuan's words were like the Grim Reapers, directly deciding Fang Chun's death. There was no room for doubt. Behind Huangfu Mingchuan, the upper echelons of the Divine Statue sect coldly watched this scene. They weren't prepared to make a move, because Huangfu Mingchuan was more than enough to deal with Fang Chun. Seeing that Fang Chun and Huangfu Mingchuan were confronting each other, the Qin clan immediately stood out to express their attitude. "Fang Chun is my Qin clan's honored guest. We won't interfere in a battle between the younger generation. However, if the older generation doesn't abide by the rules and forcibly makes a move, then don't blame the Qin clan for shedding all pretense of cordiality," the Qin clan head said in a low voice. The Qin family's patriarch's declaration caused the other forces to be stunned. "Qin Long, Mingchuan can deal with a mere weak warrior. There's no need for the upper echelons of the Divine Statue sect to make a move," the Divine Statue sect head said coldly. At the moment, Huangfu Mingchuan's entire body was emitting a terrifying aura. He wanted to kill Fang Chun. Fang Chun's target was the main hall of Yangshimen. He didn't want to cause trouble there, but if Huangfu Mingchuan forced him, he wouldn't mind killing him. "Fang Chun, I will use the cruelest punishment in the world to torture you. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death," Huangfu Mingchuan said indifferently. However, his words were full of deterrence. Huangfu Mingchuan was a genius who had condensed true energy at such a young age. Even Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin couldn't compare to such a genius. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Fang Chun said. Crash! Hearing Fang Chun's words, Huangfu Mingchuan's true energy instantly appeared around him. When his true energy was released, even the experts of the older generation were shocked. "This is my capital. What do you have to fight me?" Huangfu Mingchuan looked down at Fang Chun as if he was looking at an ant. "Fang Chun, you dare to touch a disciple of the Divine Statue sect. Even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be enough." The great elder of the Divine Statue sect said, "That's right. No one can save you today. Ming Chuan will use the cruelest punishment to torture you. He will make you suffer a fate worse than death, the second elder said. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? Ridiculous. At this moment, except for the Black Devil Palace and the Qin clan, all the other forces were shaking their heads. They didn't think highly of Fang Chun. How could the battle be over before it even started? Huangfu Ming Chuan had condensed true energy, but what about Fang Chun? He probably hadn't even reached the 9th stage of the condensing reality realm. Even if Fang Chen's talent was outstanding, in front of a martial artist who had condensed true energy, there was nothing to fear. Huangfu Ming Chuan didn't even consider Fang Chun an opponent. In his eyes, Fang Chun was an ant. If he wanted to crush an ant, he could crush it. There was no need to think too much. Chapter 5:25. As you said, how can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? Fang Chen looked straight at Huangfu Ming Chuan and said calmly, I will be the bright moon, and you will be the firefly. Boom! Fang Chen's statement had undoubtedly stirred up the atmosphere of the entire plain. When countless martial artists heard this statement, their blood boiled. No matter how strong or weak one was, a martial artist couldn't throw away their pride. You will be the bright moon, and I will be the firefly. When Huangfu Mingwei heard this, his face still didn't have any ripples, but his words were filled with chilling intent. Fang Chun, you think too highly of yourself. Brother Huangfu Mingchuan has already condensed a wisp of qi. What about you? What do you have to fight with him? Niu Qi of the Flaming Bull Peak immediately spoke. He was disdainful of Fang Chun. This kind of trash was only good for sensationalism and attracting attention in front of everyone. On the ancient sword continent, strength was the most important. After Niu Qi spoke, a few elite prodigies spoke up one after another. They spoke up for Huangfu Mingchuan and belittled Fang Chun. Fang Chun, you are too arrogant. There is no need for brother Huangfu Mingchuan to make a move. I can suppress you. The one who spoke was Wu Bing of the Wu clan. Wu Bing's strength was second only to Wu and I. After Wu Ni's death, he was the strongest among the Wu clan's younger generation. He believed that he already had the qualifications to be on equal footing with the other prodigies. Right now, he was standing on Huangfu Mingchuan's side and wanted to suppress Fang Chun. You are not even fit to carry my shoes. When facing such a treacherous person, Fang Chun naturally wouldn't speak nicely. Fang Chun, you are courting death. You might have the Qin clan backing you, but you will definitely die today. Wu Bing spoke coldly. To deal with trash like you, I can crush you with one hand, Fang Chun said. Fang Chen's words were extremely arrogant. Huangfu Mingchuan's eyes were cold as he glared at Fang Chun. His face was filled with displeasure. Seeing that Huangfu Mingchuan was unhappy, Wu Bing immediately said, Brother Mingchuan, let me kill this maniac for you. As soon as Wu Bing finished speaking, he took a step forward and looked coldly at Fang Chun. He said coldly, Fang Chun, let me Wu Bing take your dog life. Fang Chun didn't bother with Wu Bing. Instead, he turned to the Wu clan and asked, Does Wu Bing represent your Wu clan? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the patriarch of the Wu clan snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, Why would we, the older generation, interfere in a battle between the younger generation? Wu Bing only represents himself. If the patriarch of the Wu clan said that Wu Bing represented the Wu clan, people would naturally think that the Wu clan was trying to curry favor with the divine statue sect. That was why the patriarch of the Wu clan had purposely said that. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded and continued to ask, Then, what if I accidentally kill Wu Bing during the battle? Fang Chun, do you really think you're the #1 expert under the heavens? You can dream on if you want to kill me. Wu Bing roared furiously. The patriarch of the Wu clan didn't say anything. Fang Chun shook his head and sighed. Forget it. Your Wu clan should take Wu Bing back. I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill him. Fang Chen's words caused the patriarch of the Wu clan's expression to change. He was a bit displeased. This kid was about to die, but he still dared to say such words to infuriate the Wu clan. If you have the ability to kill Wu Bing, then consider it as bad luck. My Wu clan definitely won't do anything, sneered the patriarch of the Wu clan. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could kill Wu Bing. The patriarch of the Wu clan was very confident in Wu Bing's strength. If it was anyone else, the patriarch of the Wu clan might be worried. However, his opponent was Fong Chun, so he wasn't worried at all. Although Fong Chun had killed Huang Felichuan, Wu Bing's current strength wasn't something that Huang Felichuan could compare to. Fong Chun was waiting for these words. He grinned and said, "Everyone, you heard it, right? The patriarch of the Wu clan personally said that if I kill Wu Bing, they won't do anything to me. Everyone, please be my witness." Hearing Fong Chen's words, many powers lowered their heads. They weren't willing to interfere in this matter. However, someone still spoke up. "My Qin clan can be your witness. If the Wu clan breaks their promise, my Qin clan will definitely take action," said the patriarch of the Qin clan. "Count me in," said someone in the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the person who spoke was actually the palace master of the Black Devil Palace. "Dark Lord, do you also favor Fong Chen?" asked someone. The black-robed old man chuckled and didn't say anything else. With the Dark Lord's words, Fong Chun felt a lot more at ease. He turned his head to look at Wu Bing and grinned. His smile was very bright. "Fong Chun, you won't be able to smile in a bit," roared Wu Bing angrily. Then, Wu Bing used his full strength and directly launched a fierce attack at Fong Chun. In an instant, Fong Chun and Wu Bing began to fight. Everyone looked over and saw that Fong Chun was actually at a disadvantage. "This brat is too arrogant. Now he's finally receiving his retribution," sneered Niu Qi in the battle. Fong Chun was always at a disadvantage. Wu Bing had the upper hand and was suppressing Fong Chun. He had a wild smile on his face. He believed that Fong Chun wasn't his match. At this time, in the Black Devil Palace area, Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan's faces were filled with doubt. Only the black-robed old man knew of Fong Chen's intentions. "This brat is very scheming. He's not simple." This was the black-robed old man's evaluation of Fong Chun. This also made him want to bring Fong Chun into the Black Devil Palace. Fong Chun deliberately controlled his strength to give others the false impression that his strength was comparable to Wu Bing's and that the battle was very difficult. If he killed Wu Bing in one move, Niu Qi and the others wouldn't dare to attack. Finally, after a fierce battle, Fong Chun found an opportunity to counterattack. Bang! Fong Chen's fist instantly landed on Wu Bing's body. The latter's body was directly sent flying. Wu Bing stabilized his body and was furious. "Fong Chun, I'm going to kill you." Wu Bing roared and attacked Fong Chun again. Seeing Wu Bing's attack, Fong Chun deliberately revealed an opening. Seeing this, Wu Bing's fist directly landed on Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen's fist collided with Wu Bing's. As soon as his fist came into contact with Wu Bing, he took the initiative to retreat, giving Wu Bing the false impression that he was sent flying. "Now you can die." Wu Bing was overjoyed and followed up with another attack. When Wu Bing's fist struck out, Fong Chun just happened to take out the hidden star sword. Wu Bing's body didn't stop and directly rushed in front of Fong Chun. When his fist landed on Fong Chen's body, he suddenly felt pain all over his body. Pucci the hidden star sword strangely pierced Wu Bing's body. The latter felt pain and looked down, his heart filled with anger. Damn it! Wu Bing was furious and continued to attack Fong Chun. Fong Chen's body was once again sent flying by Wu Bing. The hidden star sword was also directly pulled out of Wu Bing's body. Wu Bing wanted to chase after Fong Chun, but he found that his footsteps were very heavy. In the next moment, he felt dizzy. In an instant, he actually felt the aura of death. How is this possible? Wu Bing's heart was filled with panic. He didn't want to die. While struggling, Wu Bing's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. At this time, Fong Chen's body also fell to the ground and let out a painful cry. What? Originally, Wu Bing had the advantage. But suddenly, Wu Bing fell to the ground, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. Only the leaders of the major factions clearly saw that Wu Bing was an idiot. When his opponent took out a sword, he didn't care at all. When he attacked his opponent, he was stabbed to death by his opponent. In the Wu family's territory, the Wu family head's face was ashen. Wu Bing had died so sullenly. He had originally been about to win, but due to his carelessness, he had been stabbed to death. Fang Chen slowly stood up. Looking at Wu Bing's corpse, he grinned. He died just like that? Isn't he a bit too weak? The more Fang Chen said this, the more people felt that he had the upper hand. Everyone, including the head of the Wu clan, was deceived by the illusion that Fang Chen had created. The entire plain was silent. Fang Chen, you killed my Wu family's disciple. I'll kill you, roared an elder, unable to bear Wu Bing's death. Are the Grand Wu family head's words just fart? Asked Fang Chen. You. This elder was infuriated, but he had nothing to say. The Wu family head stared coldly at Fang Chen. Then he glanced at the black-robed elder from the Black Devil Palace. In the end, he shook his head. That idiot Wu Bing deserved to die. The various large factions' martial artists all felt that Wu Bing's death was very sullen. To be killed by Fang Chen using such a move was simply too shameful. But because of this, Niu Qi and the others felt even more disdain for Fang Chen. I already said that I would accidentally kill him in battle, but he didn't believe me. Fang Chen looked at Wu Bing's corpse and muttered to himself. Seeing Fang Chen act so arrogantly, Huangfu Mingchuan finally opened his mouth once more. Chapter 5:26. When Wu Bing stepped out, the Wu family thought that it was a sure thing. That was why they didn't hesitate to make a promise. They knew that Wu Bing would kill Fang Chen even if they didn't have to make a promise. However, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Wu Bing actually died in Fang Chen's hands, which made the Wu family very angry. However, because of the pressure from the Qin family and the Black Devil Palace, the Wu family didn't dare to say anything. The Wu clan's family head even swallowed his broken teeth. The words that he had said previously were like a slap to his face. The Wu family tolerated it, but Huangfu Mingchuan couldn't. From Fang Chen's arrogance at the beginning, he knew that Fang Chen would definitely die. However, he believed that a piece of trash wasn't worth his time. Therefore, when Wu Bing said that he would fight in his place, he agreed. He originally thought that Wu Bing would be able to kill Fang Chen easily, but when he saw the result, he understood. Fang Chen's strength had probably increased a little because of some fortuitous encounter. However, that was the extent of his strength. That was because he was lucky to kill Wu Bing. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Seeing Fang Chen jump up and down after killing Wu Bing, Huangfu Mingchuan thought that Fang Chen was insulting him. Everyone who insulted him would end up in a miserable state. I won by luck. I don't care about the process. I only care about the result. Fang Chen grinned when he heard that. He didn't take Huangfu Mingchuan's words seriously at all. Fang Chen, Wu Bing's strength is weak. If I were to fight, you wouldn't even have a chance to fight back, Niu Qi said coldly. Forget it. I'm afraid that if I kill you, Flaming Ox Peak's people will jump out and cause trouble for me. Since I can't afford to offend them, can't I just hide? Fang Chen said. After hearing Fang Chen's sarcastic words, the crowd of Fireball Peak could not hold it in any longer. Some of the weaker disciples immediately yelled, Fang Chen, if senior brother Niu Qi were to attack, you would surely die. That's right. You may be arrogant now, but you won't even be able to cry later. Niu Qi was also a martial artist who had condensed true qi. His strength was about the same as Huangfu Mingchuan's. Now that he had been ridiculed by Fang Chen, he was furious. Niu Qi turned to look at Huangfu Mingchuan. The latter took a step forward and narrowed his eyes at Fang Chen. His whole body exuded a terrifying aura. Fang Chen, if I attack, you'll definitely die, said Huangfu Mingchuan. Seeing that Huangfu Mingchuan was about to attack, Fang Chen grinned. What? You can't wait any longer. You're finally going to attack. If I were you, I wouldn't stupidly attack right now, said Fang Chen. Huangfu Mingchuan shook his head slightly. Fang Chen was only good at talking. If they really fought, he was confident that he could instantly defeat Fang Chen. So Huangfu Mingchuan didn't say anything. Instead, he used his actions to tell Fang Chen that when Huangfu Mingchuan attacked, he would never hold back. Boom! Huangfu Mingchuan's body was instantly surrounded by an extremely wild aura. That aura converged on his fist, and he suddenly punched out at Fang Chun. On the plains, countless martial artists widened their eyes as they stared at Huangfu Mingchuan. The latter was the first person in the younger generation to condense a strand of true qi in Nanling land. No one knew exactly how strong he was. Boom! When Huangfu Mingchuan threw out a punch, it was as if the space was about to be torn apart. The surrounding air was constantly dispersing, and the spiritual energy fluctuation that was emitted from his fist made the surrounding martial artists retreat one after another. Everyone from the Divine Statue sect was gratified when they saw this scene. Ever since the Black Devil Palace had entered Nanling land, the young geniuses of Nanling land had been suppressed by Zhou Qingqing. Now that Huangfu Mingchuan was the first to condense a strand of true qi, he was finally no longer suppressed by Zhou Qingqing. With Mingchuan attacking, this kid will definitely die. The Divine Statue sect's master smiled as he looked at Huangfu Mingchuan. Yeah, Mingchuan's casual punch is already so powerful. If he activates his true qi, it will definitely be very powerful. The Great Elder laughed. Everyone from the Divine Statue sect was full of smiles. Huangfu Mingchuan's strength was too strong, and it had shocked everyone. On the plains, Fang Chun saw Huangfu Mingchuan's fist coming at him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He then took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 5th level of the phantom sword technique. Swoosh! The 5th level of the phantom sword technique was fully displayed. Fang Chen's LV8 condensing reality realm aura also erupted instantly. In an instant, a gust of wind blew across the plains. In the sky, countless illusory swords appeared in an instant. They were like raindrops that filled the sky. They carried a terrifying aura as they attacked Huangfu Mingchuan. Fang Chun displayed his fiercest attack right from the start. He was not going to give Huangfu Mingchuan any chance. Bang! Huangfu Mingchuan's fist collided with the countless illusory swords. His body was instantly pushed back. Huangfu Mingchuan, who had just stabilized his body, saw Fang Chen's powerful attack. His eyes flickered, and his heart was filled with shock. His strength, although it was only a slight contact, Huangfu Mingchuan could feel that Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Could it be that he was just acting? At this moment, Huangfu Mingchuan thought of this point. His face became completely gloomy. No matter how strong you are, you will still die. Huangfu Mingchuan roared and displayed the Divine Statue heavenly technique. An illusory image of an elephant appeared above his head. His palms were constantly forming seals. Huangfu Mingchuan's Divine Statue heavenly technique had already been cultivated to perfection. Its power was extremely tyrannical. When he realized Fang Chen's strength, Huangfu Mingchuan immediately displayed the Divine Statue heavenly technique. Seeing Huangfu Mingchuan display the Divine Statue heavenly technique, the expressions of the Divine Statue sect's people changed. They seemed to have realized something. Niu Qi, who had just mocked Fang Chun, also narrowed his eyes. He didn't dare to believe this scene. The black-robed old man and the Qin family head also nodded in satisfaction. Fang Chun had finally erupted with his full strength. So what if it's the Divine Statue heavenly technique? Today you will die. Fang Chun roared. The illusory god sword art was pushed to the limit. A wild aura instantly engulfed the entire land. The hidden star sword was like a peerless divine weapon, fiercely stabbing towards Huangfu Mingchuan. Seeing the hidden star sword stabbing towards him, Huangfu Mingchuan did his best to block it. But he was shocked to find that he was unable to block the hidden star sword attack. No, the hidden star sword's attack was beyond Huangfu Mingchuan's imagination. He roared and directly activated a strand of true qi within his body. Crash! True qi was released, and it directly surrounded his body, forming the strongest defense. True qi. When Fang Chun saw Huangfu Mingchuan's true qi, his wrist shook. The hidden star sword suddenly changed its direction and stabbed towards the elephant illusory image above Huangfu Mingchuan's head. Rumble. Huangfu Mingchuan activated his true chi and displayed the divine statue, heavenly technique, to the limit. He wanted to block Fang Chen's attack. How was this possible? Huangfu Mingchuan shouted in shock while resisting Fang Chen's attack. At this moment, the strength that Fang Chen had unleashed was too powerful. He was not the weak cultivator that he had seen before. Huangfu Mingchuan's heart was full of unwillingness. Puchi. Although Huangfu Mingchuan tried his best to block, Fang Chen's hidden star sword still ruthlessly stabbed into Huangfu Mingchuan's Dharma idol. Kacha. The power contained in the hidden star sword was too overbearing. It directly shattered the elephant illusory image. Then, Huangfu Mingchuan desperately mobilized his true chi, trying to stop Fang Chen's attack. I said, "You will die." Fang Chen sneered and said. In the blink of an eye, Huangfu Mingchuan was suppressed by Fang Chen and fell into a dangerous situation. At this moment, everyone in the Divine Statue sect was shocked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Divine Statue sect master finally came back to his senses. He roared, "Fang Chen, stop!" The Divine Statue sect master also realized Fang Chen's strength. He was worried that Huangfu Mingchuan would be killed by Fang Chen, so he desperately stepped forward to stop Fang Chen. Seeing the Divine Statue sect master make a move, the Dark Lord's figure flashed and blocked the Divine Statue sect master. He said coldly, "It doesn't seem good for the older generation to intervene in a battle between the younger generation." The Black Devil Palace's attitude was very clear. They wanted to protect Fang Chen. Dark Lord, are you going to break off relations with our Divine Statue sect for Fang Chen? The Divine Statue sect master's eyes were scarlet as he roared angrily. The Dark Lord shook his head and said, "Breaking off relations with your Divine Statue sect doesn't seem to have the right to say such words." With the Dark Lord's obstruction, the Divine Statue sect master couldn't help Huangfu Mingchuan at all. "Hunya Mongols, please help Huangfu Mingchuan. After this, you will be greatly rewarded." The Divine Statue sect master roared. Hearing this, Hunya Mongols thought for a moment and nodded. However, at this moment, a figure floated to his side. "Master," Hunya Mongols said coldly. The Qin family master blocked Hunya Mongols, which made the Divine Statue sect master even more anxious. "Niochi, you do it," Hunya Mongols ordered. Hearing this, Niochi nodded and directly joined the battle. Seeing this, Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan's figures flashed and came to Fang Chen's side, ready to join the battle. "Step back," Fang Chen said. Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan's faces were solemn, but in the end, they didn't join the battle. Since Fang Chen said so, he must be very confident. "Fang Chen, you're dead." With the addition of Niochi, Huangfu Mingchuan was no longer suppressed by Fang Chen. He came back from the gates of hell. He joined forces with Niochi and directly launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. "I said that you will die today. No one can save you." Fang Chen looked at Huangfu Mingchuan and said coldly. In the next moment, Fang Chen's wrist shook and a formation enveloped the three of them. Huangfu Mingchuan and Niochi were a little flustered when they were trapped in the formation. However, they calmed down in the blink of an eye. "Brother Mingchuan, attack together and destroy the formation," Niochi said. The formation set up by Fang Chen wasn't very powerful. It was only a low-level spirit formation. Niochi and Huangfu Mingchuan could easily destroy it. However, Fang Chen only needed time. "Go to hell." Fang Chen used the Phantom Sword technique. The Hidden Star Sword carried a wild sword intent and directly arrived beside Huangfu Mingchuan. At this time, Niochi was bombarding the formation. He didn't expect Fang Chen's attack to come so quickly. "No!" Huangfu Mingchuan's true chi revolved around his body as he did his best to block. However, he was shocked to find that his true chi was unable to block the Hidden Star Sword. Puchi, the Hidden Star Sword, pierced through his true chi and into Huangfu Mingchuan's body. Chapter 5:27. After Nio Chi shattered the array, he was shocked to find that Fang Chen's Hidden Star Sword had already pierced Huangfu Mingchuan's body. At this time, Huangfu Mingchuan's pupils were dilated and his vitality was dissipating. How is this possible? Niuqi's heart was filled with horror. He did not understand how Fang Chen's strength could be so strong. This sudden turn of events shocked many of the martial artists present. When the divine statue sect master saw Huangfu Mingchuan being killed, he roared angrily. Then, he exerted all his strength and fought against the Dark Lord. Fang Chun, I'm going to kill you. The divine statue sect master roared angrily. However, because of the Dark Lord, he could not attack Fang Chun. After killing Huangfu Mingchuan, Fang Chun pulled out the hidden star sword. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Niuqi. Niuqi subconsciously took a few steps back. He sensed that Fang Chun was emitting a murderous aura. Run! The two of them joined forces, yet Huangfu Mingchuan was still killed by Fang Chun. One could imagine how tyrannical his strength was. At this moment, Niuqi's heart was filled with regret. He should not have intervened in this matter. The only thing he could do now was to escape. You could die too. After killing Huangfu Mingchuan, Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and once again erupted with a shocking aura. He performed the phantom sword technique and instantly stabbed towards Niuqi. Although Niuqi escaped quickly, he was still stabbed by Fang Chen's sword. Niuqi's body stopped in midair and blood kept flowing out. He tried hard to turn around and looked at Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Bang! Niuqi's body fell to the ground. In an instant, the entire plain fell into a dead silence. Countless warriors were filled with shock. The two young geniuses condensed their true qi, but in the end, they died miserably at the hands of Fang Chun. The funny thing was that before this, Niuqi and Huangfu Mingchuan had called Fang Chun an ant. This scene was too shocking. At this moment, Fang Chun was standing quietly on the plains like a god of death. Everyone was in awe of him. Oh my god, this is too shocking. Niuqi and Huangfu Mingchuan joined forces, but they were still killed by Fang Chun. Fang Chun is truly the strongest of the younger generation in the land of Namling. That's right. With this kind of strength, even an elite who has condensed 2 streams of true qi would not be a match for him. The silent plains instantly became noisy. At this moment, the divine statue sect master and Huanyo Mongols were the most furious. Fang Chun, I want you dead. Huanyo Mongols desperately used all his strength, wanting to kill Fang Chun. However, he was stopped by the Qin family head, and the two of them fell into a chaotic battle. The 4 leaders were engaged in a chaotic battle. The disciples of the Fire Bull Peak and the elders of the divine statue sect glared at Fang Chun, wanting to kill Fang Chun. However, the Black Devil Palace, led by Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin, and the members of the Qin family, all stood behind Fang Chun. The younger generation can attack at will. However, if the older generation attacks, the Black Devil Palace does not mind going to war with you. Zhou Qingqing said coldly. This was an attitude. The Black Devil Palace wanted to protect Fang Chun. Fang Chun killed Niuqi and Huangfu Mingchuan. He will definitely die. The elders of the Fire Bull Peak roared angrily. At this moment, the battle between the 4 experts was very intense, and it shocked countless warriors. The battle between the Qin family head and Huanyo Mongols was evenly matched. However, the battle between the Dark Lord and the Divine Statue Sect Master was one-sided. No matter how strong a condensing reality realm warrior was, he could not be a match for a spiritual vortex realm warrior. Bang! The Dark Lord found an opportunity and sent the Divine Statue Sect Master flying with a punch. After the Divine Statue Sect Master steadied himself, he waved his hand and roared, "Everyone in the Divine Statue Sect, listen up. Kill Fang Chun at all costs." At this moment, the Divine Statue Sect Master had completely entered a state of madness. If he did not kill Fang Chun, the hatred in his heart would not be appeased. Hearing the Divine Statue Sect Master's words, many of the Divine Statue Sect disciples erupted with powerful auras, preparing to attack Fang Chun. The Dark Lord narrowed his eyes. The aura of the spiritual vortex realm instantly erupted. He suppressed everyone with his strength alone. However, just as the conflict reached its peak, the Divine Statue Sect's main hall suddenly shook. Then, Pantheon appeared. Enough! As Pantheon scolded in a deep voice, a powerful suppressive force instantly appeared on the entire plain, suppressing many warriors. Many warriors were shocked. At this moment, they did not dare to act rashly. The divine statue, sect master's eyes were scarlet. He looked at Pantheon without saying a word. Pantheon looked around and finally looked at Feng Chun. He said, "Everyone is here. The main hall of Yangshimen is about to open." Hearing Pantheon's words, everyone's eyes flickered. They were all overjoyed. Compared to the conflict between the crowd, the main hall of Yangshimen was the most attractive. "Kid, take out the rusty battle saber." Pantheon looked at Feng Chun and nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, the crowd looked at Feng Chun with confusion in their eyes. Feng Chun was also stunned. He immediately thought of something. The key to opening the main hall of Yangshimen was probably this rusty battle saber. Then, without thinking, Feng Chun took out the rusty battle saber and threw it into the air. The moment Pantheon caught the rusty battle saber, a smile appeared on his face. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the rusty battle saber shot into the main hall of Yangshimen. In an instant, the main hall of Yangshimen shook. The complicated patterns around the main hall were actually spinning rapidly. While everyone was in shock, the complicated patterns on the main hall of Yangshimen disappeared completely. At this moment, the shaking of the main hall of Yangshimen finally stopped. The main hall of Yangshimen opened. Pantheon said, "The main hall of Yangshimen has been opened. All warriors can enter to search for opportunities." Hearing Pantheon's words, everyone's eyes burned as they stared at the main hall of Yangshimen. At this moment, the statue sect master and Huanyo Mongols looked at Feng Chun together. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Before we enter the main hall of Yangshimen, we must kill this man first," the statue sect master said coldly. No matter what, they had to kill Feng Chun. Right now, the main hall of Yangshimen is more important. "Don't cause any more trouble," the Dark Lord said. Hearing the Dark Lord's words, Huanyo Mongol sneered and said, "Dark Lord, although the Fireball Peak is not as strong as the Black Devil Palace, if the Black Devil Palace keeps pressuring us, the Fireball Peak will stop the Black Devil Palace from entering the main hall of Yangshimen, even if it means destruction." "That's right. The statue sect will do the same," the statue sect master said coldly. Hearing this, the Dark Lord frowned and stared at the two of them. For a moment, he didn't say anything. Although the Black Devil Palace wanted to protect Feng Chun, the main hall of Yangshimen was more important to them. "Palace Master," Zhou Qingqing reminded in a low voice. "Dark Lord, we won't make things difficult for you. How about this? We just want to kill Feng Chun. As long as you don't stop us from entering the main hall of Yangshimen, we will fully support the Black Devil Palace." Huanyo Mongols proposed a tempting condition. "That's right. This is our bottom line. If you don't agree, then let's fight," the statue sect master said. They threatened the Black Devil Palace with the main hall of Yangshimen in order to kill Feng Chun. They believed that the Dark Lord wouldn't give up the main hall of Yangshimen for a genius who was about to die. At this time, the Dark Lord fell into silence. Although his face was calm, his mind was thinking. Feng Chun could understand the Dark Lord's actions. The first thing that big forces cared about was benefits. While the Dark Lord was hesitating, the statue sect master and Huanyo Mongols couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to kill Feng Chun as soon as possible. However, at this time, Pantheon shouted again. "This person has the key to the main hall of Yangshimen. If you kill him here, no one will be able to enter the main hall of Yangshimen," Pantheon said coldly. Then, Pantheon waved his hand, and Feng Chun's body instantly floated in the air. Finally, under everyone's stunned gazes, Feng Chun's body was sent into the main hall of Yangshimen by Pantheon. "Damn it!" the statue sect master and Huanyo Mongols cursed. Then, in a flash, they led everyone into the main hall of Yangshimen. The others followed closely behind him. Crash! After Feng Chun entered the main hall of Yangshimen, he found himself in an empty room. He was very puzzled. "Are you puzzled?" Pantheon suddenly appeared. "Senior, where's this place? Why am I here?" Feng Chun hurriedly asked when he saw Pantheon. The fact that you were able to obtain the rusty saber means that you have met the saint and received her approval, Pantheon said slowly. Senior, can you explain? Fangchen was puzzled. Do you think that this rusty saber was formed by the saint's Dharma idol? Pantheon suddenly asked. Fangchen nodded and said, Isn't it? At that time, Fangchen had clearly seen the rusty saber above the saint's head. Even Ancestor Bronze had seen it. It was formed by the saint's Dharma idol. Actually, you are right. This rusty saber is indeed the saint's Dharma idol. Pantheon said, However, this rusty saber was actually the saint's saber of our Yangshaman sect. The saint's saber of our sect? Fangchen was shocked when he heard this. Yes, it is the saint's saber of our Yangshaman sect. This rusty saber was the saint's saber of our Yangshaman sect. Back then, the saint's talent was outstanding and the sect master admired her very much. He believed that the saint would be the future of our Yangshaman sect. Therefore, when the saint condensed her Dharma idol, the sect master used a unique method to integrate the saint's saber into the saint's saber, Pantheon said. After hearing this secret, Fangchen was completely shocked. How powerful was the sect master of the Yangshaman sect? He was actually able to do something when someone else condensed their Dharma idol. This matter was beyond Fangchen's understanding. He was shocked. Chapter 528. The sect leader of the Yangtian sect branch had incredible means. He had tampered with the saintess Dharma idol when she was condensing it, and the saintess was completely unaware of it. No wonder the saintess' strength had increased by leaps and bounds after reaching the condensing reality realm. It was probably all because of the sect's sacred blade. The Sword King was also considered an outstanding disciple. His cultivation in the Sword Tao was very strong, but it was impossible for him to surpass the saintess. Back then, the sect leader favored the saintess, but who knew that a traitor would appear in the Yangtian sect? That brat, the Sword King, actually sneaked an attack on the saintess, causing the saintess to die unjustly. When Pantheon mentioned the Sword King, he was very angry. Fangchen knew about this from the saintess, so he only nodded his head. Next, Pantheon said the main point. The main hall of Yangshaman is covered with complicated patterns. It is a talisman in itself. If you barge in without permission, you will be attacked by the main hall. Even if you're a spiritual whirlpool realm elite, you will definitely die. Pantheon said. When Fangchen heard this, he was shocked. Talisman. He had heard of talisman masters before, so of course he knew about talismans. However, he had never seen such a large talisman. To be able to carve a palace into a talisman, how great must the means be? Moreover, even a spiritual whirlpool realm elite would definitely die if they try to barge in. The immemorial era was terrifying. Fortunately, he had obtained the rusty battle blade. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to enter the main hall of Yangshaman. You have obtained the sect's sacred blade, which means that you can open the main hall of Yangshaman. Pantheon continued. When the Yangtian sect was destroyed, the sect leader used his great ability to seal the main hall of Yangshaman. Later on, the main hall of Yangshaman would appear once in a while in order to find a fated person. And you, with the rusty battle blade, have already been recognized by the main hall of Yangshaman. Pantheon continued. Fangchen's eyes were filled with bewilderment. He couldn't accept hearing so many secrets all at once. Fangchen tried his best to digest this information. After a long while, he asked, Senior, what do you mean? This room is the central control room of the main hall of Yangshaman. As long as you refine the jade pendant on the table, you will be able to control the entire main hall of Yangshaman. Pantheon looked at Fangchen with a faint smile. What do you mean by controlling the entire main hall of Yangshaman? Fangchen cried out. Looking at Fangchen's shocked expression, Pantheon continued to explain, That's right. Only those who can obtain a rusty saber will be recognized by the main hall of Yangshaman. Then, they will enter the main hall of Yangshaman? Fangchen asked doubtfully. They will be wasting their time coming in. They won't be able to obtain anything. Furthermore, there is nothing in the main hall of Yangshaman, Pantheon said. Fangchen's heart was in turmoil when he heard this. He asked doubtfully, Why is that? Back then, when the Yangshaman gate was destroyed, The complex patterns on the main hall of Yangshimen were completely activated. All the treasures in the main hall of Yangshimen were used up, Pantheon said as he spread out his hands. Fang Chun was speechless. What was the use of such an empty shell, even if he obtained it? As if he had seen through Fang Chen's thoughts, Pantheon said, "Don't underestimate this hall. As long as you have enough energy, you can operate it. Think about it. If you were to fight with a Spirit Vortex Realm Warrior, you could lure him to the front of the hall and activate the talisman. You would be able to instantly blast him to smithereens." Fang Chen's expression improved when he heard Pantheon's words. "All right, you should refine the jade pendant first. When you are done, I will tell you other things," Pantheon urged. Fang Chen nodded. He walked to the table and picked up the jade pendant. Then he activated his spirit chi and began to refine it. The refining process of the jade pendant exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. It took a full 6 hours for Fang Chen to completely refine the jade pendant. The moment the jade pendant was completely refined, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. With just a thought, he could clearly see every corner of the main hall of Yangshimen. He could see that somewhere in the main hall of Yangshimen, the experts from Flaming Bull Peak and Divine Statue Sect were trying their best to find an opportunity. In another direction, the Dark Lord was leading Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yin, rushing with all their might. There were also the people from the Qin family and the Baron sect. Even though Fang Chen was prepared, he was still shocked. The main hall of Yangshimen that everyone was fighting over had actually been silently refined by him. It was like a dream. However, at this moment, Fang Chen also noticed something. His face instantly turned gloomy. The energy of the main hall of Yangshimen had been completely consumed. Now, he could only control some basic things. He couldn't activate the talismans to attack the enemy. This is too much of a scam. Fang Chen had the urge to curse. After taking control of the main hall of Yangshimen, Fang Chen realized that the energy required for the main hall of Yangshimen was actually purple crystals. "Kid, don't take it for granted. This hall is much stronger than you think," Pantheon said with a smile. After so many years, he could finally leave this place. Fang Chen curled his lips. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in saying anything. He might as well not think about these annoying things. That's right. Where is the nurturing Dharma idol secret technique of the nurturing heaven gate? Fang Chen asked. Pantheon chuckled. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a rusty battle blade instantly appeared in his hand. "It's here," Pantheon said. "Here." Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He had obtained a rusty battle blade and studied it for a long time. Why didn't he find it? "That's right, it's here. However, you need to completely control the main hall of Yangshimen to obtain it," Pantheon explained. Fang Chen nodded. Then he asked Pantheon how to obtain the secret technique of the nurturing Dharma idol. After Pantheon explained, Fang Chen finally understood. However, since he had already obtained it, he wasn't in a hurry to obtain it at this time. He had to deal with some matters in the main hall of Yangshimen. "If I want to deal with the warriors in the hall, what should I do?" Fang Chen asked. "Put purple crystals in and fill the hall with energy. Then you could do whatever you want," Pantheon said. Fang Chen nodded. After thinking for a moment, he finally made his decision. At this time, in the main hall of Yangshimen, the people of the Black Devil Palace were doing their best to search. "Palace Master, the main hall of Yangshimen is empty. How are we going to find the secret technique of the nurturing Dharma idol?" Zhou Qingqing asked. The Dark Lord was also a little puzzled. He had clearly learned from Pantheon that the secret technique of the nurturing Dharma idol was in the hall. Why couldn't he find it? Just as the Dark Lord was feeling puzzled, a voice suddenly entered his mind. "Dark Lord, who is it?" The Dark Lord looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he immediately sent a voice transmission. "Dark Lord, I am Fang Chen. First of all, I want to thank you for taking action against me," said Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, where are you?" The Dark Lord was shocked. Fang Chen's voice had entered his mind, but he was unable to pinpoint Fang Chen's exact location. "You don't need to know where I am. Right now, I want to make a deal with you," said Fang Chen. "What kind of deal?" asked the Dark Lord. "I've already taken control of the main hall of Yangshimen. I can activate the talismans at any time and kill anyone inside. I don't plan on letting anyone from Flaming Ox Peak or the Divine Statue Gate out. But your Black Devil Palace once saved me, so I won't attack you, said Fang Chun. When the Dark Lord heard this, his heart was in turmoil. He was shocked that Fang Chun had taken control of the main hall of Yangshimen. Could it be because of that rusty blade? The Dark Lord thought to himself. At this moment, the Dark Lord revealed a bitter smile. He hadn't expected that a weak cultivator in front of him would be able to control their life and death. However, even so, the Dark Lord wouldn't easily agree to Fang Chen's request. "You want to do this?" asked the Dark Lord. "Once I kill everyone from these major powers, their forces will collapse. At that time, the Black Devil Palace will dominate the Nanling region." Fang Chun pondered for a moment, then said, "So, I want you to sign a blood contract with me." "Impossible. Old Man Black Devil, will never be controlled by anyone." The Dark Lord directly refused. Once the blood contract was signed, he would be controlled by Fang Chun in all aspects. As a spirit vortex realm expert, he wouldn't be so stupid. "Dark Lord, the blood contract I'm talking about isn't a master-servant contract, but a peace contract," explained Fang Chun. "A peace contract?" asked the Dark Lord doubtfully. "That's right. Your Black Devil Palace has become the overlord of the Nanling region. If you attack me, I definitely won't be your match. So, I want you to sign a blood contract with me. The content of the blood contract is that the Black Devil Palace will never attack me. Also, my family and my forces must help me when I need them. Of course, I won't interfere with the internal affairs of the Black Devil Palace." After hearing Fang Chen's explanation, the Dark Lord thought for a moment. If it was just a blood contract like this, he could accept it. However, the most important thing now was to confirm whether Fang Chun could really kill everyone. "I can accept such a request, but you need to deal with the people here first. Only then will I sign a blood contract with you," said the Dark Lord. Fang Chun nodded and grinned. Since he wanted to form an alliance with the Dark Lord, he naturally had to let his opponent see his true strength. At this moment, in the central control room, Fang Chun withdrew his consciousness with a smile on his face. The next moment, he looked at Pantheon and asked, "How many purple crystals does it cost to activate the main hall of Yangshimen?" "If it's a simple attack, 10,000 purple crystals will be enough," said Pantheon. 10,000 purple crystals. When Fang Chun heard this, he had the urge to strangle Pantheon. 10,000 purple crystals. "How strong is the attack of the main hall of Yangshimen?" asked Fang Chun. "No one below the spirit vortex realm can defeat it," said Pantheon. When Fang Chun heard this, he reluctantly took out 10,000 purple crystals and waved his hand, injecting them into the main hall of Yangshimen. Chapter 529. Fang Chun sensed the wild aura in the main hall of Yangshimen, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Excess. In the next moment, Fang Chun held the jade pendant in his hand and gently squeezed it. Suddenly, a wild purple crystal chi surged into the main hall of Yangshimen. At this moment, Fang Chun had completely activated the main hall of Yangshimen. At this moment, the warriors who were looking for opportunities in the main hall of Yangshimen suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Family head, why do I feel a trace of danger?" The Great Elder said in a low voice. "I feel it too. This main hall of Yangshimen is abnormally dangerous. Be careful," the Wu family head said in a low voice. Just as the Wu family head finished speaking, a long sword suddenly appeared in the void. The speed of the long sword was so fast that the Wu family head didn't even have time to react before the long sword pierced through his head. Pucci the Wu family head, a warrior at the peak of the condensing reality realm, had fallen in the main hall of Yangshimen just like that. Family head. Seeing the death of the Wu family head, many of the Wu family elders shouted loudly. When the warriors of the other sect saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They all activated their wild, spiritual chi to protect their bodies, afraid that an accident would happen. "What's going on? Did someone activate the talisman?" Someone shouted loudly. Pucci, every time the long sword appeared, it would take the life of a Wu family elder. This made everyone in the Wu family furious. "Damn it, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's resist together." The Wu family elder roared angrily. Pucci, when the long sword appeared, it took the life of another elder. The warriors of the other sect watched this scene in shock. Their hearts were filled with horror. In the Black Devil Palace area, Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan's eyes flickered. They were shocked and asked, "Palace Master, what's going on?" The Dark Lord's eyes flickered. After a long pause, he shook his head slightly, but didn't say anything. At the same time, the Dark Lord sighed inwardly. If he hadn't helped Fang Chun before, the Black Devil Palace would have ended up like the Wu family. "All of you come here." The Dark Lord secretly sent a voice transmission to the many forces that had submitted to the Black Devil Palace, telling them to gather here for fear of being accidentally killed by Fang Chun. In 15 minutes, the main hall of Yangshimen was flooded with blood. All the warriors of the Wu clan, including the patriarch of the Wu clan, had died. The Wu family, a family that could challenge a 3-star sect, had died in the main hall of Yangshimen. All the martial artists were filled with shock. However, Fang Chun didn't have any intention of stopping. He continued to activate the talismans and started to attack the other sects. The entire hall of the Nurturing Sky sect was in a state of chaos. Countless martialists were terrified as they tried to escape quickly. However, the attacks from the palace were impossible to guard against. Pucci. After an hour, the main hall of Yangshimen was flooded with blood. The powerhouses of the Wu family, the Lianyun Castle, and even the Divine Statue sect had all been killed by Fang Chun without exception. This scene shocked everyone. If they could get out alive, the power structure of the Nanling land would be changed. All the warriors of the 3-star sects had died without exception. Even some of the smaller forces that were affiliated with the 3-star sects had been annihilated. Apart from the disciples of the Black Devil Palace, the remaining warriors were those who had pledged allegiance to the Black Devil Palace. When Fang Chun was done, the energy of the Central Control Center was also exhausted. When he saw this scene, Fang Chun couldn't help but pout. 10,000 purple crystals had been used up just once. He wouldn't be able to use them again, even if he wanted to. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to use the main hall of Yangshimen until he had enough purple crystals. However, he had already achieved his goal. He once again transmitted his thoughts into the mind of the Dark Lord. "Dark Lord, what do you think of my performance?" Fang Chun asked. When he heard Fang Chun's words, the Dark Lord was shocked. "I'll sign the blood contract now," he said immediately. Fang Chun nodded and took out the blood contract that he had prepared beforehand. He used the control center of the main hall of Yangshimen to transmit it to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord looked at it carefully. Finally, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the blood contract. The blood contract then disappeared. Fang Chun looked at the blood contract in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. When the two of them signed the blood contract, a blood-red light appeared in the minds of the Dark Lord and Fang Chun. This was the sign of the blood contract. Once someone violated the blood contract, they would be restrained by the heavenly way. If they were lucky, they would be seriously injured and on the verge of death. If they were lucky, they would die on the spot. On the path of martial arts, the binding power of the blood contract was still very strong. Of course, after witnessing Fang Chun's strength, the Dark Lord signed the blood contract without hesitation. Crash! With a flick of his wrist, the Pantheon sent all the remaining martial artists out of the main hall of Yangshimen. This was Fang Chun's idea. Fang Chun told the Dark Lord to keep this matter a secret. The Dark Lord agreed on the spot. Then, he led all the martial artists out of the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate without looking back. This trip to the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate had wiped out any large sect that could threaten the Black Devil Palace. This was an opportunity for the Black Devil Palace. Of course, Fang Chun didn't do anything to the people of the Qin family. Fang Chun sent them to Kunwa Mountain, where the head of the Qin family took the lead. Many Qin family disciples guarded Kunwa Mountain. After Fang Chun was done with all this, a smile appeared on his face. This trip to the Heaven-Raising Gate had been very fruitful. Furthermore, because of him, the entire structure of Nanling had changed. You can control the size of the main hall of Yangshimen as you wish. You can also store it in your interspatial ring, said Pantheon. Fang Chun nodded. With a thought, he left the main hall of Yangshimen. With a flick of his wrist, the majestic main hall of Yangshimen instantly shrunk and was stored in Fong Chen's interspatial ring. After doing all this, Fong Chun went to Kunlun Mountain. Fong Chun, the head of the Qin family, asked Fong Chun when he saw him. Fong Chun nodded and entered the formation. At this time, Qin Yao was still unconscious. However, her complexion was much better and her vitality had recovered. For the time being, she wasn't in any danger. Fong Chun carefully checked Qin Yao's body. After confirming that there were no problems, he helped Qin Yao put on her clothes. However, at this moment, Qin Yao's fingers moved, and then she opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was that Fong Chun was helping her put on her clothes. She lowered her head and was shocked to see that she was lying on the ground completely naked. Qin Yao's face was filled with anger. She raised her fist, wanting to attack Fong Chun. However, due to her weakness, her arm fell down halfway. How can you do this? Qin Yao felt so wrong that she cried. She had never shown her body to another man before. Now that Fong Chun had seen her naked body, she felt incomparably ashamed. When Fong Chun saw this, he hurriedly explained, Qin Yao, listen to me. It's not what you think. Fong Chun hurriedly said. On Qin Yao's beautiful face, streaks of tears could be seen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She stood there motionlessly, allowing Fong Chun to dress her. You were heavily injured by Yun Lu and Wu and I. I have a way to prolong your life, but I have to take off your clothes. Otherwise, the poison in your body will not be expelled. So, Fong Chun explained to Qin Yao in detail. When he finished putting on Qin Yao's clothes, he finally finished his explanation. After Qin Yao heard it, her face constantly changed. Finally, her entire face turned red. Thank you. When Qin Yao found out that Fong Chun took off her clothes to save her, she was rather touched. However, when she thought about how her body was seen by Fong Chun, she felt very embarrassed. Qin Yao. Fong Chun also felt the atmosphere was a little awkward. He helplessly shook his head. At this moment, Qin Yao's head was lowered. It was unknown what she was thinking. Finally, Fong Chun sighed and waved his hand. The array was immediately removed, and the Qin clan's members hurriedly came over. Yao, are you awake? When the Qin clan's patriarch saw Qin Yao waking up, he hurriedly asked. Qin Yao tried her best to calm the awkwardness in her heart. She lowered her head and spoke softly, Patriarch. Yao, how are your injuries? The Qin clan's patriarch inquired. I'm already much better, Qin Yao whispered. When the Qin clan's patriarch heard it, his face was filled with joy. He then said, Yao, it is all thanks to Fong Chun that you were able to wake up this time. If it wasn't for Fong Chun spending a huge price to set up this array, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to endure until now. That's right, Qin Yao. Fong Chun specially went to find Wu and I and Yun Lu to take revenge for you. The hunchbacked old man grinned and said. When Qin Yao heard it, her expression changed. She immediately asked, Find Yun Lu and Wu and I to take revenge? That's right. Fong Chen's strength is much stronger than you imagined. Not only did he deal with Yun Lu and Wu and I by himself, but he also killed both of them in the end. The Qin clan's patriarch said. At this moment, Qin Yao couldn't be bothered about the awkwardness. She lifted her head and looked at Fong Chun. Her eyes flickered, and her heart was in a perilous situation. Was this still the young man that she had casually saved? Since Yao has woken up, we have to leave the old site of the heaven-raising gate at the fastest speed and save the Elixir King. The Qin clan's patriarch said. The other elders nodded one after another. Finally, they brought Qin Yao and left quickly. Fong Chun looked at their departing figures with a face full of smiles. No matter what, he was the biggest winner in this trip to the heaven-raising gate. Not only did he kill his enemies, but he also obtained the heaven-raising gate's law phase nurturing secret technique. However, it was a pity that he didn't kill the Sword King. After leaving the Kunlun Mountain, Fong Chun arrived at the Heaven Beast Mountain Range, where the Saint Lady's vengeful spirit was. The Heaven Beast Mountain Range was still as usual, but it lacked that strange atmosphere. Chapter 530. The old side of the Yangtian Gate was completely closed. When Feng Chun was refining the jade pendant, the old side of the Yangtian Gate had already opened. When everyone left the old side of the Yangtian Gate, Feng Chun also quietly left. Standing on top of the Godly Blade Mountain, Feng Chun looked at the gradually dissipating void stone gate in the void. His heart was filled with emotions. Even a sect as strong as the Yangtian Gate had disappeared in the dust of history. What was the end of the martial path? Immortality? Feng Chun shook his head. When the void stone gate completely dissipated, Feng Chun turned and left. The trip to the old side of the Yangtian Gate was completely over. Although there were many mysteries that had not been solved, Feng Chun had already become the biggest winner. However, the main hall of Yangshimen that he obtained required a huge amount of energy to support. Without energy, it was just an ordinary hall. Feng Chun used 10,000 purple crystal stones. For the time being, he did not have enough purple crystal stones to activate the main hall of Yangshimen. Otherwise, it would also be a trump card. After thinking for a while, Feng Chun did not think anymore. He had already obtained a lot. When he entered the old site of the Yangtian Gate, his cultivation was only at the 5th condensing reality realm. Now, he had already reached the 8th condensing reality realm. This kind of leap allowed Feng Chun to have the qualifications to fight against experts who had condensed Jin Qi. After the trip to the Yangtian Gate, Feng Chun had already become the strongest expert of the younger generation in the Southern Mountain Land. After the trip to the Yangtian Gate, the Black Devil Palace was the busiest. After they held an emergency meeting, all the elders were mobilized. Each of them brought a few warriors and headed to the various sect to encircle and annihilate the various sect. For a time, the entire Southern Mountain Land was filled with the smoke of war. Many ordinary warriors did not know that a Black Devil Palace wanted to start a sect war. However, they did not know that the leaders of the Wu family and several other large forces had already died in the main hall of Yangshimen. In a certain area of the Southern Mountain Land, the overlord force was the Wu family. This time, the leader of the Black Devil Palace was a warrior who had condensed 4 strands of Jin Qi. His strength was considered at the top level in the Black Devil Palace. He was called the Black Dragon Elder. He led many warriors outside the Wu family. Do not let a single person from the Wu family go. Kill. Black Dragon Elder commanded. Damn it, isn't the Black Devil Palace afraid of causing a war between the sects? Once our patriarch returns, he won't let you off. The elder of the Wu clan was still clueless about what happened at the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate. Puffed. One by one, the Wu family elders were killed by the Black Dragon Elder. In just 2 hours, the Wu family's forces were completely destroyed. 3 days later, all of the Wu family's properties were taken over by the Black Devil Palace. At the same time, in other areas, great battles were also taking place. The Black Devil Palace launched a large number of attacks. This battle lasted for a whole month. During this month, the Southern Mountain Land was in chaos. After a month, the Southern Mountain Land finally regained its calm. The Wu family, the Lianyun Castle, the Divine Statue Sect, the Flaming Bull Peak, and other forces had all been destroyed. Although a 3-star sect had a deep foundation, without the leadership of its sect leader, they were unable to withstand a single blow. Who would have thought that a month ago, the Southern Mountain Land had been a scene of hundreds of sects vying for supremacy? A month later, it had become a dominant force. All of the small sect either submitted to the Black Devil Palace or were destroyed. The entire Southern Mountain Land had fallen under the control of the Black Devil Palace. At this time, the Black Devil Palace had become the true overlord of the Southern Mountain Land. Of course, there was also a special existence in the Southern Mountain Land. That was the Qin family. The Black Devil Palace had not done anything to the Qin family. Under Feng Chen's persuasion, the Black Devil Palace and the Qin family had reached an agreement and become allies. The Qin family leader had gone to the Medicine King Valley a month ago to ask the Medicine King to save Qin Yao's life. After the Southern Mountain Land had been unified, the Dark Lord had found Feng Chun. Feng Chun, I really didn't think that the Southern Mountain Land situation would change because of you. The Dark Lord looked at Feng Chun with praise, his face full of smiles. Others might not know, But the Dark Lord knew that if it weren't for Fong Chun, the situation in the southern mountain land wouldn't have changed for at least 10 years. This young man in front of him was truly mysterious. Originally, the Dark Lord had wanted to recruit Fong Chun into the Black Devil Palace. But now, it seemed that the small Black Devil Palace wouldn't be able to keep Fong Chun. Zhou Yin went back, asked Fong Chun. The Dark Lord nodded. He went back a month ago. He was provoked by you and went into seclusion. He won't come out until he breaks through. Fong Chun didn't say anything. Even that girl Qingqing went back with that brat Zhou Yin, said the Dark Lord in a low voice. The Black Devil Palace can now be considered the overlord of the southern mountain land. Fong Chun grinned. All of this is thanks to you. Fong Chun, do you want to come to the Black Devil Palace and become a consecrator? Asked the Dark Lord. Fong Chun nodded. The Dark Lord had only asked casually. He hadn't expected Fong Chun to really agree. The Black Demon Palace master looked at Fong Chun in astonishment, a little puzzled. I want to go home. Your Black Devil Palace has already infiltrated every corner of the southern mountain land. I need to go back and arrange things for my family, said Fong Chun. With the title of consecrator, once he left the southern mountain land, no one would dare touch his Fong family. Fong Chun, don't worry. As long as the Black Devil Palace remains in the southern mountain land, I can guarantee that your family won't suffer any casualties, said the Dark Lord. Then I'll have to thank you, said Fong Chun. The Dark Lord thought for a moment, then said, Fong Chun, this time I'll have one of the Black Devil Palace's attendants go with you. The Divine Wind country you speak of is a small country. Our Black Devil Palace's power hasn't completely controlled it. You can also go back and help the Black Devil Palace settle down there. Fong Chun understood the Dark Lord's meaning and immediately nodded. After the Dark Lord left, Fong Chun stood on the mountain peak with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. At this moment, he thought of his parents, his good friends, and even his fellow brothers in the sect. Of course, the most important thing was that Fong Chun thought of Star and Moon. I wonder where you are. In the past month, Fong Chun had asked the Black Devil Palace to pay attention to Star and Moon's movements. However, the Black Devil Palace's reply was that there was no such person in the southern mountain land. This puzzled Fong Chun. After Star and Moon left, he would ask around everywhere he went. However, he hadn't been able to find out the whereabouts of Star and Moon. Given Star and Moon's potential, it wouldn't be a problem for him to join a large sect. Perhaps he is in the other 3 mountain ridges or in the center of the 5-element state, Fong Chun said to himself. Not long after, the Black Devil Palace took complete control of the southern mountain land and created a list of the younger generation. It was the Southern Mountain Genius List. Fong Chun was ranked first, and Zhou Qingqing was ranked second. When the list was released, countless martialists were shocked. This was the first time many of them had heard of Fong Chun's name. However, there were many other martialists who had heard of Fong Chun's name long ago. In short, discussions about Fong Chun could be heard everywhere in the southern mountain land. At this moment, Fong Chun was already on his way to the Golden Crown Nation with a deacon from the Black Devil Palace and many ordinary disciples. Their destination was the Shangfeng Nation. However, they had to pass through the Golden Crown Nation to reach the Shangfeng Nation. As they hurried along, Fong Chun thought about the Green Edge Sword sect from time to time. Eventually, he touched his chest. The mysterious Golden Heart had changed his fate. If it hadn't been for the Golden Heart, Fong Chun might still be an ordinary disciple of the Green Edge Sword sect. He might even spend the rest of his life in the sect. Chapter 531. 3 days later, the Black Devil Palace had already sent deacons and many warriors to look for Fong Chun. Under Fong Chun's lead, they left the southern mountain land. At present, the entire southern mountain land was under the control of the Black Devil Palace. Therefore, Fong Chun directly used the transmission array to teleport to the border city of the southern mountain land, Lingxin City. Years ago, when Fong Chun left the Golden Guan Nation, the first city in the southern mountain land was Lingxin City. Coming to Lingxin City again, Fong Chun sighed in his heart. Back then, he was only a Qi-Hai realm warrior. Now, he had become a top condensing reality realm warrior. Fong Chun was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he asked the people of the Black Devil Palace to wait for him in Lingxin City, while he quietly left the city. 100 miles away from Lingxin City, there was a mountain range. Normally, no warrior would dare to enter this mountain range. Especially in recent years, there seemed to be a terrifying existence in this mountain range. From time to time, it would roar at the sky. Fang Chun arrived at the mountain range with ease. As soon as he entered the mountain range, he heard a roar. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. A complicated expression appeared on his face. Ancestor Bronze, who was in the python sword form, also fell silent, transforming into a big turtle and living for 1,000 years. This kind of sadness was not something an ordinary person could bear. However, this disciple of Ancestor Bronze had persevered. He was still waiting for the day when he could transform into a human again. Fang Chun arrived at the depths of the mountain range and saw the big turtle. At this time, the big turtle was lying on the ground and roaring at the sky. It seemed to be complaining about the unfairness of the heavens. Seeing Fang Chun's arrival, the big turtle's eyes shone with a trace of joy. It immediately nodded at Fang Chun. Fang Chun chatted with the big turtle for a while. Then, Ancestor Bronze chatted with the big turtle for a while. In the end, Fang Chun told the big turtle that if his strength reached a certain level one day, he would definitely come back to rescue it. In the end, Fang Chun left and returned to Spearheart City. Fang Chun, you're back, the Black Devil Palace deacon said with a smile when he saw Fang Chun return. Let's go, Fang Chun said. Then, the group entered the teleportation array. While with a flash of white light, Fang Chun realized that the teleportation portal had stopped. They had left the southern mountain land and returned to the Golden Guan Nation. I'm finally back. Fang Chun walked out of the teleportation array with a smile on his face. Currently, Fang Chun was in Sword State City, one of the 9 major cities of the Golden Crown Nation. Fang Chun had purposely teleported here. He wanted to take a look at the Sword Reverence sect's disciples and Tian Jinzi. Let's go, Fang Chun said. The Black Devil Palace deacon nodded slightly. Before they came out, the Dark Lord had told him that no matter what, he had to listen to Fang Chun. He was not to refute him. He was also very curious about Fang Chun's identity. Under Fang Chun's lead, the group quickly headed to the Sword Reverence sect. Not long after, Fang Chun and the group arrived at the Sword Reverence Peak. This is the Sword Reverence sect's restricted area. Who are you? Suddenly, a furious roar sounded. In the next moment, a guard blocked Fang Chun's path. Fang Chun. Fang Chun directly said his name. What? You're Fang Chun? Obviously, this disciple had heard of Fang Chun's deeds. He carefully observed and found that this person looked exactly like the portrait in the Sword Reverence sect. In an instant, he became excited. You're really Fang Chun. Haha, I actually saw Fang Chun. The guard laughed wildly. After that, Fang Chun entered the Sword Reverence sect. At this time, in the Sword Reverence sect's conference hall, with Tian Jinzi as the leader, numerous elders were quietly standing in the hall. Their faces were grave, as if something important had happened. Sect leader, we can't go on like this. The great elder suddenly said, instantly breaking the silence in the meeting hall. That's right, sect master. Our Sword Reverence sect can't just sit and wait for death, said the second elder. Although the Yellow Spring sect's remnants are powerful, if we join forces with the other 2-star sects, even if we can't eliminate them, we can at least make them not dare to kill our disciples so recklessly, said the third elder. The other elders nodded. During this time, the Yellow Spring sect's remnants had appeared out of nowhere and had been killing the Sword Reverence sect's disciples. Regarding this, Tian Jinzi was also helpless. Because of the sect's grand formation, the Yellow Spring sect's remnants didn't dare enter. But as soon as a disciple left the Sword Reverence Peak, they would be mercilessly killed. In just a month's time, the Sword Reverence sect had lost more than 20 disciples. This was a huge loss for the Sword Reverence sect. Today, Tian Jinzi had called for an emergency meeting to discuss a solution. They had already informed the Luo family about this matter, but the Luo family seemed to have encountered some trouble and couldn't provide any help. When Fang Chun arrived at the Sword Reverence sect, he discovered that the atmosphere in the sect was extremely tense. He met a disciple and asked around. He found out that the elders and the others were in the conference hall. After that, Fang Chun told the Black Devil Palace's enforcers to wait here while he went to the conference hall. Not long after, Fang Chun arrived at the conference hall. At this time, Fang Chun just happened to hear Tian Jinzi's voice. Sect Master. Fang Chun stepped into the conference hall and called out. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads. When they saw that it was Fang Chun, wild smiles appeared on their faces. Fang Chun, you've returned. Tian Jinzi stood up excitedly. Fang Chun, you've returned from the southern mountain range. Many elders also greeted Fang Chun one after another. After Fang Chun greeted everyone one by one, he looked at Sect Master Tian Jinzi and asked, Sect Master, did something happen in the Sword Reverence sect? Why do I feel that there's an undetectable displeasure between everyone's brows? Of course, the most important thing was that when Fang Chun arrived at the Sword Reverence sect, he found that the sect was too quiet. It was so quiet that it felt strange. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Tian Jinzi bitterly smiled and shook his head. Fang Chun, you shouldn't have returned at this time. Sect Master, what happened? Fang Chun hurriedly asked. Seeing Fang Chun's burning eyes, Tian Jinzi said, Not long ago, some remnants of the Yellow Spring sect appeared in the Golden Crown Nation. One of them came to our Sword State City and has been attacking our Sword Reverence sect's disciples. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chun's face changed slightly. He immediately asked, How strong is this person? His strength is at least at the 4th condensing reality realm, but it shouldn't be too high. Otherwise, he would have attacked our Sword Reverence sect long ago. Sect Master said. Fang Chun nodded. To him, a 4th or 5th condensing reality realm martial artist could be killed with a wave of his hand. The current Fang Chun was invincible in the entire Golden Crown Nation. However, Tian Jinzi had no idea. Sect Master, leave this matter to me. Fang Chun nodded and said, Fang Chun, you can't. You are our Sword Reverence sect's most outstanding disciple. Nothing can happen to you. Tian Jinzi said directly. Yeah, Fang Chun, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, is too strong. You're no match for him. Several elders tried to dissuade Fang Chun. However, right at this moment, an extremely wild aura suddenly filled the entire hall. It made Tian Jinzi and the others a little breathless. Which senior has come to visit our Sword Reverence sect? Tian Jinzi tried his best to hold on. He raised his head and asked loudly. This strong aura was at least at the 7th condensing reality realm. Why did such a strong person come to the Sword Reverence sect? However, no one answered Tian Jinzi's question. Everyone was confused and raised their guard. Who is it? Tian Jinzi's face was serious as he asked in a low voice. Fang Chun smiled and said, Sect Master, you don't have to look for me. It's me. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Tian Jinzi's eyes were filled with doubt. In the next moment, Fang Chun's body exploded with rich spiritual qi. Tian Jinzi and the others were shocked. Tian Jinzi and the others were completely shocked. In just a few years, Fang Chun's cultivation had reached such a level. Fang Chun, your strength? Fang Chun withdrew his aura. Tian Jinzi regained his freedom and asked hurriedly. Fang Chun nodded and did not say anything. After a long time, the elders cheered. Fang Chun's strength had exceeded their expectations. Even the strongest disciple of the Sword Reverence sect, Tian Jinzi, was no match for Fang Chun. As expected of our Sword Reverence sect's strongest disciple, Tian Jinzi. Tian Jinzi grinned. After knowing Fang Chun's strength, Tian Jinzi and the others were completely confident in Fang Chun. They told Fang Chun in detail about the Yellow Spring sect's remnants. The next day, Fang Chun prepared to take action. At night, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Fang Chun silently left the Sword Reverence sect and walked down the Sword Reverence peak. At this moment, he had withdrawn his aura. He was like an ordinary disciple as he walked quickly. After a while, Fang Chun felt a gust of wind blow past him. Following that, a black figure appeared in the night. You finally appeared. Fang Chun sneered when he saw the black figure. You were waiting for me? The black figure was a bit puzzled when he heard Fong Chen's words. "Remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, today will be your death chi," said Fong Chen. Since when did the sword reverence sect's disciples become so arrogant? As soon as the black shadow finished speaking, he immediately attacked Fong Chen. However, in just a few seconds, he was captured by Fong Chen. "I'll give you 1 minute. Tell me where the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are hiding in the Golden Crown Nation," Fong Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, the black figure's heart was filled with shock. His cultivation had recovered to the 5th stage of the condensing reality realm, but facing this person, he could not even fight back. The black figure was completely shocked. This person's strength was comparable to his peak. Chapter 532. The black figure ignored Fong Chen's question. However, after Fong Chen used all kinds of inhumane methods, he finally spoke. In the end, Fong Chen obtained a map. On this map were the locations of all the Yellow Spring sect's branches in the 9 cities of the Golden Crown Nation. Pucci. Fong Chen killed the Yellow Spring sect's member with a punch and returned to the sword worship sect. The next day, Fong Chen told the news to Tian Jianzi. The latter's face was full of excitement. On this day, the sword reverence sect held a grand banquet to celebrate Fong Chen's victory over the Yellow Spring sect. During the banquet, Fong Chen ran into many familiar faces, as well as many newcomers. After spending a day in the sword worship sect, Fong Chen left for the imperial capital. However, Fong Chen gave the map to the Black Devil Palace's attendants and asked them to go to the other cities to kill the hidden Yellow Spring sect members. The attendants of the Black Devil Palace were not considered powerful in the southern mountain land. However, in the Golden Crown Nation, they were considered top-notch experts. Fong Chen was relieved to leave this matter to them. Fong Chen arrived at the imperial capital through the transportation array. During this time, the Luo family in the imperial capital was also worried about the Yellow Spring sect. Moreover, Fong Chen knew from the map that the Yellow Spring sect members hiding in the imperial capital were the strongest. They had reached the 6th level of the condensing reality realm. This was definitely a huge hidden danger. If the imperial capital was not the imperial capital and had a rich history, it would have been occupied by the Yellow Spring sect members. When Fong Chen arrived at the imperial capital, it was already afternoon. He wanted to go directly to find the Yellow Spring sect members. However, just as he appeared on the streets of the imperial capital, he suddenly discovered a person. This person was Marquis Xian Yun, ranked 9th on the Martial Marquis list. The reason why Fong Chen noticed this person was because he had an undetectable aura of the Yellow Spring sect on him. At this moment, in a square, Marquis Xian Yun was teaching the younger generation cultivation. Ever since Marquis Jinwu and Marquis Long Tongue left, Marquis Xian Yun's strength increased rapidly. In less than a year, he became the top expert on the Martial Marquis list. Now, Marquis Xian Yun had already broken through to the condensing reality realm. He was no longer a marquis. How dare you call yourself a king when you're only at the 2nd condensing reality realm? Fong Chen sneered and observed Marquis Xian Yun quietly. On the square, many young warriors were listening attentively to the teachings of the new Cloud King. They were the hope of the younger generation in Jingguan country, and also the new experts on the Martial Marquis list. Xian Yun, said Xian Yun, said Xian Yun's voice. Yun's Marquis Xian Yun, said Xian Yun said loudly. New Cloud King. I've never been able to cultivate the raging flame fist to perfection. Can you help me see where the problem is? Asked a martial artist. Show it to me. Xian Yun King nodded and said. Then the warrior stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. Suddenly, a wild spirit chi appeared around his body. In the next moment, he activated the concept of fire, and his fist was instantly wrapped in flames. Drink, the warrior shouted in a low voice. His fists fiercely punched towards the void. Suddenly, 2 flaming fist lights appeared in the void. They were extremely powerful. Brother Lin Xian is really strong. Even I feel my heart palpitate when you use the blaze fist. Of course, Brother Lin Xian has become the strongest person on the Martial Marquis list at such a young age. His blazing fist is the top cultivation method of Jingguan country. I wonder how the new Cloud King will teach Lin Qian. The surrounding martial marquises all spoke out. The man who had just used the blazing fist was called Lin Qian. He was a rising star and was currently the strongest person on the martial marquee list. Xian Yun King looked at Lin Qian and nodded. He said, Lin Qian, the reason why your blaze fist could not be cultivated to perfection is because your concept of fire is not strong enough. If your concept of fire can reach the second minor realm, your blaze fist will definitely be cultivated to perfection, Xian Yun King continued. Hearing this, Lin Qian fell silent. What a joke. It's clearly because of a problem in cultivation. How can you say it's because of the concept of fire? Suddenly, a discordant voice was heard. Lin Qian, who was deep in thought, suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. At this moment, many martial marquises on the square also looked at Fang Chun. Who are you? I, the new Cloud King, am teaching the younger generation. It's not your place to interrupt, Xian Yun King said coldly. Yeah, who are you? How dare you question the new Cloud King? Are you courting death? Kid, I'll give you 3 seconds to apologize to the new Cloud King immediately. Otherwise, I'll cut you into pieces. What an arrogant and ignorant kid. How dare he question the new Cloud King's guidance? Many martial marquises said. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chun walked forward step by step. When he reached Lin Qian's side, he stopped and smiled. When you cultivate the blaze fist, do you feel a little pain in your abdomen? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Lin Qian's face was full of shock. He immediately nodded. Moreover, this pain will be divided into periods. When you cultivate the blaze fist at noon, the pain in your abdomen will be the worst. When you cultivate at night, it will be better. Moreover, after a period of time, the pain will disappear, Fang Chun continued. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Lin Qian was completely shocked. Who is this kid? How did he know all this? However, before Lin Qian could speak, the new Cloud King spoke. Nonsense, Xian Yun King said coldly. Some of the surrounding martial marquises also angrily scolded Fang Chun, telling Fang Chun to get out of the square. Fang Chun ignored the crowd and looked at Lin Qian with a smile. Who are you? How do you know all this? Lin Qian looked at Fang Chun in shock and cried out involuntarily. Even some of his family members didn't know about the hidden illness that had appeared when he cultivated the blaze fist. But this young man in front of him was able to see the root of his problem just by watching him use it. I just saw you use the blaze fist. The blaze fist itself is a tyrannical and fierce cultivation method, but you're too inclined to attack and directly gave up on defense, causing the blaze fist to go to the extreme, Fang Chun said with a smile. Senior, may I ask if you have a solution? At this moment, Lin Qian was completely convinced by Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with respect. Lin Qian, don't listen to his nonsense, said a martial marquis who had a good relationship with Lin Qian. Lin Qian directly retorted, do you know that what he just said is exactly the same as my problem? Lin Qian's words also stunned many martial marquises. So the root of your problem lies here. It's not because of the concept of fire, said Fang Chun. At this moment, the new Cloud King felt his face burning, as if someone had just slapped him in the face. Who is he? How does he know about Lin Qian's hidden illness? Just by watching Lin Qian use it once, he can tell. Is he the disciple of some hidden expert? Many martial artists didn't recognize Fang Chun. Hearing the whispers around him, the new Cloud King became even more furious. Brat, who are you? Why are you disturbing me, teaching the younger generation? Demanded the new Cloud King furiously. Who I am isn't important, said Fang Chun. Brat, apologize to me and then scram out of the capital. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a grave, said the new Cloud King coldly. He had also considered Fang Chen's strength. But thinking carefully, there was almost no such young martial artist in the Golden Crown Nation who was stronger than him. Hearing the new Cloud King's words, Fang Chun didn't say anything. Instead, he stretched out his hand without warning. The new Cloud King sneered. You dare to take the initiative to attack? You're courting death, shouted the new Cloud King. His figure flashed, and he launched a fierce attack at Fong Chun. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Fong Chun. Bang! But when Fong Chen's hand landed on his body, he was shocked to find that he couldn't resist at all. "How is this possible?" cried the new Cloud King. He was instantly suppressed by Fong Chun. Gotcha! Fong Chen's palm pressed down, and the bones of the new Cloud King shattered. He let out a miserable cry. The surrounding martial marquises were completely shocked. Who was this brat? Why was he so strong? He could suppress the new Cloud King with a flip of his hand. Lin Qian's heart was filled with stormy waves. He was dumbfounded. "Who are you?" The new Cloud King endured the pain and roared. "You don't need to know." Fong Chun sneered. Then, Fong Chen's hand pressed down and killed the new Cloud King. He killed the new Cloud King in front of so many people. All the martial artists were completely shocked. The whole square was in an uproar. "Senior." Lin Qian looked at Fong Chun in shock. He cupped his hands and shouted, "I want to be your disciple." Hearing this, Fong Chun grinned and turned to leave. Seeing Fong Chen's back, many martial artists felt that he was very familiar. All of a sudden, a martial artist shouted loudly, "He's Fong Chun." Hearing the name Fong Chun, the whole square was in an uproar. Although the people present had never seen Fong Chun, they had heard of his deeds. Fong Chen's inspirational story was circulating in the entire Golden Crown Nation. He was worthy of being the strongest person on the martial marquee list. He had left the Golden Crown Nation for so many years. Was he finally back? Oh my God, it's Fong Chun. He's back. Fong Chun is the most outstanding person of the younger generation in the history of the Golden Crown Nation. It's too shocking. I actually saw Fong Chun. He killed the new Cloud King so casually. Fong Chun is still so strong. Many martial artists were shocked. At this time, the most shocked person was Lin Qian. He felt as if he was dreaming. How strong is he? Lin Qian's eyes were burning. He looked at the direction Fong Chun left and chased after him. Chapter 533. The news that Fong Chun had killed the new Cloud King instantly spread throughout the imperial capital and reached the ears of the Luo family. Therefore, before Fong Chun even arrived at the Luo family's residence was already bustling with noise and excitement. The Luo family head personally came to welcome Fong Chun. "Family head, is what you said true? Fong Chun killed the new Cloud King in one move?" asked an elder of the Luo family, his eyes filled with shock. The Luo family head nodded. "When I heard the news, I was also shocked. However, after asking around, the person who killed the new Cloud King was indeed Fong Chun." The Luo family head's heart was filled with shock. When he had left the Golden Crown Nation, Fong Chun had only been an invincible chi high. A few years had passed, and Fong Chun had returned to his hometown. However, his strength had already reached such a level. A casual strike had been able to kill the new Cloud King. With such strength, even in the entire Golden Crown Nation, no one could match him. Just as everyone in the Luo family was waiting for Fong Chun, the latter arrived. The Luo family head's eyes lit up when he saw Fong Chun. He immediately went up to him and smiled. "Fong Chun, you're back." The elders of the Luo family also greeted Fong Chun one after another. The younger generation of the Luo family looked at Fong Chun in shock, especially Luo Liuli. Back then, Fong Chen's strength had been about the same as hers. However, Fong Chen's strength had already surpassed hers. Luo Liuli's beautiful eyes looked at the figure in front of her with complicated feelings. Luo Liuli was also among the elders. She was an expert of the older generation of the Luo family and the younger sister of the Luo family head. She also looked at Fong Chun curiously and sighed inwardly. What a monstrous genius! Fong Chun's arrival made the Luo family very lively. Even the king of the Golden Crown Nation had personally come to visit Fong Chun. However, Fong Chun came to the capital because he had something to do, so he didn't waste much time. When Fong Chun told the Luo family about the Yellow Spring sect, everyone in the Luo family was excited. If Fong Chun could kill the new Cloud King in one move, then dealing with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect shouldn't be a problem. For the whole afternoon, Fong Chun discussed this matter with the Luo family's patriarch. Finally, in the evening, Fang Chun was ready to take action. Fang Chun quietly left the Luo clan's residence and left the imperial capital. He arrived at a barren mountain peak in the imperial capital. After arriving at the mountain peak, Fang Chun's spirit spread out and instantly discovered an aura in a hidden spot on the mountain peak. Here, Fang Chun found the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect, and the latter also found Fang Chun. Bang! Fang Chun punched out, forcing the remaining Yellow Springs sect members to reveal themselves. "Who are you?" The remaining Yellow Springs sect member was a little surprised that someone could find this place. He was puzzled. "The person who will kill you." Fang Chun didn't say anything and directly attacked. He killed the remaining Yellow Springs sect member with lightning speed. The latter didn't even have time to scream before he was completely killed by Fang Chun. After doing all this, Fang Chun returned to the Luo family in the imperial capital. The next day, the deacon of the Black Devil Palace sent a message saying that all the remaining Yellow Springs sect members in the major cities of the Golden Crown Nation had been killed. When Fang Chun received the news, a smile appeared on his face. He told the deacon of the Black Devil Palace to wait for him in the Sword State City. Fang Chun took the transmission array and left the imperial capital, returning to the Sword State City once again. After returning to the Sword State City, Fang Chun didn't expect to meet his master, the Blacksmith Grandmaster Ancient Sect. No, to be exact, it should be the Blacksmith Grandmaster Ancient Sect. Back then, when Ancient Sect took Fang Chun as a disciple, he was only a Blacksmith Grandmaster. However, in the past few years, Ancient Sect wholeheartedly studied blacksmithing. In addition to the meteoric iron that Fang Chun gave him, Ancient Sect successfully became a Blacksmith Grandmaster. Even in the land of Southern Mountain, the status of a Grandmaster Blacksmith was extraordinary. However, after Ancient Sect became a Blacksmith Grandmaster, he became even more obsessed with blacksmithing. He didn't go to the Southern Mountain land, but cultivated in the Golden Crown Nation. This time, he heard that Fang Chun had returned, so he came to the Sword State City to look for Fang Chun. "Fang Chun, you're pretty good, lad." When Gu Zong saw Fang Chun, this was the first thing he said. "Master." Fang Chun cupped his hands towards Ancient Sect. No matter what, Ancient Sect had fought the Alchemy Grandmaster Luo, he for his sake. Fang Chun had always remembered this kindness in his heart. "How are you in the Southern Mountain Land? Why did you think of coming back?" Ancient Sect asked. The Golden Crown Nation was a remote country in the Southern Mountain Land. Although it was a big country, the news of the Southern Mountain Land hadn't spread here. Therefore, Ancient Sect didn't know about Fang Chun. Fang Chun grinned and said, "I came back to take a look. I haven't had the chance to congratulate Master for becoming a Blacksmith Grandmaster." Fang Chun smiled. Guzong also grinned when he heard this. "It's all thanks to your meteoric iron that I can reach the Blacksmith Grandmaster realm," Ancient Sect said. Fang Chun nodded and said, "Master, let's find a place to talk." After that, Guzong followed Fang Chun to an independent courtyard. The master and disciple were chatting happily. After chatting for a while, Ancient Sect discovered that Fang Chun's hidden star sword was a beginner-level profound weapon. He immediately wanted to upgrade Fang Chun's grade. "Now that I've become a Blacksmith Grandmaster, I can upgrade your hidden star sword to a middle-level profound weapon," Ancient Sect said. Fang Chun nodded and took out some meteoric iron and golden sand. He said, "Master, integrate these into my weapon." Ancient Sect's eyes widened when he saw the meteoric iron and golden sand in Fang Chun's hands. "Golden sand? Where did you get such precious materials?" Ancient Sect asked excitedly. "I got it in a secret realm," Fang Chun said. Ancient Sect took the golden sand, his eyes burning. "Master, I've saved your share for you." Fang Chun grinned, then took out another share and handed it to Guzong. "Haha, I'm so lucky to have such a good disciple." Ancient Sect laughed wildly. Ancient Sect then went to refine weapons. 3 days later, Ancient Sect successfully came out of seclusion. Fang Chun's hidden star sword's grade had been upgraded. "Master, how is it?" Fang Chun hurriedly asked when he saw Ancient Sect come out. Guzong had a brilliant smile on his face. After that, he handed over the brand new star concealing sword to Fang Chun and said, If it was only the meteoric iron, I could at most upgrade the quality of the star concealing sword to a middle-level profound weapon. However, with the addition of the golden quicksand, the quality of the star concealing sword has been upgraded to a high-level profound weapon by me. A high-level profound weapon was countless times stronger than a beginner-level profound weapon. Fang Chun held the brand New Hidden Star Sword. He could clearly feel that there was a scorching aura inside the sword. It seemed like it could burst out at any time. "Thank you, Master," Fang Chun said. He didn't expect that he would have such a harvest after returning to the Golden Crown Nation. "Kid, why are you being so polite with me?" Ancient Sect said. After staying in the Sword State City for a few days, Fang Chun bid farewell to Ancient Sect. He took the Black Devil Palace's deacon and headed to the Divine Wind Nation. The current Fang Chun had reached the 8th stage of the condensing reality realm. He could already fly for short distances. His speed was much faster than before. Half a month later, Fang Chun arrived at the Ink Cloud Nation. Fang Chun stood in the sky above the Ink Cloud Nation. He looked down at the entire Ink Cloud Nation with a brilliant smile on his face. When he first left the Divine Wind Nation, his first stop was the Ink Cloud Nation. That should be the Ink Cloud Pass. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes. He looked at the place near the Divine Wind Nation and said in a low voice. At that time, Fang Chun broke through the Ink Cloud Pass and attracted the attention of all the experts in the Ink Cloud Pass. He even attracted the attention of the Old Man of Heaven Pass. However, Fang Chun didn't choose to enter the Ink Cloud Pass to cultivate. Instead, he left the Ink Cloud Nation. Now that he thought about it, his mind was filled with memories. Just as Fang Chun was immersed in his memories, a furious roar suddenly entered the ears of Fang Chun and the others. "May I ask what esteemed senior has come to my Ink Cloud Nation?" As soon as this voice fell, Fang Chun discovered that a yellow-robed figure had appeared in the imperial capital of the Ink Cloud Nation. "I'm just passing by," Fang Chun said. A condensing reality realm expert was basically a legendary figure in the Ink Cloud Nation. At this moment, on the streets of the imperial capital, countless warriors discovered a few figures in the sky. Their hearts were filled with fear. They can fly in the sky. Could they be condensing reality realm experts? It's too scary. They're floating there. I actually feel a great pressure. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chun instantly disappeared. The Ink Cloud Nation was just a passerby in Fang Chun's life. He left the Ink Cloud Nation and instantly flew to the sky above the Divine Wind Nation. "Let's go down," Fang Chun said. In order to not cause panic in the Divine Wind Nation, Fang Chun chose to land on the ground. "Fang Chun, is this the place where you were born?" The Black Devil Palace's deacon asked. Fang Chun nodded. Looking at the land in the distance, he felt like he was at home. The Black Devil Palace's deacon looked around. He was shocked in his heart. A heaven-defying genius like Fang Chun could actually appear in such a remote country. At the same time, the Black Devil Palace's deacon admired Fang Chun even more. The geniuses of the Southern Mountain Land, such as Zhou Qingqing, had countless resources since childhood. The environment they lived in was the best. However, Fang Chun was able to grow to his current height in such a harsh environment like the Divine Wind Nation. It was enough to see that his potential was too heaven-defying. Perhaps the Palace Lord has taken a fancy to his heaven-defying potential, the Dark Lord secretly said in his heart. Little did he know that the Dark Lord had signed a blood contract with Fang Chun. It was not because of Fang Chun's potential. Standing on the land of the Divine Wind Nation, Fang Chun's face was full of smiles. "I'm finally back." Chapter 534. After returning to the Divine Wind Nation once again, Fang Chun's mentality had undergone a great change. When he left the Wind Nation, he was only in the Qi transformation realm. Now he was standing at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Now, Fang Chun was much stronger than before. Fang Chun didn't want to cause too much trouble. After returning to the Wind Nation, he didn't make a big fuss. Instead, he quietly went to the Cyan Cloud County to see how the Fang family was doing. As for the deacon of the Black Devil Palace and the others, under the leadership of Fang Chun, they chose to meet in the Cyan Cloud County of the Wind Nation. With the Cyan Cloud County as the center they quickly spread to the entire Wind Nation. On the way back to the Cyan Cloud County, Feng Chun also asked around. The kamikaze Kinbu he was in had become the most powerful force in the Wind Nation. Hearing this news, Feng Chun grinned. The Feng family was in the Black Cloud City of the Cyan Cloud County. After returning to the Cyan Cloud County, Feng Chun went directly to the Black Cloud City. After a few years of development, the Feng family's power had reached a very powerful level. Although they had been in the Black Cloud City and hadn't expanded, all the major forces in the Wind Nation knew that the Feng family was very powerful. They even had a certain relationship with the kamikaze Kinbu, so no one wanted to provoke the Feng family. The Black Cloud City was the headquarters of the Feng family. The Feng family had run the Black Cloud City like an iron bucket. Every move in the Black Cloud City was within the Feng family's control. As soon as Feng Chun entered the Black Cloud City, he was discovered by the spies of the Feng family. However, they didn't say anything because they found that Feng Chun was an ordinary warrior. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. They were only observing Feng Chun in the dark. The Black Cloud City has changed a lot. Feng Chun stood on the street of the Black Cloud City and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, besides the Feng family, there were several other forces in the Black Cloud City. But now, the Feng family was the only overlord in the Black Cloud City. Thinking of this, Feng Chun thought of another force in the Black Cloud City, the Yi family. At that time, Yi Zi of the Yi family was engaged to him. However, the Yi family was dissatisfied with him being a loser, so he took the initiative to cancel the engagement with Yi Zi. As Feng Chun thought about it, he shook his head and walked up to the Feng clan residence. When the spies, observing Feng Chun in secret, discovered this scene, they immediately spread the news to the many cultivators in the residence. An unknown person is approaching the family mansion. This news Feng Chun's immediately. All the worshippers of the Feng family became vigilant. Although Feng Chun's forces had grown over the years, there were still some rogue cultivators who were not afraid of death who came to cause trouble. At this moment, in the Feng family's mansion, the three brothers of the Feng family were chatting in the garden. Beside them, there were a few children playing. "Grandpa, Little Blossom bullied me." Suddenly, a little boy was pushed by another little girl. The little boy's face was full of grievances as he walked up to Feng Tianshan and sobbed. Feng Tianshan saw this and reached out to wipe the little boy's tears. "Little Blossom, don't bully your brother," Feng Tianshan said. "Grandpa, I didn't bully him," the little girl called Little Blossom retorted. The other two Feng brothers saw this and grinned. "Big brother, you have a grandson in the blink of an eye. Time flies." The third brother, Feng Tianyu, sighed. "Third brother, it's not only big brother who has a grandson, but I also have one. You're the only one who hasn't held your grandson yet," the second brother, Feng Tianbao, said. Third brother's son, Feng Chun, is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Feng family. His marriage is a big deal for the Feng family. I wonder how Feng Chun is doing now. The eldest brother, Feng Tianshan, comforted the little boy and smiled. Speaking of Feng Chun, a happy smile appeared on Feng Tianyu's face. Feng Tianyu's greatest pride in his life was to have such an outstanding son like Feng Chun. Feng Chun, who was regarded as trash by everyone, rose step by step from the Azure Edge Sword sect to become the top figure of the younger generation in the Divine Wind Nation. However, Feng Chun had left the Divine Wind Nation for several years. The Feng family had not received any news about Feng Chun, so they were worried. Feng Chun's talent is so good. He'll be fine, Feng Tianyu said to himself. Just as the three brothers were chatting, a figure suddenly appeared in the garden without a sound. Feng Chun did not wish to waste any time. Using his own strength, he stealthily entered the Feng clan mansion, after which he made some inquiries and arrived at this place. "Father, big uncle, second uncle." Feng Chun looked at the three of them and called out with a smile. When the three brothers of the Feng family heard this, their faces were filled with surprise. They thought that they had misheard and raised their heads to look. "You?" When Feng Tianshan saw Feng Chun, he was shocked and speechless. "Chun, it's actually Chun. Ha!" Feng Tianbao laughed wildly. As for Fong Tianyu, his body was trembling. He quickly walked towards Fong Chun and hugged Fong Chun. Chen, you're finally back. Fong Chun also felt his father's emotional fluctuations. He hugged his father and said softly, "Father, I'm sorry for all these years." Fong Chen's return made the three brothers of the Fong family very excited. After a long time, the three brothers of the Fong family finally calmed down. They looked at Fong Chun and were very happy. "Chen, I didn't expect you to come back at this time," Fong Tianyu said with a smile. At this moment, a figure hurried into the garden. "Consecrator Wang, why are you here?" This person was Consecrator Wang, a consecrator of the Fong family. His strength was in the Qi transformation realm. Seeing Consecrator Wang rush over, Fong Tianshan took the initiative to ask. Consecrator Wang didn't notice Fong Chun. He looked at Fong Tianshan and said seriously, "Family head, today our scouts discovered that an unknown martial artist entered Black Cloud City. After arriving in front of the Fong family's residence, he directly escaped from our scouts' line of sight and disappeared without a trace." After Consecrator Wang finished speaking, he waited for Fong Tianshan to give the order. The three brothers of the Fong family looked at each other and then simultaneously looked at Fong Chun. Finally, Fong Tianshan laughed loudly and said, "Consecrator Wang, the unknown martial artist you speak of is from the younger generation of our Fong family." "What younger generation of the Fong family?" Consecrator Wang was very surprised. However, at this moment, he finally noticed Fong Chun. "Is that him?" Consecrator Wang asked. "Consecrator Wang, he is Fong Chun," Fong Tianbao said. As a consecrator of the Fong family, he naturally knew everything about the Fong family. In the Fong family, the most mysterious person was Fong Chun, an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Fong family. When Fong Chun left the Divine Wind Nation, his deeds had spread throughout the entire nation. All the younger generation regarded Fong Chun as their goal. After Consecrator Wang joined the Fong family, he naturally knew of Fong Chen's deeds. He is Fong Chun. Hearing Fong Tianbao say that the person in front of him was Fong Chun, Consecrator Wang was even more shocked. He also didn't expect Fong Chun to be so young. After being shocked for a long time, Consecrator Wang came back to his senses and quietly retreated. "Fong Chun, are you going to stay here for a while?" Fong Tianshan asked. Fong Chun shook his head and said, "I came back this time to see how the Fong family is doing. I'll be leaving in a few days." Hearing that Fong Chun was going to leave, Fong Tianyu's face darkened a bit, but he immediately thought it through. His son wasn't a fish in a pond. The small stage of the Divine Wind Nation couldn't hold his son. "Fong Chun, no matter what decision you make, we will support you," Fong Tianyu said. Fong Chen's return was only known by the upper echelons of the Fong family. After Fong Chun met the three brothers of the Fong family, he went to meet his mother and some of the younger generation of the Fong family on a certain mountain peak of the Azure Edge Sword sect. This mountain peak was a forbidden area of the Azure Edge Sword sect. There was a strange formation around the mountain peak that isolated the outside world. All the disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect were very curious about what was inside this forbidden area. Of course, only the sect master of the Azure Edge Sword sect knew that the existence inside this forbidden area was the master of the Ice Heaven sect that Fong Chun had left behind in the Azure Cloud County. The master of the Ice Heaven sect had already recovered to the first level of the Qi High realm. When Fong Chun left, he left a large amount of resources for the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect. The Azure Edge Sword sect also helped the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect at all costs. In just a few short years, the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect had completely recovered his cultivation. The current him had already recovered to his peak, the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Even in the Golden Crown Nation, this cultivation was considered a strong existence. Even though the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect was so strong, he was still controlled by Fong Chun. All these years, he had been secretly protecting the Azure Edge Sword sect and the Fong family. Today, the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect was cultivating. Suddenly, his eyes opened. His body flashed and disappeared from the Azure Edge Sword sect. Because of the soul connection with Fong Chun, the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect, was the first to sense when Feng Chun returned. When the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect arrived, Feng Chun also noticed. Ninth level of the Qi High Realm. After seeing the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect, Feng Chun's face was full of smiles. The Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect had an extremely strong aura. He was only a step away from the condensing reality realm. Master! The Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect cupped his hands and called out. Feng Chun only stood there quietly. The Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect felt an invisible pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect finally realized that his master's strength had already reached the legendary condensing reality realm. Feng Chun checked and realized that as the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect's strength increased, the soul seed that he planted in his soul seemed to have diluted a lot. If this continues, he will escape from my control, Feng Chun said. After that, Feng Chun made his move again. With a powerful method, he directly left a mark in the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect's mind. With Feng Chun's cultivation of the 8th level of the condensing reality realm, the mark that he left made the Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect unable to resist. The Hall Master of the Ice Heaven sect felt his body tremble. In the next moment, he realized that a strange mark had appeared in his mind. Chapter 535. With a 9th level Qi High Realm Master of Icy Heaven as their protector, the Feng family and the Green Edge Sword sect were not in any danger. After regaining control of Icy Heaven Master, Feng Chun gave her some resources and she returned to the Green Edge Sword sect. As for Feng Chun, he stayed in the Feng family. When he had nothing to do, he would spend time with his family and friends. Feng Chun felt that his soul had improved during this time. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, Feng Chun had been accompanying his father in the Feng family. During this time, the Black Devil Palace sent news that the entire Divine Wind Nation was under their control. At the same time, they also said that they would protect the Feng family with all their strength, so Feng Chun could rest assured. Feng Chun nodded and grinned. With the help of the Black Devil Palace's protector, the Feng family would not be in any danger. One day, Feng Chun felt that his soul had changed. Just as he was thinking, he released his soul, and his aura increased. Not long after, Feng Chun's soul reached the late orange level. When he was in the Southern Mountain Land, Feng Chun's soul had reached the mid-orange level, and he could not improve after that. After returning to the Feng family, Feng Chun's soul had improved and finally reached the late orange level. When his soul reached the late orange level, Feng Chun's soul cultivation also reached the late second level. A late second level soul cultivator's strength was definitely comparable to a high-level condensing reality realm warrior. If he had a good soul cultivation method, he would not be able to find a worthy opponent even in the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. On this day, Feng Chun found his father and told him about his departure. Although Feng Tianyu was a little reluctant, he still chose to support Feng Chun in the end. After bidding farewell to Feng Tianyu, Feng Chun left the Feng family and the Black Cloud City, preparing to return to the Southern Mountain Land. After settling down the Feng family, Feng Chun had no more worries. In the entire Southern Mountain Land, with the protection of the Black Devil Palace's branch, the Feng family would be safe. After that, Feng Chun left the Divine Wind Nation. The Heavenly Pill Palace that cooperated with Feng Chun was no longer the same as before. They had become the Pill Giant of the Divine Wind Nation, and they also cooperated with other nations. The Heavenly Pill Palace's wealth was too huge. Master Sky River Master had also become a Sky Master. Although he was a master, he did not forget the Heavenly Pill Palace's Feng family. Every year, Sky Master would give the Heavenly Pill Palace 30% of the Heavenly Pill Palace's income. Even the Heavenly Pill Palace, the Heavenly Pill Palace. Feng Chun left the Divine Wind Nation, passed by the Ink Cloud Nation, the Golden Crown Nation, and finally returned to the Southern Mountain Land. As soon as he returned to the Southern Mountain Land, Feng Chun hurried to the Qin clan. Heavenly Pill Sex Yao, Heavenly Medicine Qins. After the Qin family's patriarch left the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate, he went to the Medicine King Valley to ask the Medicine King to treat his daughter. At that time, Fang Chun left the southern mountain land and returned to the Divine Wind Nation. Using the teleportation array, Fang Chun quickly arrived at the Qin family's territory. The Qin family's base camp was heavily guarded. Ordinary warriors could not get close, but this was not a problem for Fang Chun. Fang Chun quietly entered the Qin family's mansion. In a meeting hall in the Qin family's mansion, the Qin family's patriarch and an old man with a white beard were sitting at the head of the table. The other elders were standing at the side. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was very solemn. After a long time, the Qin family's patriarch said, "Senior Medicine King, I wonder if my daughter's injuries can be treated?" The old man with a white beard beside the Qin family's patriarch nodded and said, "Although Qin Yao's injuries are serious, it's a good thing that someone extended her life, allowing her to survive successfully. As long as I help, Qin Yao's injuries will definitely be healed." The Medicine King Valley did not belong to the southern mountain land. In terms of territory, the Medicine King Valley should be considered a power in the western mountain land. The Medicine King Valley was a transcendent existence in the western mountain land. Even the top powers did not dare to cause trouble for the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King of the Medicine King Valley was the most powerful person in the entire western mountain land and even in the hearts of the people of the other three mountain ranges. The Medicine King's methods were heavenly. There was no illness that he could not treat. This time, the Qin family's patriarch had promised the Medicine King many resources in order to invite him. After the Medicine King came to the Qin family and saw Qin Yao's injuries, he had an idea. He wanted to see the warrior who extended Qin Yao's life. "Senior Medicine King, when will you treat my daughter?" the Qin family's patriarch asked. The Medicine King grinned. "There's no rush. Before that, I want to see the warrior who extended Qin Yao's life." The Qin family's patriarch's expression changed. He didn't understand what the Medicine King meant. "Senior Medicine King, what is this?" asked the Qin family's patriarch. The Medicine King was just about to speak when Fang Chun suddenly walked into the Qin family's discussion hall. One of the elders near the entrance was just about to berate him when he suddenly saw that it was Fang Chun. Shock appeared on his face. "Fang Chun, you've come." The Qin family's patriarch was full of smiles when he saw Fang Chun. The power structure of the southern mountain land had undergone an unprecedented change. It could be said that there were only two major powers in the southern mountain land. They were the Qin family and the Black Devil Palace. Fang Chun's arrival had caused the Qin family's patriarch to lose his composure. The Medicine King thoughtfully looked at Fang Chun. "Ha ha ha, Fang Chun, you've come." The other elders all greeted Fang Chun. "This should be Senior Medicine King, right?" Fang Chun looked at the Medicine King. The Qin family's Medicine King Valley's Medicine King said, "Correct. He is the Medicine King Valley's Medicine King. He came specifically to treat Qin Yao's injuries." Fang Chun nodded. The Medicine King looked at Fang Chun suspiciously. He didn't recognize this person, but he was filled with curiosity towards Fang Chun. Just now, he had used his powerful spiritual sense to probe Fang Chun. But when his spiritual sense approached Fang Chun, it was as if it had entered a boundless sea, disappearing without a trace. That shocked the Medicine King. He was actually unable to probe this young martial practitioner. To be able to become the Medicine King, his spiritual strength was countless times stronger than an ordinary person's. But even such a powerful spiritual strength was unable to probe Fang Chun. There are only two possibilities. The first was that Fang Chun's strength was too tyrannical. He was unable to probe him. The second was that Fang Chun had a priceless, soul-isolating treasure on his body. Thinking of that, the Medicine King's gaze towards Fang Chun changed slightly. "Senior Medicine King, didn't you want to see the martial practitioner who extended Qin Yao's life? This person is the one who extended Qin Yao's life. His name is Fang Chun, and he's one of the younger generation's geniuses of the southern mountain region," introduced the Qin family's patriarch. Hearing the Qin family's patriarch's introduction, the Medicine King's eyes clearly flashed with shock. Looking at Fang Chun, the Medicine King was a bit excited. "You're the one who extended Qin Yao's life." Fang Chun nodded and said, "That's right, that's me." After receiving Fang Chun's confirmation, the Medicine King suddenly stood up and looked at Fong Chun. So that means you have violet crystals on you? The Medicine King's eyes burned as he looked at Fong Chun. After inspecting Qin Yao's body, the Medicine King had discovered that there was some remnant violet crystal energy within her body. That made the Medicine King believe that violet crystals had saved Qin Yao's life. So he wanted to see the person who had extended Qin Yao's life. Fong Chun's eyes flickered. The Medicine King actually knew about violet crystals? That made Fong Chun feel very flabbergasted. Within the conference hall, all the elders, including the Qin family's patriarch, were extremely puzzled. They didn't know what violet crystals were, and they also didn't know what the Medicine King was talking about. Qin family's patriarch, "Can I speak with Fong Chun alone?" asked the Medicine King. The Qin family's patriarch glanced at Fong Chun and then nodded. In the blink of an eye, only Fong Chun and the Medicine King were left in the conference hall. "Fong Chun, I found remnant violet crystal energy within Qin Yao's body. If my guess isn't wrong, you must have used violet crystals to extend Qin Yao's life." The Medicine King got straight to the point. Fong Chun nodded and didn't say anything. "I'll tell you the truth. I need violet crystals. Can you give me some? Even if I have to pay a high price, I'm willing to pay." The Medicine King's eyes burned as he looked at Fong Chun. "Senior Medicine King, what do you need violet crystals for?" asked Fong Chun. The Medicine King was silent for a moment before saying, "Although everyone calls me the Medicine King, they don't know that when I was young, I left behind a hidden illness. Although I've been using special methods to suppress it these past few years, I still can't completely remove it. I once accidentally obtained a book. That book was the greatest contribution that allowed me to establish myself as the Medicine King. In that book, there was an introduction to violet crystals." The Medicine King said, "In the beginning, I didn't care about purple crystals at all. Later on, I realized that in order to treat my illness, I needed to refine an extremely special elixir. And this elixir's catalyst was purple crystals." The Medicine King said in a deep voice. His face was filled with helplessness. Fong Chun was also startled. He hadn't thought that the Grand Medicine King would also have an illness. Fong Chun had obtained a total of 15,000 violet crystals from the Heaven-Raising Gates violet crystal vein. He had then used up a lot of them. Now he had less than 300 violet crystals left. "I do have violet crystals." Fong Chun nodded. "Fong Chun, I need 2 violet crystals." "What's the price?" asked the Medicine King urgently. Fong Chun thought for a moment and said, "As long as Senior Medicine King can save Qin Yao, I will give you 2 violet crystals with both hands." "Really?" asked the Medicine King. Fong Chun nodded and flicked his wrist. 2 violet crystals appeared in his hand. Seeing the violet crystals, the Medicine King's face was filled with excitement. That afternoon, the Medicine King announced that he would do his best to heal Qin Yao. It took a full 3 days for the Medicine King to completely heal Qin Yao's hidden illness. As for Qin Yao, she had also completely recovered. When the Qin family heard this news, they were all incomparably excited. Chapter 536. After the Medicine King healed Qin Yao, Fong Chun fulfilled his promise and gave the Medicine King 2 violet crystals. The Medicine King was extremely happy to receive them. He even invited Fong Chun to the Medicine King Valley, but Fong Chun refused. Right now, his main goal was to find a powerful spiritual cultivation technique. The Medicine King left with joy. He left the South Mountain Land. As for the Qin family, they were all extremely excited. Qin Yao was one of the top figures of the Qin family's younger generation. Her recovery meant she was once more standing at the peak of the younger generation. Qin Yao's expression had already returned to normal. When she saw Fong Chun, her eyes twinkled. It was unknown what she was thinking. This time, "Thank you very much." Qin Yao lowered her head and said softly, "If it weren't for Fong Chun, she would have already died in the Heaven-Raising Gate." Furthermore, after spending so much time with Fong Chun, she had a different feeling in her heart. Looking at Fong Chun's back, she felt her heart rapidly beating. Sigh. After a long time, she sighed and left. On the 3rd day of Fong Chun's stay in the Qin family, the Dark Lord personally came to find Fong Chun. "Fong Chun, you've returned. Has everything been arranged?" The Dark Lord directly asked Fong Chun. Fang Chen nodded. He knew the Dark Lord was looking for his family. "Palace Master, why have you come to find me?" asked Fang Chen. If there wasn't anything important, the Dark Lord definitely wouldn't have come to find Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, I've come to bring you some news." The Dark Lord's eyes twinkled. "Oh, what news?" asked Fang Chen. "Our branch of the Black Devil Palace has already taken complete control of the southern mountain land. Our men have received an important piece of news in the few cities bordering the western mountain land. In the western mountain land, the residence of a spirit vortex realm elite has appeared. The residence of a spirit vortex realm expert." Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. 4 condensing reality realm warriors. The mention of a spirit vortex realm warrior was fatally attractive. This spirit vortex realm elite has been dead for a long time. I don't know what happened, but recently his mansion suddenly appeared, the Dark Lord said solemnly. He was also a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior, but his cultivation was only at the first level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Spiritual spiral realm warriors needed to open up spiritual spirals in their sea of chi. Every time they advanced to the next level, they would open up a new spiritual spiral. It was extremely difficult to open a spiritual spiral. Ordinary warriors could not open a single spiritual spiral in their lifetime. Some amazing geniuses, when in the condensing reality realm, could fight against 2 people at the same time. Some of them were even invincible in the same realm and could even fight across realms. However, in the spiritual whirlpool realm, the difference between every level was huge. There were very few people who could fight across realms. There was almost none. In the spiritual whirlpool realm, every level was extremely difficult to advance. The Dark Lord had been in the spiritual whirlpool realm for many years. Until now, he was still at the first level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. However, even a first-level spiritual whirlpool realm warrior could instantly kill any condensing reality realm warrior. Even the strongest condensing reality realm warrior who had condensed 9 strands of true chi would not be able to fight back in the hands of a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior. This was the difference between the spiritual whirlpool realm and the condensing reality realm. This time, the appearance of the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion had attracted many condensing reality realm warriors. The Black Devil Palace was also preparing to send warriors to the West Ridge. Therefore, the Dark Lord came to find Fang Chen. After knowing the Dark Lord's intentions, Fang Chen said, "Palace Master wants me to lead the young geniuses of the Southern Mountain Land to the West Ridge and enter the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion to search for opportunities." Hearing this, the Dark Lord nodded and said, "That's right. If we can get the news in the Southern Mountain Land, the other ridges will also receive the news." However, this time, the appearance of the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion is not something normal warriors can participate in. The other ridges will definitely send their top condensing reality realm warriors to search for opportunities. This time, some elders from the Black Devil Palace will also go. Hearing this, Fang Chen said, "When do we depart?" Obviously, the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion had successfully attracted Fang Chen's attention. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the condensing reality realm. It would be very difficult for him to improve unless he found some opportunities. Moreover, he was already invincible among the younger generation in the Southern Mountain Land. He could use this opportunity to meet the top geniuses of the other 3 ridges. Warriors would only look for other warriors to be their stepping stones. After Fang Chen agreed, the Dark Lord told him to come to the Black Devil Palace's headquarters in 3 days. They would depart together then. After that, the Dark Lord left. The spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion, Fang Chen said to himself as he looked up at the blue sky. This time, countless warriors from the 4 ridges would definitely gather in the Western Ridge. Although Fang Chen was very strong, he was still not strong enough to face those warriors who had condensed multiple true chis. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Fang Chen was. Being able to fight against a powerful warrior was definitely a very meaningful thing. 3 days later, when Fang Chen was about to leave, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Qin Yao. Seeing Qin Yao, Fong Chun asked in surprise. Qin Yao was wearing a white floral dress with a jade-green bun on her head. She was very beautiful. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes flickered. Seeing Fong Chun, she felt very happy. Qin Yao, what are you doing? Fong Chun asked. Going to the Western Ridge with you. Qin Yao said softly, with a gentle smile on her face. And, hearing this, Fong Chun was a little confused, but he immediately understood. It seemed that the Dark Lord had not only told him about this, but also the Qin family's head. Originally, Fong Chun wanted to refuse, but when the words reached his mouth, he did not say it. Qin Yao's cultivation had also reached the 9th condensing reality realm. This time, the spiritual whirlpool Rel Warrior's mansion was also an opportunity for Qin Yao. All right, then let's go together. Fong Chun nodded and said. Hearing this, Qin Yao's eyes revealed a happy smile. Then, she walked side by side with Fong Chun and left the Qin family's mansion. Looking at the back of Fong Chun and Qin Yao, the Qin family's head and several elders appeared in the square. A talented man and a beautiful woman. If the two of them can be together, it will definitely be a good thing. The first elder said, Fong Chun's talent is destined to shake the entire 5-element state, and even the ancient sword continent. If our Qin family's pearl can marry Fong Chun, it would be the best. The second elder said, Let nature take its course. If they are willing, we will naturally be happy. If they are not willing, there is no meaning in forcing them. The Qin family's head sighed and said, How could he not want Qin Yao and Fong Chun to be together? But this kind of thing, how could he force it? Fong Chun and Qin Yao arrived at the Black Devil Palace's headquarters as promised. Fong Chun, you are here. The Dark Lord personally came out to welcome Fong Chun. The Dark Lord had already prepared and was waiting for Fong Chun. As soon as Fong Chun arrived, the Dark Lord brought Fong Chun to meet the team that had set off together. Fong Chun, there are a total of 15 elders. They are the management elders of our Black Devil Palace. Moreover, they all have the potential to break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm. This time, they will be traveling with you. The Dark Lord said. Fong Chun nodded. The auras of these 15 elders were very dense. Each elder was an expert who had at least condensed a strand of true qi. As expected of the Black Devil Palace, Fong Chun sighed inwardly. This kind of foundation wasn't something that an ordinary 3-star force could compare to. After a slight delay, the Dark Lord introduced Fong Chun to the 15 elders. Then, he ordered the 15 elders to protect Fong Chun along the way. In the end, Fong Chun and the others left the Black Devil Palace and headed towards the West Mountain Land. At this moment, the Sword King was alone on a mountain peak in the South Mountain Land. He stood there quietly, overlooking the plains below. After many inquiries, he had discovered traces of Fong Chun. He also knew that Fong Chun was leaving the South Mountain Land. The plains in front of him were the places that Fong Chun had to pass through. He wanted to kill Fong Chun here and seize the main hall at Yangshimen. Kid, you will die today. The Sword King's heart was filled with anger. Ever since the Sword King left the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate, he had been quietly cultivating. He wanted to quickly recover his strength. However, the current world had changed a lot compared to when he was still alive. The spirit chi had also become much thinner. The Sword King couldn't adapt to it for a while. However, after such a long time, the Sword King's cultivation had finally recovered to the peak of the 9th condensing reality realm. At this moment, he had 9 strands of true chi in his chi sea. The Sword King, who had condensed 9 strands of true chi, had already become an invincible existence in the condensing reality realm. In the entire South Mountain Land, the one he feared the most was the Dark Lord. Today, he deliberately avoided the Dark Lord and chose to attack Fong Chun on the path that he had to pass through. The Sword King had been waiting. After about 3 hours, Fong Chun and the others finally appeared. Brat, it's time for you to die. The Sword King sneered. His figure flashed and instantly appeared on the plains. At this moment, Fong Chun and the others were rushing at full speed. Fong Chun, after this trip to the West Mountain, you won't return to the South Mountain Land, right? Qin Yao asked in a low voice as they walked. Fong Chun was startled. He immediately shook his head. He didn't think too much about it. He would think about it after the trip to the spirit whirlpool realm. Seeing Fang Chun shake his head, a trace of sadness flashed in Qin Yao's eyes. However, she immediately hid it. Just as Qin Yao was about to continue speaking, a wild aura suddenly filled the air. "Be careful," Fang Chun said in a low voice. The 15 elders of the Black Devil Palace also looked ahead with serious expressions. The aura emitted by the Sword King made Fang Chun and the others feel pressured. "It's you." Chapter 537. Fang Chun was startled by the Sword King's appearance. He immediately raised his guard, and his body emitted dense spiritual qi, ready to attack at any moment. "Kid, your life ends here." The Sword King grinned when he saw Fang Chun. At this moment, Qin Yao's face was filled with worry. However, she felt that she was too weak to be of any help. Therefore, she could only place her hopes on the 15 elders of the Black Devil Palace. "Who are you?" The first elder of the Black Devil Palace, an expert who had condensed 7 strands of true qi, took a step forward. His wild aura instantly soared, and he confronted the Sword King's aura, relieving the pressure on Fang Chun and the others. "Who am I?" "I am the Sword King, the King of Swords." The Sword King's voice was cold. Sword qi surged from his body, and it was as if his entire body was a sharp sword. Sword King. The first elder of the Black Devil Palace had never heard of the Sword King, but he still stepped forward without hesitation to stop the Sword King from killing Fang Chun. The reason for that was because the Black Demon Palace's palace master had repeatedly emphasized that Fang Chun must be protected before he left. They hadn't even left the Nanling Mountains yet. If Fang Chun was killed by this person, how would they answer to the Dark Lord? Boom! A wild voice resounded in the air, followed by a fierce attack from the Sword King. Whoosh! Sword King suddenly pointed his finger, and in the next moment, a majestic finger light appeared on his fingertip. After the finger light left the Sword King's finger, it instantly turned into a huge sword, whistling through the air, directly attacking Fang Chun. Using his finger as a sword, the Sword King's strength was unprecedentedly strong. Even the Great Elder had to be careful when he saw this scene. "Damn it!" The first elder roared, and his body emitted a strange black aura. He clenched his fist and suddenly punched at the huge sword whistling through the air. Bang! When the huge sword and the first elder's fist collided, a deafening sound rang out. Cracking sounds could be heard from the first elder's fist. Shortly after, his expression changed drastically. A surge of shocking sword intent had actually penetrated his fist and rushed into his arm. Crash! The first elder recklessly activated the 7 streams of true energy in his qi si. In the blink of an eye, the 7 streams of true energy filled his arm. 7 streams of genuine qi appeared and began to dissolve the shocking sword intent in the first elder's arm. Bang! In the clash with the first elder, the giant sword shattered and the first elder was sent flying. Blood appeared on his fist. What a powerful attack! The first elder used his 7 streams of true qi to dissolve the shocking sword intent in his arm and cried out involuntarily. This was just a casual strike from the Sword King, yet made the Great Elder activate 7 strands of true qi. This scene made the other elders and Fang Chun's hearts tighten. The Sword King is too strong, Fang Chun thought to himself as he quickly thought of a way to deal with the situation. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by the Sword King in the end. Pantheon. Fang Chun used his mind to communicate with Pantheon in the main hall of Yangshimen and asked, "The Sword King has appeared, but his strength is too strong. We can't defeat him. Can we use the main hall of Yangshimen?" Hearing Fang Chun's words, Pantheon pondered for a moment and then said, "Activating the main hall of Yangshimen requires purple crystals. Do you still have purple crystals?" Fang Chun was startled. Immediately, a touch of helplessness appeared on his face. Activating the nurturing Heaven Gate Great Hall would require at least 10,000 purple crystals. Currently, he only had 290 purple crystals, which was not enough. Is there no other way? Fang Chun continued to ask. Pantheon shook his head, indicating that there was no other way. Then, Feng Chun asked Ancestor Bronze. The latter told Feng Chun that if they wanted to deal with the Sword King, they needed to set up a formation. Although a spiritual level formation couldn't trap the Sword King for a long time, it could still trap him for a short time. Once the Sword King was trapped, the 15 elders, Feng Chun, and Qin Yao would attack together. Even if they couldn't seriously injure the Sword King, they could still resist his attack. This is the only way, Feng Chun thought to himself. Then, Feng Chun began to set up the formation. He transmitted his voice to the other elders, asking them to help the great elder resist the Sword King and buy him some time. Boom! Suddenly, the other 14 elders joined the battle. A bunch of old farts. The Sword King sneered when he saw this. Above his head, a huge silver sword instantly appeared. When this huge sword appeared, the entire plain was filled with wild sword essence. What a strong sword essence! The great elder said in a low voice. Crash! The 15 elders activated their true chi and launched their fiercest attacks against the Sword King. The Sword King, who had released his Dharma idol, was so powerful that it made people despair. The huge silver sword above the Sword King's head emitted a wild sword essence that made the great elder and the others' hearts palpitate. Swoosh! The Sword King waved his hand, and a terrifying sword light shot out from the huge silver sword. As soon as this sword light appeared, it made the great elder and the others tremble. Retreat! The great elder shouted. His figure flashed as he quickly retreated. At this moment, Feng Chun set up a spiritual level formation. Crack! As soon as the spiritual level formation was set up, it instantly enveloped the terrifying sword light. Feng Chun thought that it could trap the Sword King for a short time, but suddenly a cracking sound came, and his face changed drastically. How is this possible? Following that, Feng Chun saw the formation he had set up shattering. The terrifying sword light was actually heading straight for him. Oh no! Feng Chun immediately realized that something was wrong. He activated his Dharma idol, and the huge golden sword instantly floated above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. The 5th level of the Phantom Sword Technique. Feng Chun shouted. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed the 5th level of the Phantom Sword Technique. A wild sword essence soared into the sky. Just as Feng Chun displayed the Phantom Sword Technique, the huge golden sword above his head seemed to have sensed the Sword King's huge silver sword and suddenly trembled. At the same time, the golden heart in Feng Chun's body beat rapidly. An invisible aura drilled into the huge golden sword at the fastest speed. In the next moment, the huge golden sword emitted a terrifying aura. This aura directly rushed towards the huge silver sword. What kind of Dharma idol is this? The Sword King noticed that his huge silver sword was suppressed by Feng Chun's huge golden sword. His heart was filled with doubts. At the same time, Feng Chun's hidden star sword also bombarded the Sword King's terrifying sword light. Boom! The whole plain was shaking. Feng Chun's hand was in pain from the shock. The hidden star sword was directly blasted away. His body flew backwards. However, in the end, Feng Chun successfully blocked this terrifying sword light. Feng Chun tried hard to stabilize his body. He felt his chi and blood tumbling. He had suffered a serious injury. Fortunately, he had the golden heart, so it was not a big problem. As if stimulated by the Sword King's huge silver sword, the golden heart's beating speed was very fast. An invisible aura drilled into the huge golden sword. The aura of the Dharma idol above Feng Chun's head sword. At a certain moment, the huge golden sword emitted a sword cry. At the same time, the huge silver sword above the Sword King's head dimmed a lot. In the battle between Dharma idols, Feng Chun's huge golden sword completely defeated the Sword King's huge silver sword. This kid's Dharma idol is very strange, the Sword King said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His body was surrounded by 9 strands of true chi. His aura suddenly rose to the peak. Kid, although your Dharma idol is strange, you still have to die, the Sword King said coldly. The Sword King's aura rose, and 9 strands of true qi surrounded him. Fang Chen's face was very serious. The Sword King with 9 strands of true qi was too strong. He could not resist at all. Am I going to die here? Fang Chen thought to himself. Dong! The golden heart beat faster and faster. An invisible aura constantly drilled into the huge golden sword, completely suppressing the Sword King's Dharma idol. However, it could only suppress the Sword King's Dharma idol. The Sword King's 9 strands of true qi could not suppress it. Attack together. Seeing this, the 15 elders launched a fierce attack. They wanted to protect Fang Chen and buy time at the same time. The moment the Sword King appeared, they secretly sent a message to the Dark Lord. As long as they could hold on until the latter arrived, the Sword King would undoubtedly die. Die, all of you! The Sword King stretched out his finger, and 9 strands of true qi drilled into his finger. Then, a bright light appeared at the tip of his finger. This resplendent light emitted a terrifying aura. Then, the Sword King gently pointed his finger. Suddenly, 9 strands of true qi condensed into a sword light and shot out. This sword light was too powerful. Even the Great Elder, who had condensed 7 strands of true qi, did not dare to take it head-on. Given Fang Chen's strength, if he was hit by this sword light, he would undoubtedly die. Fang Chen sensed this powerful sword light. His body flashed as he tried to dodge. You can't dodge, the Sword King said coldly. His eyes were filled with mockery. With his strength as the Sword King, how could Fang Chen resist such a powerful attack? This sword light ignored the attacks of the 15 Black Devil Palace elders. It directly passed through their gaps and chased after Fang Chen. At this time, the 15 elders were also fighting with the Sword King. Fang Chen, be careful. Seeing the sword light shooting towards her, Qin Yao pondered for a moment. In the end, she shook her red lips, and in a flash, she pounced in front of Fang Chen. Qin Yao. Seeing this, Fang Chen shouted loudly. However, it was too late. He could not move Qin Yao's body. Qin Yao's head turned slightly. When she looked at Fang Chen, she had a bright smile. She was willing to block the sword light for Fang Chen. Chapter 538. The Sword King's sword light appeared in front of Qin Yao at an amazing speed. It only needed 1 second to pierce through Qin Yao's body. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with endless sorrow. This was the second time Qin Yao had saved him. Qin Yao, Fang Chen roared loudly. At the same time, he exerted all his strength. Even the Banxianshu and Little Mouse sensed Fang Chen's emotional fluctuations and came out one after another. Crash! The branches and leaves of the half-immortal tree instantly lengthened, and then became incomparably scarlet. With the fastest speed, it coiled around Qin Yao's body, and with a crash, it directly pulled Qin Yao's body back. In this way, the Sword King's sword light was still a short distance away from Qin Yao. After the Banxianshu moved, the Little Mouse also appeared in front of the Sword King's sword light in an instant. Then, a purple halo surged on its body, and a wild aura spread out in an instant. At this moment, a huge shadow of a mouse appeared behind the Little Mouse. As soon as the shadow appeared, it opened its mouth, and a majestic suction force spread out in an instant. The Little Mouse's eyes were scarlet, and its little claws were constantly waving. After the shadow of the mouse appeared behind it, the Little Mouse jumped up and rushed directly toward the Sword King's sword light. Crash! The wild suction force changed the trajectory of the Sword King's sword light. Finally, under Fang Chen's shocked gaze, the shadow of the mouse behind the Little Mouse swallowed the extremely powerful sword light directly. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. After the shadow of the mouse swallowed the terrifying sword light, its body quickly collapsed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the purple halo around the Little Mouse also quickly dimmed. The Little Mouse spat out blood, and its aura was weak. With a bang, the Little Mouse's body directly exploded. A big wound appeared on its stomach. If it wasn't for its amazing defense, this explosive aura would have blown its body into pieces. It was not until this moment that Fong Chun realized that the sword light swallowed by the virtual mouse had actually entered the little mouse's stomach. The little mouse's stomach exploded, and blood flowed out continuously. The purple halo was faintly discernible, and its eyelids drooped. This time, the little mouse was seriously injured. As he looked at the little mouse lying on the ground, Fong Chen's heart was filled with rage. His eyes were bloodshot as he howled at the sky. Even the Xianxu hurried to the little mouse's side, wrapping its branches and leaves around the little mouse to protect it. At this moment, no one was more shocked than the Sword King. When he realized that his sword light had been swallowed by the little mouse, a huge wave of shock rose in his heart. A purple halo surrounded its body, and the image of a mouse appeared behind it. The Sword King was fighting against the 15 elders as he exclaimed, "Could it be?" The Sword King seemed to know the little mouse's identity, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a thunderous voice. "Stay your hand." A bolt from the blue struck him instantly. In the next moment, the Dark Lord appeared. His entire body was enveloped by a black aura. The moment he appeared, the entire plane seemed to freeze. The Sword King's powerful attack was completely neutralized with a wave of his hand. Seeing the Dark Lord appear, the 15 elders' faces were filled with excited smiles. The Dark Lord had finally arrived. "Palace Master," called the first elder. The Dark Lord nodded. He glanced at Fong Chun. After confirming that Fong Chun was fine, his expression relaxed a bit. "All of you, stand back," said the Dark Lord. The 15 elders retreated behind him. The Dark Lord stared at the Sword King. A trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. "Who are you?" asked the Dark Lord coldly. The Dark Lord's arrival caused the Sword King to feel fear. He prepared to flee. He glanced at the little mouse lying on the ground. His heart was still in turmoil. If it weren't for the little mouse, Fong Chun would have already died. Damn it, the Sword King couldn't help cursing. Originally, he could have easily killed Fong Chun, but because of the little mouse's appearance, Fong Chun had managed to survive. Now that the Dark Lord had arrived, he had no chance of killing Fong Chun. The Dark Lord was an expert at the first stage of the Spirit Vortex realm. He had condensed 9 strands of true qi and was said to be unrivaled in the condensing reality realm. But in front of Spirit Vortex realm expert, he still had no way to fight back. "Fong Chun, next time, I'll take your life." After the Sword King finished speaking, the sword qi around him soared. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he fiercely swung it at the Dark Lord. Bang! Seeing this, the Black Fiend Palace Master threw out a punch, shattering the sword light. But when he looked over, he saw that there was nothing in front of him. There was only the smell of blood in the air. "Blood escape technique," the Dark Lord said in a low voice with a grave expression. The blood escape technique that the Sword King used was beyond the scope of the Dark Lord's knowledge. Even as a Spirit Vortex realm expert, he had never seen such a domineering blood escape technique. "This blood escape technique is unheard of," the Dark Lord said in a low voice. After reaching the Spirit Vortex realm, martial artists could slightly control the power of heaven and earth around them. When the Dark Lord arrived, he controlled the power of heaven and earth around him. Under such a seal, the Sword King couldn't escape. But under the Dark Lord's watch, the Sword King managed to escape. That was why the Dark Lord was shocked by the blood escape technique. The Black Demon Palace Master shook his head and turned to look at Fong Chun. At this moment, Fong Chun's entire body was emitting a sorrowful aura. He hugged the dying little rat with both hands, looking extremely sorrowful. "Fong Chun, are you all right?" the Dark Lord asked. Fong Chun shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but my companion is on the verge of death." The Dark Lord could hear that Fong Chun's words were filled with sorrow. He checked the little mouse's injuries and shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Fong Chun circulated his spiritual energy and channeled it into the little mouse's body. He wanted to help the little mouse heal, but it was useless. There was a terrifying hole in the little mouse's stomach that was constantly bleeding. "Fong Chun, stop Brother Mouse's bleeding first," the Xianxu said. As soon as the Xianxu finished speaking, its branches and leaves instantly grew longer and swayed. Finally, under the astonishment of the Dark Lord and the others, the Banksianshu's branches and leaves tightly wrapped around the little mouse's body. Then, drops of green liquid appeared on the main branch of the half-immortal tree. These drops of green liquid dripped onto the little mouse's stomach. Hiss! When the green liquid dripped onto the little mouse's stomach, the wound on its stomach actually began to slowly heal. The Dark Lord's eyes flickered and his face was filled with astonishment. Liquid of life? It's actually the liquid of life. After seeing the green liquid, the Dark Lord knew that it was the liquid of life. Only the liquid of life could have such a powerful effect. The liquid of life was known to be able to bring the dead back to life. As long as there was still a trace of life, the liquid of life could save it. A spiritual tree that could produce the liquid of life was at least of the Banksianshu's level. Moreover, it had to be a top-notch existence among the Banksianshu. Ordinary Banksianshu could not produce the liquid of life. The spiritual tree in front of them did not seem like an immortal tree based on its aura. There was only one possibility, and that was that it was a Banksianshu. Thinking of this, the Dark Lord became even more curious about Feng Chun. Not only did he have heaven-defying potential, but he also possessed a spiritual tree like the Banksianshu. This kid was really not simple. However, when the Dark Lord saw the wound on the little mouse's stomach heal, he shook his head slightly. The little mouse's injury was too serious. One could imagine the power of the Sword King's 9 strands of true chi. It was already very lucky that the little mouse had been able to withstand the sword light and not die. The liquid of life had a very good healing effect, but the wound on the little mouse's stomach was healing very slowly. What did this mean? This meant that the little mouse's injury was so serious that even the liquid of life was unable to effectively heal it. Brother Mouse, I have done my best. A minute later, the Banksianshu's aura was very low. It dripped all the liquid of life it had produced onto the little mouse's wound. Even so, the little mouse's wound had not healed completely. The Banksianshu had done its best. Furthermore, the Banksianshu had also consumed a lot of energy by squeezing out the liquid of life without any scruples. The half-immortal tree said to Feng Chun. Then, it directly entered the special interspatial ring. It needed to recuperate to recover. The bleeding on the little mouse's stomach finally stopped. However, its wound had not healed yet. The little mouse had fallen into a coma and was on the verge of death. I will definitely save you. Hold on, Feng Chun said inwardly before putting the little mouse into the special space ring. With a thought, Feng Chun took out a purple crystal soul stone and stuffed it into the little mouse's mouth. He hoped that the energy within the purple crystal soul stone would be able to help the little mouse recover. After doing all this, Feng Chun turned to look at the Dark Lord. Feng Chun. The Dark Lord was also a bit worried about Feng Chun's unstable emotions. Palace Lord, there is no need to worry. This little setback is not enough to affect me, said Feng Chun.